Hello everybody and welcome back to the Mongoolie Show. Last week was my 1-year anniversary on YouTube as well as my 41st birthday, and so we called it the AnniBirthary Bash, and we had a couple of special guests on and we had a great time over on Twitch. It lasted for about 5.5 hours and I just took the entirety of that 5.5 hours and I'm putting it on YouTube. There's no editing whatsoever. You are seeing the entire thing. Now part of that means there are some technical issues here and there. I do apologize for that. But it is a fun interview. I will also have clippets from my time talking to Run7 as well as clips of my time talking to ZeroKool, both of which were incredible guests and I had a fun time talking to them. And if you want to check those out, you absolutely can, either in this video or in their own separate videos. Also, last week I was in the hot seat with ZeroKoolGamer, so if you want to jump over to his channel, you get about 3 hours of us chatting over there. The time flies by. It was such a fun interview. I'll also have links in the description below for all of their content, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube. You can go give them follows, likes, subscribes, whatever you want to do. That's how you can support them. How you can support me would be ideally subscribing to the channel or leaving a like. But honestly, what you can do if you've already done those two things and you don't want to spend any money, leave this running. Just turn the volume down, go to bed, leave this 5.5 hours running in the background all night long. That would be actually huge for me, because one of the problems with this channel is I make short form content because I respect you guys and I don't want to make a 20-minute video when I can make a 2-minute video telling you exactly what you need to do for the event. Most of my videos only last about 5 minutes long and most of the viewership is only about 2 minutes long because that's when I give you all the information and then you bounce. Totally get it, I respect that, but if you're willing to pay that back, put this on in the background, leave it running, really appreciate it. Let's get into the video. It is 5.5 hours long. It's a little slow at the beginning. You can jump ahead for a little bit. Run joins us at about the 27-minute mark. Just jump to then. It's a good time. I hope you enjoy. Leave a comment down below and maybe give it a like. Feeling real generous, give it a subscribe. We'll see you at the 5.5 hour mark. Oh, hey, one last thing before we get into the video. I usually try to keep this YouTube channel PG. This one's not. Sorry. When I go live, I turn into a sailor. I do appreciate that you're checking this out, but if you've got young children around, I do understand if you don't watch this video or you turn the volume down. Just a little heads up. Enjoy. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first ever AnniBirthary Bash. Today is my 1 year... Should have cleared my throat before I started. Today is my 1-year anniversary as a YouTuber, and tomorrow was my birthday, and I thought we would just kind of hang out, have a good time, have a bit of a party. We've got a couple people joining us in a little bit, including Run7, ZeroKoolGamer, and if we make it that long, Bendable Straws is going to join us. Unfortunately, he had to work late, so he will be coming. It's just going to be quite a bit later, and we'll see if we're still around at that point. But it should be a good time. Also, if I actually get some people in the chat and we have a good conversation, Community Manager Archangel will be joining us, and that should be a good time. You can have questions for him, you can have questions for me, whatever you want to do. Should be a good time. Let's get right into it and hang on. Should be fun. This ridiculous hat is getting very, very hot very quickly, so I don't know how long this is going to last, but we got other hats we can switch to if we absolutely have to. All right. What is going on today in the world of Marvel Strike Force? I saw earlier that Dorky Dad had Juratic on. I didn't really catch what the beef was going on there, but there was something going on between him and Mr. Hartgrave. I think there's always something going on between Juratic and Mr. Hartgrave, to be honest, but that was kind of unfortunate to see, but it looks like they blew past it all and they got it all figured out, so that's awesome. That's better. Yeah, the number one thing I always forget to do on this stupid thing is to actually click done when you're naming the title of what you're playing. So I almost always go live with whatever I was doing yesterday. And it's just like, oh, god damn it. Especially for this, I really want this to... I'd love for this to pop and actually get some new viewers and some content and whatnot. Is this seriously doing it over here too? Okay, it's just a little slow. Yesterday I was playing Dragon Air and like it would just keep freezing on full screen for some reason. I don't really know what was going on there. Golden Dimension, because everybody was begging Scopely for a Golden Dormammu, and they finally listened to us. Thank goodness. Coming soon are the Nova Trials. Ooh, when are they coming back? Expires in 6 days. When is it? How to prepare. Not going to tell us. That's too bad. It would be good to know that one. I know Iron Man comes out today. We've already got 2 of them, and the other ones are coming out soon, so that's cool. He's here, okay. So does that mean we can open up some red star orbs and try to unlock him? That'd be good. Alright, just some, like, basic cleaning house stuff first. Because, you know, who doesn't want to watch me click all the claim all buttons, right? Should be a good time. Oh, seriously, this hat is so hot. Must be all the candles. Actually, there's nowhere near enough candles for how old we are, but let's not discuss that. All right. Run 7 should be joining us in about 20 minutes or so, half an hour, somewhere in that range, with ZeroKool joining shortly after that. Unfortunately, Bendable Straws has to work late, so we will be seeing him, but it will be quite a bit later. So if you're checking in for him, just, well, stick around. But if you have to, you know, check back later, that's fine. All right, so the new trial is up for this character, the new story mode. What else we got going on? We got Cosmic Crucible. I haven't even checked in on that yet. I've still got some raid battles left to do. Unfortunately, we have some blitzing to do at some point, but we won't jump straight into that. That would be pretty dry. Where are we at with the raids? Got lots of raid energy to go. That's good. Better for me than for my alliance, I guess. How are you guys all doing? How are people doing today? It's, what do you say, Tuesday? Are you having a good Tuesday? As I said, this is my AnniBirthary party. It's my 1-year anniversary as a YouTuber, as well as tomorrow is my 41st birthday. So, kind of knocking 2 birds out with 1 stone, if you would. Click the wrong thing over there. Dingoes, good. Just woke up from a nap. I got too far ahead of myself on that one. I thought you were saying you just woke up. I was like, wow, must be nice. Of course, I say that. You're actually busier than I am most of the time, but... Does anybody know, are these pumpkins we're earning, are they actually something that we can spend anywhere? I thought they were a currency, but I haven't seen anything that you can spend them on. Oop. Oh, I upgraded to the new BlueStacks, and it is freezing constantly, and it's very frustrating. 3 hours sleep last night. Oof, that is rough. That nap was to fuel me staying here. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Glad to have you. I don't know how quickly you're accumulating the channel points, but I've added some new things on there if you're interested. Or if you've got enough points, I guess. Just recently hit affiliate, and I'm just kind of messing around with all the new features that entails. Nothing terribly enticing. Any offers worth looking at twice? Not going to be buying an Iron Man today, that's for sure. Well, actually it's not for sure. The night's young. Who knows? Got some shots lined up ready to go. Got some energy drinks. Maybe we'll get stupid. Pretty much have to be, but you know. I've never bought a character day 1. Ever. So that would be a first. And according to my wife, probably a last. Nothing to... Oh, damn it. Where'd it go? It's just about to say nothing too enticing, and then something kind of enticing showed up. Does this get me anywhere with any of these characters? No. None of them get to an level up level. What about these ones? Ah. 50, ooh, gets me close with Agent Venom. She's farmable, and he's kind of weak. So for $12 isn't a bad deal, but it's just not really worth it for that. $12 for all of these ones is kind of nice. That's not bad. I wish at least one of them would get to the next level, but so be it. It's crazy how you can get, like, I get that she's a way, way better character, but like $50 for her, essentially, or like $12 for a bunch of characters. Yes, I understand how the economy in the game works. It's just weird sometimes. So this is actually one of those things where people were looking at, good God, one of those things where like 3 months ago, this would have been insane. Like this would have been such a good deal and I absolutely would have jumped all over it. But nowadays, when it's pretty clear that they're going to be changing the Red Star system, that they're going to be working on it or adding something, I just don't know that I see the value in this. But man, you'd offered that to me 6 months or a year ago, I would have been all over that. How many can you buy? Go down. You buy 2 of them, I would absolutely have dropped $12 on that. No frickin' question. I haven't actually broken down the math yet to see how easy this month-long event is going to be. I've maxed out the last quite a few, so I'm not terribly concerned about it, but I did notice that it got higher, and the rewards seem to have gotten worse, which is a little unfortunate. You're about to throw a wrench at me, what the hell? Because I want to spend money on a mobile game? Oh shit, son. First one of the night. Cheers, dingo. Now, you'll notice it's colorful because I'm lame like that and the night is young. I do have some harder stuff ready, but this is just rum chata, so we'll see. One down. Thank you very much, sir. Get that. Ooh, get the next one ready in case somebody else jumps in on that. Got a couple of bottles handy just in case. Don't know where the night's going to take us. God, seriously, this hat might have to go. It's very, very hot. Actually, if I... Can you guys hear that fan at all? Because if not, I am absolutely going to leave that on because that's glorious. Best use of your points? Yeah, that's fair. Pretty good use on my end, too. Nope. Let's switch that up for a minute as these keep falling off my ears. There we go. Cool down for 5 minutes first. We'll put it back on at some point. All right. Nothing terribly enticing over there. Let's take a look at what the Cosmic Crucible looks like. I don't want to get into the Cosmic Crucible just yet, but I might as well, nice, actually see what my opponent looks like, how bad they're going to be. Ryboy! You unlocked Thanos, congratulations! Well done, they just did a rework for him. Unfortunately, most people aren't very excited about it, but at least the rework is there, so if you've got him, might as well. They made him so that essentially you don't need to have the entire team with him for him to unlock all of his potential. You only need, I think, 1 member. So that's fantastic, especially if you are a newer player. You're going to find a hell of a time unlocking Ebony Maw. So it's nice that you no longer need all of them. Congrats. This looks incredibly standard. There's nothing... unfortunately, there's nothing big or scary here. I can pretty much already tell what I'm going to use to run over all of these guys. The Gamma team is the only even big team, and even they just... Because I don't need to spend any of my good resources anywhere else, we're going to run over that Gamma team pretty hard too. But I am going to save that for now. I've got a couple of special guests coming on, and I kind of want to force them to do my Cosmic Crucible for me. Just to see what they do. Run 7, I disconnected my mic to test my mobile stream setup. Let me go plug it back into the studio and I can jump in whenever you're ready. Good to have you in, Run. For those who don't know, Run 7 is also a streamer. He's one of the... he's significantly better than me. He's a envoy in the Envoy program, and he... Love the hat, by the way. Were you here like 10 seconds ago when I had the candle hat? I just took it off because it is very, very warm. Sorry, totally interrupted myself by talking about Run. I was interrupted by Run. Run 7's another YouTuber slash streamer. He has videos here on Twitch and videos over there. I first discovered him a couple of months ago, and shortly after I discovered him, he found me. He actually left a pretty encouraging comment on one of my videos, which was incredibly nice to see. It's always nice when one of the bigger guys comes down and says hello and thanks, so that was awesome. You just came in. Okay, well, we'll save that other hat for later. I'm just giving my head a break for a second. I have worn it for 5 minutes, and I'm shocked how hot it is, so... I have no idea how you wore that Diablo costume for as long as you did, but kudos to you. Boogie, what's good? Oh man, having a good time over here in Marvel Strike Force land. As I've said, this is my AnniBirthary bash. We're just hanging out for the night, gonna have some fun, got some guests coming on. At some point, Mr. Archangel will be joining us in the chat, as well as Run on stream and ZeroKool on stream. Bendable Straws said that he would join us, but unfortunately it sounds like he has to work late, so we'll see if he makes it in time or not. But should be a good time, I'm hoping. I was hoping my Cosmic Crucible would be a little bit tougher than it is right now. It's looking pretty simple, unfortunately, but we'll get into that. How are you doing tonight, Boogie? Having a good night so far? All right, now, I'm not gonna lie, I've never had a guest on stream before, so I'm gonna invite Run7 in, and we're gonna kind of see how it goes. I'm hoping I've got everything fixed out and everything figured out and running properly, but we shall see. Now, Run, did you want to join? Are you gonna be on camera, or are you just doing audio? Hell yeah, bro, just got off work, tired. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, I got off work, figured out the last few things that I had to for this, and then came straight here. Apologies. I actually traded shifts with a buddy tomorrow so that I don't have to go into work till noon. So if this runs a little bit late, then we are all good. How are we doing on the Alliance War? I purposely held off on a bunch of attacks so we'd have something to do on stream. Yeah, I work 8-hour days, which isn't terribly long, but unfortunately it is an hour away. So by the time you add up that both ways, it's a 10-hour day. It's not a hard day. People do much harder jobs than I do, but it is, it's just a lot of time away from the family, right? So when you factor in making videos, editing, streaming, stuff like that on top of working a full-time job, it does take a chunk of your time. Happy Cake Day. Thank you very much. Birthday gift for yourself. So far, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit stressed out about everything going on tonight, so I don't know, we'll see how tonight goes, but hopefully it works out to be a nice present for myself. Alright, so they want us to attack up here. That's all very simple. From my understanding, the NWO, as you can see that we're fighting here, is actually a splinter cell of, like, We Proud Few, the WPF, broke off, or NWO broke off from us a little while ago. So this is kind of like a very friendly grudge match. So our commander is like, make sure you do well. So we'll have to make sure we get as many attacks in as we can. Got to get on these wars. I know, we got a couple hours left. We got 2 hours left to go and only 8 battles to do. So we should be fine. Got quite a few nice easy attacks there we can do. There's a couple higher over there, but nothing too bad. That's high, but that's not really a good war team, so I'm not sure, like, will they just do well just because they're higher than some of my teams, or are we gonna run right over them, no issue? We shall see. Just finish off this room first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can do 5 of these, and then we'd still have 3 left over for down below. We'll get into that. Love the hat. Give me one quick second. Sorry, I just need to check in with some of my guests, see where we're at and how things are going. Apologies for the 2 seconds of dead air. Hopefully 2 seconds of dead air. All right. Oh, Boogie. Stole one out from under me. Fair enough. In the stream and in the game. Well done. All right. What level were they at? So the 650. Let's see. I think these guys should do pretty well against them. I know it's a bit of a punch up, but these guys are amazing in war. And I think I just upgraded my Kingpin last night. I think during that incursion, I actually got a 5, 6, or a 7-star Kingpin. Red stars, obviously. Which was nice to level up the team for free. Crap, God damn it. Alright, I tend to like to go... This stupid system. I don't know why it's freezing so much now. It's never froze on me before yesterday, and then it's just decided that's how it wants to play it. So, my apologies. Although, ironically, it's not... Like, I can play on... Like, my OBS screen seems to be working just fine. It's just the screen I'm looking at that's frozen. So you guys are probably like, what the hell are you talking about? It works just fine. So, I'm just going to have to play on the wrong screen with a little bit of a delay, which is a little awkward, but so be it. No, buddy, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. I just thought it was funny that I was like looking at it and it was just, whoop. Give everybody a counter. If we can take out Squirrel Girl, the rest of the team falls apart very, very quickly. And she's fallen pretty fast, so that's fantastic for us. It's really, really weird playing on the second screen. You wouldn't think that it would be, but it's just that, like, slight delay really messes with you. Come on, there she goes. All right. Well, this war is won. No, let's take her out. And by take her out, I mean add people to the battlefield. Which is, of course, what you want to be doing. Nice and easy. Woo! Dingo, I kind of need you to redeem another one of those. I kind of want to take another shot. First one was actually pretty good. Also, probably don't want to drink too much at the incredibly early part of the game. Oh, seriously. Please just stop giving me problems. We're 600 points away. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. This is so freaking annoying. All right, what if we... This worked last time. I'll just have to change where I'm at, I guess. Unlock me. Put me down in the corner. Lock me, and then where's the logo? Logo can follow. There. This is what I had to do during Dragon Air yesterday. It was really frustrating. Change hats! Alright. We'll go back to the ridiculously hot one that most people missed. It's a little hard to see. Let's go full wide for a second. There you go. My little erectile dysfunctional cap. If this persists for more than 4 hours, make sure you go see a doctor. There we go. Oh, nope. Never mind. Gotta change hats. Yeah, I'm on it. I do have more than these two, but I figured this is so fitting for the birthday bash that we kind of have to go with it, so. Go back to gameplay. You should wear that around the house tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it is my birthday. I don't have to go to work till noon, so it's definitely an option. It's not a good option, but it's an option. All right. Ooh. That's interesting. I've not seen that with a Red Guardian before. Is that what people are doing nowadays? Very cool. Okay. Let's see how Weapon X does against that. Oh. That actually showed up live. Thank you, Boogie. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support as always. If you're not already, remember to hit that follow button. It actually does help out quite a bit, and it's completely free for you. Why are we... Oh, right. I went back to my gaming screen, not my Dragonair screen. There we go. Get rid of those ads. El Boogie, thank you so much. Way too raw for you. Thank you. Great to see you on the stream. I have to admit, I've followed you for a little while now, and I've never actually seen you on your own stream, and I was even going to ask Run tonight, like, you mentioned that she uses the studio, but I've never seen her, like, what does she stream? And then it was 2 nights ago, I think I saw you streaming Marvel Strike Force, so thank you for joining. You convinced me. Oh, very sweet. All right, Run says that he is ready, so... Can I just auto this at this point? If I get rid of that Shang-Chi, I'll feel a lot better. Fall. There we go. Okay. Auto that, and we're going to bring in Run. I'm ready for whatever you want. Okay.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Excellent.
I am trying to set up some stuff, so in case you want to... there, I'll share my screen with you. Fantastic. I don't know if you want to...
Shoot. As I said, I've never had somebody on stream before, so I was hoping this would go a little smoother than that, but I don't know why you're not just instantly going where I said you would go. So we'll have to check that out really quickly. Please be patient. Okay, so I found you. You're just not in the part of the screen that I need.
So if you want, you can click on the tile in Discord to make one of those pictures bigger or full screen or whatever. And then you can either do a window capture or a screen capture, depending on, you know, like I've got my Discord set up on its own separate monitor, so I do a screen capture. But you can do a window capture and then just size it.
I think we are good.
Okay.
You are live.
You want to share your screen with me?
I do.
In Discord, that way I'm not watching the 10-second delay on Twitch.
Share your screen. Now, are you... I guess we'll... If I share that one with you, you're kind of getting sensory overloaded, aren't you?
Hold on, let me take a look. I'm all over the place. I'm trying to link your stream so people can see. What's wrong with that one? The one you're sharing look good? Well, now you're not sharing it. There it goes.
So I'm sharing it, but then now I've lost you by doing this.
Oh, just switch back to the window that you want to use. So you can share a window and not be looking at it, you know?
Gotcha. Change windows. Run 7 Discord. Wow, nope, that is not what I wanted at all.
Just know that we all go through this.
And that's kind of the problem with all of this is like, there's no training manual. It is all just figure it out as you go. All right. So I can change what I'm giving to you. How do I actually change what I'm looking at? Oh, there you are. Okay, can you still see my screen?
Yeah, I see your screen. I don't see you. I'm just getting your straight feed of MSF, and that's fine. I can work with that. At least if you're showing something on screen, I can see what you're doing.
Fantastic. Then I just need to adjust you as your location on the screen changed. What the heck? Hey, Archangel, welcome.
What's up, Double A?
We are figuring some stuff out on the fly. It is working beautifully, just as intended. Oh, I see. I'm changing the frame, not you. Oh, the fuck happened there? Sorry.
And if you want to change the box, try holding down the Alt key and then grabbing the edges of the box, and you can change the shape and size of the box without changing the actual size of the picture inside it.
Yeah, I was doing that, but somehow it jumped you way up high. So like the frame is way down here, and then you're up here.
Oh wow, look at that! Yeah, the frame is down there, huh?
Like I don't know how it did that.
If you're trying to move the picture without moving the frame, then you've got to select a different source inside, because you're selecting a source that has both inside it. That's why they're moving in unison. That's why I never use those frames. I'm not competent enough to move those things around, man.
All right.
I go simple. I go super simple on my stuff.
Well, whatever. You're on screen. I got rid of the frame.
Good enough.
People can see you. People know you're here. All right.
That'll work.
For some reason, I don't know. I'm having issues with my BlueStacks where it's like if I go full screen, it's freezing on me, and I'm not sure what's going on with that. But it's really frustrating.
I have trouble running BlueStacks. Like, I switched over to LD Player a while ago, and I know, like, every couple of patches, or whether it be coming from MSF or from one of the emulators, they kind of flip-flop, and then suddenly BlueStacks will be running good and LD Player will be like crap. And so right now LD Player happens to be working pretty well, but it's amazing how much juice it draws from your PC, whether you're doing a window capture, a screen capture, a game capture. Like, there's so many different bottlenecks within the technology for streaming stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
It's in his passive.
Happy anniversary. Thank you, Fost, for showing up. Appreciate that. Is Captain Marvel used anywhere? Nor that I can think of. I know I haven't built mine up very much.
Captain Marvel on the A4, or the Young Avengers. I mean, if you happen to have one, I wouldn't build that team now, but...
That's Miss Marvel, is it not?
Oh, you want Captain Marvel? Put her on A-Force with Photon. I've been using her to crush the Young Avengers in war.
See, I haven't built up my A-Force at all. When they first came out, that was very much a team that I was just like, I am good to skip this and save some resources. But now people are actually starting to talk about them. Are they actually worth my time, or if I skip them, should I just stay with them in the past and just keep moving forward?
At this point, if you don't build current meta, it becomes a luxury. Like, if you're not on it when it releases, forget about it. Don't circle back to anything.
Yeah.
The restrictions in the game right now, the bottlenecks are too tight. And we can't afford to build everything that comes out, certainly not free to play. And even if you're spending, it's kind of tough to get enough resources going. I'm gonna switch my camera feed here so that I'm not, because I've got background images here that are showing up. I'm gonna switch to a different one, which will give you a green screen you can throw on chroma key.
Huh. Sure, I can. Your faith in me is surprising. All right. Awesome. On the way. Send me the link for the stream, please. Found it. Okay.
Oh, I know what I did. Hold on. I have OBS running. No wonder you're not getting anything there. Just close that down. There, try that. And then you got a green screen. You can just throw in that chroma key filter, and then you can put me anywhere you want. Or have the beautiful green background. I don't care. I've just got these Starfield images covering up my monitor's space, and I need to be doing stuff.
Now, that's something I've never done. How do I turn on a chroma key for you?
So you'll go to whatever, you're doing a window capture of me, go to that and right click it and find filters, and then you'll just go to whatever the stock filter is, not through Discord, but through OBS or yeah.
Okay. All right, well, oh, ZeroKoolGamer's joined the chat. Thank you. While I'm doing this, so we don't have dead air, where did Run 7 come from? What's that name mean to you?
Oh, this is it's I have a fascination for science fiction, and one of my favorite science fiction authors is Alastair Reynolds, and he has like a spin-off of a subcategory of a list of books from his back catalog that's so super obscure, and then I picked out one of the most obscure characters from that spin-off sub-listing sub-story called Run 7, who is a half pig, half cybernetic human space pirate, a real evil villain, and I thought it was a really cool character, and I kind of figured no one in the world would know that relation, because it's just such an obscure book that even if you're a fan of Alastair Reynolds, you probably never even read that story of his. But I really like the name, I like the character, and so I went with it. I do like running, but that has nothing to do with my name. And what's funny is most people call me Run, and I actually like 7 better.
Well, that's fair. I can change that. I know I've been calling you Run forever. So
you can call me what everybody calls me Run. It doesn't matter. I just think it's kind of funny that I'm like, oh yeah, 7. That sounds cool. I even put the big 7 in the logo and everything. Naturally, everybody calls me Run, so it's fine. It's not like I'm that vain. I am pretty vain, but I'm not that vain.
Has anybody actually gotten the reference?
No one's ever gotten the reference. Nope.
Okay. Very cool. Now. Sorry, my throat. I've been sick for like a week straight going into this, so like I might just go into a coughing fit at any point, and I apologize. As such, I've been drinking a lot of water and other things just to keep hydrated, so Run and Raw sound better together? We'll see.
Oh yeah, everybody loves the marital streams that we do. Sometimes she's not busy on Fridays and she gets to come on stream with me. We used to do it every Friday. She would stream with me.
I actually managed to catch that last Friday. I bought, I don't know why it took me so long. I finally bought a little Amazon like dongle so that I can attach my Bluetooth headphones to my computer. So while I'm sitting at work, I can actually like watch Twitch or something like that. Just have it on in the background at least. So I caught a big chunk of your stream where you dressed as El Diablo, which was amazing and ridiculous. How long did that take for you to put together?
The cost, well, I mean, it took me a couple of days to get it built because I had to cut so much cardboard out and paint different things with layers of paint, hot glue, and all that stuff. But mostly just getting the pieces took forever for like Amazon to deliver that pink bodysuit, and then for some of the other pieces to come, like to find the other piece. I kept going to Hobby Lobby on Sunday, and of course they're always closed on Sunday.
Yeah.
And so it just took me a while to put it together. I mean, I probably spent 4 hours working on the costume total, but it just spread over a week and a half.
I was impressive. I was kind of hoping you would say that you just had that bodysuit laying around somewhere.
No, but I got piles of tutus for some reason. I don't know what that's all about. And I got half a dozen wigs over here. No, I probably have more than a dozen wigs and a dozen hats in the studio. I still have that mask from the costume.
I'm not gonna lie, I've seen you've got like multiple cameras set. The first time I saw you had like multiple cameras and people can change where they're looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like you saw the one camera you're looking out and you've got like a whole shelf full of stuff, and I was just like, that's kind of brilliant. So I went to the dollar store and just, I don't have the shelf yet, but I got a couple of stupid hats here. It's like, all right, now we got options at least.
I dig your room with the blue and red backlighting. That looks really nice. I was actually looking at that going, man, I wonder if he made that, took a picture of it, and then is sitting in front of a green screen, has a green screened in because it looks so clean all the time. Or do you just keep that room really clean?
I don't keep the room clean at all. There's actually like, this is all just like kids' toys, so it's it's a little bit of a blur effect, just so it's not like super crisp, but
Right.
about every 2.5 minutes. Sorry, well, but I had heard of the idea of having the photo in the background, and I debated it, but unfortunately, I've got 3 kids running around constantly, and this is somewhat of a toy room, so I just don't have the space to have a nice big green screen set up constantly.
Right.
So I figured if I can get at least some good lighting going on in the background, then it's better than nothing. I've even got like I'm looking at getting an actual, because right now I've just got like floodlights on the ground, so there's just wires everywhere. But I want to get actual I guess spotlights is what you'd call them, but like one of those like 3 fixtures for the ceiling. Get some like Philips Hue lights in there, and then like chat can actually change the colors of the background behind me. I think that'd be
cool. Yeah.
I've already got.
Yeah, you can set those up through Triggerfire just like I do my cameras. That'd be neat.
Ooh, that's good to know. I was going to use a different program, but if Triggerfire does it, that's saves me.
Triggerfire is the easiest thing I've found so far.
Oh, Triggerfire is amazing. ZeroKool told me about it because I was like, how do you get the videos to show up? Like, I've got channel points, all that stuff figured out, but like, how do you get videos to pop up when somebody does something? And he's like, you got to check out Triggerfire. It's amazing. It works so well, and he was right. Like, he's not wrong.
Back in the day, we had to like kind of like build back in the day, like a couple of years ago, we had to like build our own macros into it. And it was so complicated. And you use these weird programs that were like virtual stream decks and tie in all these triggers and stuff. It was so complicated. And then Triggerfire came along and I was like, oh, you just upload the video, kind of like make sure the titles match and just put in the channel point redemption. It's super simple. And that's what everybody's doing now. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I was messing around with it the other day, and I got a bunch of videos set up in like hour and a half, and I was like, this is amazing. None of them are very good, but at least they're there.
Yeah,
it's nice to have somewhere to start.
It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, but you can find those neat little like green screened videos. Like that's like that meteor effect that I have. That's actually like a green screen thing, and I just add chroma key to it, and so you have this meteor falling on the screen. It's kind of neat. And they got, I mean, anything you can think of, somebody's done it in front of a green screen or added a green screen effect to it so you can use it.
Nice. Yeah, I like specifically your raid one where like just it's raining down from the sky. I was like, that's really cool. And obviously I don't want to like steal from anybody, but it's like, damn it, how can I?
Oh no, that's what you got to do when you're starting out. Copy. If you see somebody who does something cool, copy it. Copy everybody and everything that they do until you've kind of mastered those skills and you feel comfortable, and then you can kind of get creative and make your own stuff. But like, if you're trying to make your own stuff first, it's going to look terrible and you're going to get discouraged and you're going to be like, that was a stupid idea, but it was just the execution of the idea that was terrible. So copy everybody that you like. And then start building on your own stuff. I mean, don't be completely blatant, but I mean, you take what they're doing and you see if you can master it. And then once you get that down, you move on to your own stuff.
Yeah. Well, what's the saying? Good
flattery
artists...
is the best form. No, mimicry is the best form of flattery.
Something like that. But I was going for a different one where it's like good artists borrow from others. Great artists steal outright.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So... I will admit, I'm just going to trigger it myself because it looks awful, but I was also just laughing at work and I was like, I have to steal this. So I don't know. Can you see my screen? Can you?
I'm on the delay from Twitch to see you. All I see is your MSF is what I'm seeing.
Damn it. Okay, sorry. Because I'm using a different screen to have you on, I forgot that I didn't add everything to it. So give me 1 second. That's the wrong one. Sorry. Got rid of everything there for a second. There we go. Now will that work?
What's Archangel sending you about me? Is he giving you inside secrets so you can make fun of me?
I don't think he needs to do it.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. Oh, God.
You're welcome.
I knowingly go into those costumes. You know, I've been doing it for long enough that I know that those are going to be channel point redemptions for years to come.
I mean, one of the things that I love about your channel is that you are stealing, sorry, not stealing, you are using, what the fuck, right. Sorry. Learning. Is that you do use people from this community as your channel reward points, right? Like you constantly see other people showing up, and I was like, that's such a great idea. I love that.
I just got a new one of Comrade Red doing the Wakanda. I'm trying to get a collection of all the Marvel Strike Force streamers doing a Wakanda, and I'll have all of them out there as channel point redemptions. I don't really. It started somewhere with Cleaning Agent on his stream, and I've just started collecting them now, like they're Pokemon or something.
It's a great system, and like I have to say, let's see, got a change hat coming on, which is
I just read CM Archangel's little picture that he sent. Yeah, I need to grow my hair out a little shaggier. I think that'd be a good look, Archangel.
There we go. Yeah. I like the birthday hat, but man, it gets warm fast. Although this looks really ridiculous. Oh, I kind of look like Bendy, actually, with the headphones and the bucket.
Is that a Canadian bucket hat right there? That's cool.
It sure is. A whopping $2 at the dollar store.
Worth every penny.
Absolutely. The recap. Was that entirely your idea? Did you see that from some other community, some other game system that you used to play or something?
Copying Mobile Gamer.
Mobile Gamer.
Copying Mobile Gamer. Yep.
It's such a good idea.
Just copying Mobile Gamer. He does offer review, which is kind of a news review of what's going on in Marvel Strike Force, except of course his is a 10 to 15 minute video. He goes over a lot of Reddit, where I focus on YouTube. He still will cover other people's YouTube videos every once in a while. Like I will still plug some Reddit stuff every once in a while, but the recap started out as just mimicking Mobile Gamer's offer review without doing offers, because I don't spend on the game anymore.
Sure.
And so that's kind of evolved into me taking the opportunity to both plug people who are doing good. I like to try and show newer content creators whenever I can, but the point is to get the best information out to the community that I can. And at the same time, I also like to kind of make fun of people to keep them just to keep them on their toes. Like I want to keep them real so that when content creators are phoning it in, I kind of make fun of them for it. I want them to always be pushing themselves and pushing for better and better content. And Mobile's actually one of the content creators that I have a hard time making fun of, because he is constantly progressing his content just a bit by bit. So like I made fun of him when he had his beard and he was constantly touching his face, and I try to put in some clips of when he does funny characters and stuff like that. But for the most part, he's one that I actually have trouble making fun of. I poke fun at Dorky Dad for like his earbuds that he had for a while, so he finally upgraded to some good headphones. And whenever people make stupid mistakes, like they can't pronounce something in their video or something, you know, I kind of point that out. Just trying to keep people honest and make them push their content a little bit. But at the same time, when somebody starts doing really good and their numbers are booming and everything, you better expect to be on the recap, because you're doing good and you've got something that people are finding interesting, and I want people to find you and see what's going on. And so usually I start out with the newer content creators. I'm just like, hey, look, they're doing something good. But when I see that they're making content on a regular basis, they're taking it seriously, like maybe not career, but they're taking it seriously and they're putting effort into it and everything, that's when I really start kind of like throwing some jabs at them and poking them once in a while to make sure that, you know, when they get lazy, I'm going to catch them and I'm going to make fun of them a little bit. And then, of course, Scopely gives me no end of material to make fun of. That's the one I really tear into all the time, because, I mean, they're a big corporation. They're making tons of money on this game. I expect the highest quality performance out of them. Regardless of what they think is a good job, I'm always going to lay into them to push and be a better gaming company. Not, I mean, they're
And how's that working out for you so far?
Oh, I mean, like I said, it's lots of entertaining stuff. I got my cords all wrapped around. I'm just driving me nuts. There's no end of content that they give me. But of course, you know, I'm a nobody. I'm not really going to push them to do anything. I hope that I can just point out at least when people are genuinely upset with them and when people are happy with their results, and then kind of remind them that, hey, it can't always be about making money. Sometimes you've got to just make a good game to play, you know, something entertaining. So it can't always be about new progression systems and sales and what's the next thing you want your Krakens to spend money on. You've also got to remember to make quality content for your players to enjoy, because if you don't have quality content, then people are going to get off this hamster wheel of spending.
Yeah.
And they're going to leave and go someplace else.
The biggest thing, like I've been noticing more recently than maybe ever, maybe that's because I'm trying to get better and trying to get to build up in the game, but like the amount of characters we're getting and like the speed that we're getting them with, like you really have to be trying to stay even a little bit up to date. And like I used to have a stockpile of gold and a stockpile of training mats, and like now every time I get a training mat, it's gone instantly. Like it is just like I just need to try and get built up to the point where I'm doing anything relevant in this game. And 2 weeks later, the character's half dead and we're on to the next one. It's just like, okay. I see that they are making events with more gold in them. That's amazing. But like, please, can we have a training mat event or 5?
Yeah, see, I'm on the other side of the spectrum. I have no gold, but plenty of training mats. Training mats isn't an issue for me. And I don't know why. I think it's because I'm buying more gear out of the store, maybe. I haven't really nailed down why it's such a polarized thing. Like you're either in the training mat category or you're in the gold category.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that there was a while there where I was buying quite a bit of stuff from the store for gold, because I'm trying to get Big Boy Apocalypse still. That's how far behind I am. Mm-hmm. And it's I mean, like people are like, oh, what's your biggest bottleneck? I'm like, you mean I'm supposed to have 1? I've got like 7. How on earth are you supposed to do all this stuff? I saw you just got Big Boy recently, did you not?
Yeah, actually, it was during that costume stream. Just by chance, my alliance won their war, and it was enough ions to put me over the top that we ran through and unlocked him. And I was like, oh, this is cool. It opens up so much stuff for me in Arena. Look what I can do. And I moved up, like, I don't know, like from the top 30 to the top 20. And nice. I was like, oh, wow, I can even use Nova on offense because Apocalypse just carries it and all this stuff. And I was having fun trying out new stuff. And I was like, well, that lasted like a day. And then going from 30 to 20, you're like, oh, everybody else has the Big Boy APOC in the 20s here in my shard too. So now I'm stuck using the same meta as everybody else. I'm trying to build up my Robbie to get him in there and going. But again, it's gold. I'm waiting on gold. And then as soon as that's done, you've got, you know, the Pegasus team is around the corner. I mean, just today, I think, did we get offers in game for Iron Man? Is that?
I think he's here, but I haven't actually, obviously I don't spend, but.
Oh, I'll have to bring up my game and see, and open some red stars for him and see what I get.
Yeah, there's a 35, well, in Canada, there's a $35 for the 45 stars, which would unlock him, or $70 for 100 stars. Shards, not stars. So he's available, and I think he's, yeah, and his red stars are available if you want to start opening more.
I'll go open some red stars then. I love opening me some red stars. Not really, that's sarcasm.
I was going to say.
Kind of hate red stars. It's just the necessary
it sounds like they're going away, right? Like that's kind of news on everybody's lips. At least they're flooding the market
with it. We can grind for them a little bit. I'm enjoying grinding in the new incursion mode, but man, I was so disappointed with those incursion nodes because I just threw it on auto, rolled right through it. At one point I was doing the bio and I stepped down to like my 3rd best bio team to see if I could get challenged. And I came up on that Killmonger boss node and I was like, oh sweet, this is gonna be great. And I literally one-shot the node. Like opening move deleted everything, and it was like my third best bio team. And I'm just so disappointed because I remember when new campaign content would come out, and it was hard. It was hard to do. It was like built for the next level cap, and you struggled through it. And I don't know, were you playing when the blaster challenge, the daily challenges, the blaster one came out? That was the hardest one because all the blasters were glass cannons, and you would just try again and again and again for like perfect RNG just to keep them alive. And you know, if you wanted to, you would wait until finally new characters came out and you could just go easily clear that, or you just got grind it 3 times every day, getting like 1 star to complete it. And it was challenging, but I liked it. And when you beat it finally and got 3 stars, you felt accomplished. And we haven't had anything like that for a long time. The only time you're challenged is the PvE or a PvP content, which is Crucible and War. And those tend to get stale after a while, right?
Yeah.
Like the room rules and stuff were, I think the seasons are a little too long, in my opinion.
Well, I was saying earlier, like I've taken a look. I haven't actually played my Cosmic Crucible for today, but I was looking at it and it's like, yeah, this is exactly what I was anticipating seeing in every room. Like there's not like...
Right? No surprises there.
No surprises whatsoever. And I mean, I'm guilty of it too. If you look at my defense, I'm sure it's exactly what you'd expect. And it's like, yeah,
well,
this
it's
is
just the
what you
community figures out what the most challenging stuff is. And we end up getting that in there. And once in a while, you sub in a 5th here and there on some teams to see if you can mix it up a little bit. But it's pretty much the same stuff. Yeah. The same counters go into it. And I think if the seasons were about half as long in Crucible, then right at that point when everybody's figuring out, oh, these are the best teams, well, then you would switch it up.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really needs to happen, because you're always going to run into that, right? You're always going to reach this saturation where we find what the best stuff is, regardless of how ingenious those room rules are. We talked about some other stuff about maybe mixing it up where you have 10 different rooms that you can pick from before Crucible starts, and you'd pick your favorite 6 and fill those out, and then your opponent wouldn't know which 6 room rules you had, so it would create another layer of diversity and strategy into it. You know, they've talked about, you know, fog of war in there, so you don't know what characters are in what rooms. I don't think that really applies to Crucible as much as it used to with War. But I mean, there's some different ideas out there, and I'm hoping that Scopely will maybe implement something, because it's just, I don't remember, it feels like it's 100 weeks of Crucible before it changes up, and it just gets stale before you get to the end of it.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna actually go back for a second. The fog of war, do you mean you wouldn't know what you were fighting until you were already in the match? Or like you just wouldn't know what all of their defenses were?
Well, if you had varying room rules, you wouldn't know which rooms they even had. You'd have to go through like the first 2 rooms or something like that. Kind of like it was in War, how you only saw the first 2 teams, you know, but with Crucible, it would be, you wouldn't know what room rules they had selected out of their pool of 10 choices.
Okay.
And so you'd kind of have to move through it or something. And that way you might burn a great counter in room 1 and not have it available for room 5 later on or something like that. Just trying to add to the amount of strategy. And then that way, you know, Scopely wants us building great big rosters and everything. Well, one way you could make us do that is, okay, right now you have your 6 best defenses and your 6 best offenses that you kind of use for Crucible. And so if you didn't know what rooms they were picking, players would kind of want to have like their chosen 6 best defenses, but then they're going to need something like, you know, maybe 10 offensive teams to cover any eventuality that comes up in that match. But I don't know. That's for developers who are smarter than me to figure out.
Well, I was listening to somebody talk about that. I can't remember if it was on your stream or not. I want to say it was Dorky, but I don't remember where exactly that was. And he was like, well, we'll just figure that out. Like it won't really change anything that much. But it's like, yeah, but it might take longer to figure out. And if it does, then that kind of fixes the problem of the seasons being a bit too long. If it's like, it just takes you that much longer to get like a solid hold on what the meta is, then it's kind of nice. And maybe you get halfway through and somebody figures something else out that they're doing and it just throws a wrench in the whole gear. So I kind of like that more than what we have now. And I like what we have now better than what we did, where it's just the rotating rooms. So you're stuck with something for like 3 seasons in a row. So things are getting better, but there's definitely still room for improvement.
We just need something more, because Right now, all we're doing is we're competing against other players, and that creates a spending frenzy, right?
Yeah.
So you got to have the most powerful character to beat out somebody else's team, and that's fine on one aspect, but it gets a little bit tiring because we're seeing teams that have a longevity of about 9 months. Hopefully, they can increase that to a degree. We have very specified teams going into specific game modes. You know, your raid teams are the worst of this, the worst example, because you get a raid team and they're basically good for incursion 1, and by incursion 2 they're basically phased out so that we keep buying them, and they don't work that well anywhere else. Hopefully the Pegasus team, even with their slow speed, will find some value. I'm glad they're opening up kits to other areas and everything, but it's really sucks how they're like, basically they create a problem and then sell us a solution, and we're on this cycle over and over and over, and it really gets boring. So you turn to the PvP content, and now it's my team is bigger than your team, so I can win. Or trying to overcome the RNG of Room 2, you know, by just simply having a big enough team with enough stars that your focus can can beat out their resistance. And that's just spending against one another. And again, that's not challenging. I want stuff like the old, there was a node where it was just a Wolverine and he had a huge health bar. And this is back in the day when you only had a handful of characters that applied heal block. And so you were trying to figure out a way to keep him from healing back up because his health bar was so big. It took a while to kill him, and he would heal so much. And it was a brutal node to get through, but you strategized and you figured it out and you felt accomplished, and it didn't require anybody else. And the only other way to do it was wait for a level cap increase or new characters, which took time. But in the meantime, we were grinding away at those nodes trying to figure out the strategy to it.
That sounds really cool. That was before my time. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds like a fun mode to try and puzzle your way through. Now I'm assuming his stats were different than regular Wolverine, like other than just
they just maxed out his health bar, and so whatever he healed for on turn became more damage than like your entire team could do in one turn. Okay. And so you had to get him heal blocked, and you had to make sure that stuck and stayed there, and he didn't cleanse it or anything.
One of the things I've been thinking about is, before I played Marvel Strike Force, I played a game called Transformers Earth Wars. And right before, well, like maybe 2 months or so before I stopped playing, they introduced a new game mode. Do you know you obviously know who the Transformers are, but if I start naming them, will you have any idea?
Probably.
Okay. They introduced a new game mode. In that game, you could only be a villain or a hero. So if you were a villain, the big raid would be against Metroplex, right? Like the entire city of Metroplex. And I was thinking, like, if there's a way that they could introduce something like that for Galactus, like bring him in, not have like a team around him, just literally one person that you have to try and defeat, whether it's you or your entire alliance in working in tandem in some way, I don't know. But like, if you're gonna bring somebody massive like Galactus into the game, I want him to have a massive impact on the game, not just be the next chase character, but actually like, no, this is a whole new game mode, this is a whole new way of playing. And if you can figure out a way to make it so you can actually, you have to strategize with your alliance, this is probably a terrible idea, but one of the things I was thinking is, like, your entire alliance gets to go against him, everybody gets one attack, but anytime somebody uses a character, nobody else can use that character. So you can't just run 24 Gamma teams at him.
Oh, like, so you really need to communicate with your alliance and say, who has the biggest Black Panther, they're up.
Exactly. I think something like that would be really, really cool. Ostracizing for the smaller alliances, the alliances that don't use Discord, and that's really unfortunate. So I can understand why they wouldn't do something like that. But for those of us that are in alliances and we're actually connected to the game, that would be a really, really fun game mode. And make it rewarding, so when you actually kill Galactus, it feels like, oh my god, what an accomplishment, not oh, we're gonna do this on day one.
Yeah. The other thing I don't understand that Scopely doesn't do is infinitely scaling content. So that, take Dark Dimension, for instance. Yeah. You take a game mode like Dark Dimension. Once you beat Dark Dimension, you go back through with a timed run and you blow through it pretty fast. And then as new characters come out, you go back to those older Dark Dimensions and you can just crush them in minutes. And so what if they were to introduce game modes like Dark Dimension, and every time you go back into it, the difficulty goes up by 5%, just 5% on the stats across the board, and everything gets tougher. And every time you do it, you're awarded something. It doesn't need to be game breaking, but it has to be something. It could be cosmetics, or it could be gold orbs, or whatever the community is interested in. And you can continually play that game mode over and over again as many times as you want, and the difficulty just keeps going up until you reach a point you can no longer get through it. However, as level caps increase, as new, more powerful characters come into the game, you'll be able to go back and beat it one more time. And you could do that infinitely. And it just boggles my mind that they don't have something like that in play to keep people busy. Because there's times when it's like, oh, I've got an ISO 8 spending event coming up, you know, at server reset, so I can't do my ISO stuff. Or there's a blitz event coming up, so I'll save my blitzing for then. And like, you'll get in the morning and you're like, I can't even play the game right now because I'm waiting for things to happen. Like, there's nothing for me to do. You could have this endlessly increasing difficulty stuff available for players who just want to go in there and kill some time while they're waiting in line at the DMV.
That's one of the things that I've noticed, more so since starting to play Twitch, or play this game on Twitch, is it'll be like, okay, I got like 3 hours in the morning. I could log in and do what? Like, my Cosmic Crucible is done from last night. I got nothing to look forward to. My war doesn't start till 8 o'clock at night. Like, I can blitz on camera. Like, would anybody tune in for that? I sincerely doubt it.
Right.
So, like,
I barely play Marvel Strike Force when I'm on stream. I have other people tell me how to do Crucible, and the rest of the time we're just talking about topics and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking like we are right now because, you know, doing a blitz rotation is the worst. That is the most meaningless gameplay time ever. You're literally hitting 4 buttons 51 times, and then you're waiting 2 hours. Hopefully that'll be 1 hour. And doing it again. You're not playing a game. You are a trained monkey hitting buttons. In fact, I think monkeys do more entertaining things than Blitz. I think it's terrible. Archangel, you say RTA, and that's cool. I do try to play RTA every once in a while. I don't remember. Are we still filtering characters in RTA so that there's some characters you can't use?
That's exactly something I wanted to bring up while we were talking about it, is because when I first started playing this game, I loved RTA. And I get that there's no rewards for it, and it sucks in that regard. But I liked the idea that it was like, no, you can't use this character. Now what are you going to do? And it's like, oh, well, that was my biggest character. So now I have to actually think about what I'm going to bring into the game next time. I thought that was actually a really cool game mode, and I'm shocked. I mean, it's obviously not as rewarding as Arena, but I'm shocked that nobody plays it just because it's actually kind of interesting versus just like, oh, here's the mirror match again.
It feels abandoned, you know, like they couldn't figure out a way to properly monetize it. And so it feels like Scopely's kind of abandoned it. And it does kind of suck because that's the only opportunity for when there's nothing to do, you can go to RTA. And with no rewards, it feels kind of meaningless. I gotta be rewarded something. It doesn't even have to be much. Like, seriously, like 500 shards of a gold orb for like some sort of a victory there. Not, I mean, obviously not one match because you just grind out gold orbs all day. But like, heck, 1 shard of a gold orb per victory in RTA. 2,000 matches, you get yourself, you know, 120,000 gold. I don't know, something. But it's got to reward you something, or there's no dopamine hit at the end of that match. And that's what players are looking for, is a win. They want to feel accomplished. They want to know that they've done something, and they want to be rewarded for doing it.
Yeah. Well, Baka says, if they made an RTA team, people wouldn't buy it. That's 100% my point. I don't want an RTA team. That would defeat the purpose of it. What I like about that is that they ban characters so that I can't use the exact same team every single match. I love it when I was playing it, Omega Red had just come out. That was my big character. I love that guy. I built him up pretty high. And then there was a week where I just couldn't touch him in RTA, and I was like, oh, all right, have to try some other things. And I personally really enjoyed that. I understand it won't make you money, and I get that aspect of it, but from a fun perspective, that's way more fun than regular Arena for me. Now, while I've got you and Archangel here, I'm going to ask a question that I know you're not going to be able to talk about. And I'm not trying to trap you. I'm not trying to get you to say something you're not supposed to say. That's not what I'm doing.
Oh, it's pretty easy to get me to stumble over an NDA. Don't worry about that.
Maybe I shouldn't ask them. Maybe I'll just leave this alone. There was something that was supposed to drop last night, or yesterday at, I think it was 2 p.m. That has not come out, and I didn't just miss it, right?
Yeah, we were notified that a blog post was going to come out, and at the very last minute, it didn't. And I think it's really a good thing because it was some big stuff. And I'm glad that they did pull it because they didn't give anybody any time to talk about it. And anytime you implement anything that's big, it needs to be gone over. It needs to be gone over by people who know how to play the game. And I'm not talking about myself here. I'm talking about other people who are really good at understanding game mechanics, who are good at have their finger on the button with the community and what they're interested in doing, or what kind of bottlenecks we're coming up on and things like that. You've got to have people who really know what they're doing talk to them about it, because if they implement something big, whatever it is, there's going to be a portion of the community that doesn't like it. And we need to let them know if that portion is 98% or 2%.
Yeah.
And then we can talk to them and say, okay, if you're going to implement this, you need this. Or if you're going to change this team, you need to understand that you're going to be debilitating whatever. And for whatever reason, sometimes Scopely just gets excited about an idea. They run with it and they completely have blinders on to some stuff. And they don't realize that they're about to set themselves on fire. And so I'm really glad that they pulled that blog post and they want to talk to us about it at the summit coming up here in a couple days. And so we can give them our feedback. And I don't know who else they're going to run it by. I know that they have a lot of different testing groups. And it was the first time I'd heard of some of that stuff. And so I was just kind of like, I was telling my chat, I'm like, hey, we got some big stuff coming. I'm really curious to see what you guys think about it, because they didn't tell us squat.
I'm not gonna lie, I was tuned into your thing last night or yesterday afternoon, and I was like, all right, this is fun. I'm gonna do something else for a little bit. And then you were talking about like, oh, at 2 o'clock this is happening. I'm like, yeah, I got 40 minutes. I got 40 minutes
for an hour, and then at the last minute it's not there. And I went and looked, and I was like, oh, they pulled it. Like, in hindsight, it's a good thing they pulled it. I shouldn't have hyped a blog post.
No, but that's what you're supposed to do, right? Like, that's kind of the point.
Yeah, but I could have just said nothing. I could have just said nothing. It was, the thing was that my stream started 1 hour before that blog post went out, and I was super excited about it, and I couldn't keep my mouth shut. So it's my fault for hyping that. You know, it's not like they asked me to hype it or anything.
Sure.
So
now Archangel in the chat says, just ask me, not run. Maybe I missed the context. Are you talking about what I'm asking? Like, are you willing to tell us?
He doesn't want me running my mouth because I'm terrible about NDAs. I give up a lot more information than.
So it's not that he's willing to say anything. He just wants you to shut up for a minute.
Yeah. So don't ask Run 7.
Totally fair.
Mute his microphone. Mute his microphone.
Again, not trying to get you in trouble at all, but you said you kind of answered my question, I think, where you said this is the first time you'd heard of this, so this has nothing to do with the nuclear bad news from like 3 weeks ago that mobile almost quit the game over, all that mess.
Not really. No, okay. Not really. I mean, you know, mobile walking out of the Envoys.
Hold my bear.
I don't think he was going to quit the game. I think he walked out of the Envoy program for a brief period. And I think that was a complex situation involving a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and he kind of reached a breaking point with some dumb ideas. Okay. And again, I don't think I've reached the embargo date on the dumb idea that isn't happening anyways.
I know it's not happening, and like, I'm not trying to like get anybody in trouble or like steal streams. I'm just legitimately curious myself. I just want to know.
Right. And we've been told that we're going to be able to talk about that, but it's kind of pointless now because
it's so far in the past.
It's so far in the past, and so much has changed anyways. And the other thing is, it's like, it's not happening now, so it doesn't really matter. The only thing is you get to know what was the breaking point, but I don't think it's even that big a deal anymore. Like I said, the playing field has changed so drastically now from where we were back then.
Fair enough. For some reason, Archangel wants you to hold his bear. I'm not entirely sure what that's about.
He means hold my beer.
Oh, I'm aware. I just wanted to bug him about
it. Yeah.
So, now, are you a big Marvel fan? Like, did you come to this game through Marvel, or did you just enjoy this game and the Marvel's kind of a side project?
Yeah, I picked it up because it was a Marvel IP. I really enjoy. I've collected comic books since I was real little. Haven't done it much in the past, like 15 years. maybe in 20 years. But I was always a comic book fan from when I was real little. And Magneto, Omega Red, and Wolverine are my 3 favorite Marvel characters. I really like that Wolverine is someone who basically wants to die but can't. Like he's a tormented soul and he can't die, and he's kind of in that bad place. And then you've got Magneto, who is this anti-villain, a villain who you can associate with and really understand why he does a thing, even though he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
You kind of go like, I get it. I get why you're this way. And then Omega Red, who is a true evil villain. He is just a bad dude. He does evil things because he is evil. And I like a villain like that also. And so those are my 3 favorite Marvel characters. But I picked up the game because it was a Marvel IP, and I started playing it, immediately enjoyed this hero collector idea, the strategies of battling through. And I was like, hey, I want to know how to progress through this game efficiently and do really well at it. And so I started just Googling, YouTube content creators and videos. And I think one of the first videos I stumbled across was Tony Scangili. And he was explaining to Mobile Gamer about how to do Blitz better.
Okay.
And so that led me to mobile. And then I was just, I'm a fanboy from mobile, always have been. And just kind of at work, I listened to streams all day long. I just listened to other content creators and just kind of fell in love with the community. And I started communicating in streams, not just listening as a spectator on Twitch or watching videos on YouTube, but I started actually getting involved in the chats. And then I started doing a thing we called roster roast with my alliance, because I created my own alliance right away. I created my own alliance. I didn't like the alliance situation, so I just made my own.
Nice.
And had some really cool people who just got randomly dropped into it. And we built it up. We were a pretty competitive alliance for a while. Had a lot of fun doing that. Burnt out. But before I burnt out as an alliance leader, I would go through Discord and I'd go through my alliance's war defenses and I would make fun of them. And we just talk about the stupid ideas that they had and roast them. And we called that roster roast. And then I started doing that on stream because they said, you should make these into videos. I said, whatever. And so I started streaming, and most of my alliance showed up for my first stream, and we started recording those videos to YouTube immediately. People really liked it. And then Goofy Rexy came out. Goofy Rexy just blew the lid off of YouTube, man. What a fantastic content creator he was for Marvel Strike Force. Still doing great stuff. If you're into comic books, check him out. But he started doing roster roast, where he would go through their entire roster. And of course, his popularity just, I was like, okay, I got to pivot on this. So we started calling mine Defense Up. And that's where I make my Defense Up videos. I still have a lot of fun doing that. But that was the first content that I started making. Really enjoyed it.
Now you're making those, I obviously didn't see your older videos, but they seem far more serious. You're not roasting per se so much as you're actually trying to give good advice.
Well, what happened was, as I stepped down from my alliance as alliance leader. That's a whole story in itself too. I cried, man. I cried over a video game. When I stepped down as alliance leader, I thought I was like letting down my teammate. I couldn't believe how emotionally wound up I got over a mobile video game. Anyway, so I stepped down as alliance leader, and later the alliance broke up, as they do, and I went looking for a new alliance. And as I was applying for alliances, which is just the most unreal thing that we do, right? You apply to be an alliance member in Marvel Strike Force. It's so crazy.
But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, one of the sticking points was that I needed, I wanted to be able to go through the alliance's defenses and kind of roast them for my videos. And all of the alliance leaders, nobody'd heard of me, of course.
Yeah.
And all of the alliance leaders were like, I don't think making fun of your teammates is a very nice thing to be doing. Like, we can't have that. Like, they just didn't understand the shtick.
How lighthearted it was, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't get it. And so I had to, that's when I decided to change the name from Roster Roast to Defense Up. And I toned it down. We didn't make fun of the people near as much. Like we had Windstorm on one time and we were like, what are you doing, Windstorm? What is up with these teams? If you know Windstorm, a member of our community, he does some really crazy stuff with his defenses. He loves to strategize and theory craft around more like lore and stuff like that. And so we were having, you know, we'll still make fun of some people to a degree, but we try and keep it a little bit more serious. And of course, nowadays, with the complexity of the game and doing both war defense and crucible defense, I need help. And so we have content creators come on the live stream and they walk me through everything and I get all the details down. And then I jump out and I record the 10-minute video. And it's all because of them. It's because the community in chat and the content creators that come on voice, and we go through the complex details that are Crucible and War. And again, Crucible seasons get stale at the end. I don't require as much help. We kind of fly through it. And it's more looking for creative ideas to be different and set yourself apart than going through the same tired defenses again.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. My journey is actually shockingly similar. Like I wasn't the Alliance leader, but I was a captain, and I'm very loyal. So it took me a lot of pressuring to get out of that first Alliance that I was a part of. They were a good group, really, really friendly people, but just not at the level that I wanted to be playing this game anymore. And in fact, when I first started making YouTube videos, it was literally just for them. Like if you ever go back and don't, but if you ever go back and watch like my first video, it's literally me just talking to beginner's luck and like, hey, if anybody else gets use out of this, fantastic, but like this is just for these guys. Like we can do better at this. This isn't that bad. All we need to do is, and broke down the math on one of the events. And honestly, the event was something basic like oh my god, of course I forget what it is now. The Alliance wide ISO 8. Anyways, it was a very, very easy event that we get every like 3 weeks. And it was just like, guys, we can do better at this. All you need to do is X, Y, and Z. Like, yeah, see, it's
now
not
they're
just
calling
me.
it alchemical something. They're calling it alchemical something. Yeah.
Whatever that used to be, though.
Coordinated assault. There we go. It's alchemical assault now. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coordinated assault. And it was just like, that's such a, like, I skip through that when I do videos now. Because it's like, yeah, we know what we're doing here. Like, that's easy. But that was my first video. And it did, for my standards at the time, I thought like 6 people would watch it, and like quite a few people watched it. And it was like, oh, all right. So I made another one just for fun, like this, no intention of going anywhere or doing anything, and it just kind of snowballed and spiraled from there because it was just fun. Like it was just fun making the videos. But staying in YouTube is such a different beast from Twitch in every way. Not only obviously do you not have the ability to just edit out when you completely blank on what that event is called, but also like the community, like when you say something, you get comments right away, as opposed to like putting a video out and waiting like 6-10 days hoping somebody gives it a like. The instantaneous reaction of it is amazing. But one of the big things that I was blown away by, because I never really paid attention to Twitch until I started doing it, is the community that you're talking about. Like they are everywhere. Like you will see people just bouncing from video to video to video, like giving everybody support, giving everybody love. And it's really, really cool to see. Nobody ever just turns off their stream in this community. They always find somebody and raid over to them, just passing people along. Yeah. Even my very first time twitching, is that a thing? I don't know. First time streaming, Wapo raided me with like 60 people or something. And it was like, what the okay, thank you. That's amazing. So like this community is so strong on Twitch. Like it's great on YouTube. I really love YouTube, but like there's just something about like jumping into a random person's somebody else's stream and just like, hey guys, and everybody's like, hey, I'm Monguli. It's like, oh, cool, okay.
it's a one metric to test the health of the community is to you raid somebody and you leave your PC running overnight and you come back the next day to see if you're still following an MSF streamer, because they would have raided from one MSF streamer to another. And during COVID, that happened. That happened all the time. You could go 24 hours and the raid train would just have continued. Now we have periods of time where there's no one streaming Marvel Strike Force.
Yeah.
When we did the 32-man tournament for Cosmic Crucible, man, there were like 4 and 5 streamers in the hundreds of viewers simultaneously, and we haven't seen that since the beginning of COVID. So I'm really hoping we can generate that kind of enthusiasm for Cosmic Crucible again by making sure that we mix up the room rules in a timely fashion, get good stuff out there. You know, and I think Scopely should not hesitate when they put out really bad room rules, and they haven't done this. You know, people are complaining about Bifrost and 2, but like that's nothing. We've had such horrible room rules compared to that. But they shouldn't be afraid to go, hey, this one kind of sucks. Let's get this one out of here, right? Just like, just go ahead and swap it out. If you find something that's really terrible that they missed, you know, like, oh, there's this one defensive team that's absolutely impossible to beat no matter what. We should probably do something about that. You know, I mean, I hear Super Scroll's kind of an issue right now, but I think that's something that will work itself out in time. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I haven't bumped into one in my Crucible matches either.
Yeah. As much as I love this community and I was just singing their praises, the flip side of that is if you did do that and you got rid of a team, let's say you got rid of the raid on Crucible and changed it to something else, you will have people getting really upset because like, oh, I just built up this team so that I could be good in that room and now it's gone. Like, I do get that there are a lot of situations where they're in a rock and a hard space where people are just going to complain no matter what happens. And I think the most recent and obvious version of that was when they gave everybody 160,000 whatever those were,
160,000 credits for that store,
and people are like,
5 more refreshes a day, and we still had people complaining about that. I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I didn't refresh the store, like I didn't spend cores to refresh that store to spend those 160,000 credits. I ran out of them before, like long before the last refresh of the store.
Yeah.
I thought that was a fantastic bonus, and my only fear is that because we got so many extra credits for that store, is that maybe why the Mystical Energy store feels so bad this time around? Like, it didn't feel like you could afford anything. The milestones weren't great. I was like, did we pay this forward with that last event? Is that what happened? Like, are they trying to rebalance all the game currencies and stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I never get excited when those compensations are amazing. I'm like, we're just going to pay for it next month. We're just going to pay for it next month. You know? I
remember seeing somebody I think it was your recap video for it, and somebody made a comment where it's like, oh, well, I had 1 million and I've only got 160,000. Like, dude, if you had 1 million with one day left, you're not spending that anyways. So like, what's your point? Like, oh, I got 1 million, they're all going to go to waste. Now I got 160,000 that are going to go to waste instead. Like, cool.
Yeah, right. I saw that comment. I'm like, dude, the 160,000 credits ain't your problem is you're not playing the game at all. Like you didn't bother going in there.
Yeah. No, that was brutal. So I understand where they're coming from, where they're kind of getting it from both sides. Like if they do something wrong, they get yelled at. If they do something right, they get yelled at. It's just like, what the hell?
It's their job to figure out the greatest majority of positivity from a change in Marvel Strike Force and go that route. You're always going to take heat, you know, and poor Archangel, he's a meat shield for Scopely, I swear. He's just out in front taking all the shots, and he really is trying his best. So thank you, Archangel. I do try to sing your praises whenever I can. I
didn't realize how many shots he was taking, to be perfectly honest. Like, I'd heard the name community manager Archangel, but I didn't really, like, no offense, care. Like, I have no direct window to him, or I had no direct window to him. So it's just like, okay, he's just one of the faceless. And then I actually had a phone call with him after that last video. Session. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd hope he'd have like a therapy session built into his contract with Scopely, because after, you know, a week's worth, like a new patch comes out, I would crawl into a hole if I had his job. I would not show the light of day. This guy's up all night long making sure stuff is happening right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. And he's not the one making the decisions. Like I said, he's just the human shield out in front who has to collect all the feedback.
Yeah. Yeah, like I didn't have sorry, as I was saying, like I didn't really have any. He was just a faceless entity, right? After that one video that I made, he reached out to me. We ended up talking for like 10 minutes, and we ended up talking for like an hour and a half. Like it was just a good conversation. He's a nice guy. And then I kind of looked him up after that, and like, fuck me, Reddit is just all about this guy. And I'm like, why? Like, what has he done to deserve this hatred? I don't get it. What am I missing?
Yeah, he's the only place you get to voice your complaints to, really, because I mean, it's not like I don't know if the developers are watching people. I don't know if the developers are paying attention to Reddit. I don't know that, but I do know that Archangel gathers the information from the community, not just from Envoys, but from the community, and he takes that to the developers and gives them the most pertinent information first, because I mean, they don't have time to go over all that. They're busy, you know, creating offers or whatever they do. I'm not really. I hope to find out this week, but they're busy doing stuff, and so he brings them that information, and he tries to say, hey, you know, the community is really upset about these save squads. I really think you guys should kind of, you know, bump this up on your to-do list. And lo and behold, we get, you know, save squads in the achievements, which I thought was a fantastic way to go about it. You reach the point where you need a new save squad, you get a new save squad.
Yeah,
I thought that was
brilliant.
great. And yet we still get complaints about it. Like, what? How? I even got like 20 cores and 25,000 gold too. And I mean, that's not a lot, but that's a little bonus on top
free.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, what is this? I've been hearing people talk about it just sort of a little bit, but like, what is this? I was gonna say TwitchCon, but that's obviously not the right thing. But you're going.
Oh,
to
the
this,
summit?
Yeah, that's it.
The summit, yeah. So about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, they reached out to us and said, "Hey, we're putting together a Envoy summit where the Envoys, and I'm not sure. I think there are some Envoys that did have to were left out because of some visa problems, and I'm not sure if some of the newest members were invited. I don't know all the details." But they invited pretty much everybody in the Envoy program to come out to Scopely Studios in LA, meet the developers, learn about some upcoming stuff. We don't know what.
Okay.
They have an itinerary for us to go through with meeting different people, but we don't know what they're going to talk about. And we give them our feedback, and they tell us what they want to do. And we try and gain a better working relationship and understanding of what their goals and desires are, where they're headed, and then we can tell them a better way of getting there. Because, you know, I'm sure their goal is not, we want to make $400 million this year instead of $300 million. They have other goals.
I'm certain their goal is actually.
I mean, obviously they want to make money. That's obviously their goal. How they go about making that money is what we would like to try and help them with, so that, you know, instead of just squeezing for more money out of the top, because we've heard lots of demographics that say, you know, the top 1% of spenders pay for 80% of the game or something like that. I'm pulling numbers out of thin air, but something like that. And so rather than just squeezing the top, a lot of times we're looking for a better gaming experience to make a wider player base. And that's self-serving to the content creators like you and me. We want a wider audience to come to Marvel Strike Force, so there's more eyeballs coming to our streams and our YouTube channels, and we make more money, right? That's there also. But if anybody who's been a member of this community for more than a minute also understands that most of the content creators just enjoy helping people. A lot of us have the same story as you and I. We were helping out our alliance mates, and we enjoyed doing it, and we continue doing it, and here we are.
Yeah.
And so that goes into the whole process of, hey, we want to make a fun gaming experience for people to come to this game and play it. Because if it's all about just spending to be the best, but there's no actual content to be the best of, it's not going to work out. And I think that's some of the trouble right now. My personal beliefs is some of the trouble right now is that too much is focused on making money and progressing through the game, and not enough is on the game itself.
Yeah. Now, Boylan put out that video 3 weeks ago, where he was saying, like, this is the best hero collector game on the market right now, which was interesting. I had tried... Actually, because of one of his videos, I tried Raid Shadow Legends like 2 months ago and very quickly got bored of it. Like, it was just,
right.
I simmed my way through. Like, I played for maybe 3-4 weeks and I simmed, I think, literally every single battle. And like, oh, you won, you know, generic orc number 4. And I'm like, all right, cool. So like, this game has a built-in audience with the Marvel franchise. Do you think, I mean, do you agree with him? Do you think this game is the best hero collector out there? Or do you just kind of like, it's Marvel, so it's already got my money?
It definitely was the best, in my opinion. I think because the IP people can latch onto it and they can go, oh, I want to build Spider-Man really big because he's my favorite or whatever. Yeah. And so that's cool. Whereas other games like, I think there's that, what is it, Chrono Evolution or something that somebody's been touting, and then there's Dragonair or something. They have, like you said, generic characters that we don't know or have any ties to, and I don't know, is this a good character to be investing in building in? Is this going to help me progress through the game? I guess they look cool, or this one's got big boobs, I guess I'll build her, whatever. Like, there's nothing really to latch on to so much. And so when it comes to Marvel, it's great.
Yeah.
You're just like, I really want to work towards unlocking this character and playing with them. And so that makes it a lot of fun. But man, the tutorial is so terrible. Going into Marvel Strike Force for the first time, it's so grindy getting through there. And have you ever had to so say you're going to put LD Player on your computer, you're going to have to start up a brand new game and go through that tutorial until you get to a certain point where then you can switch over to your account.
Yeah, I've had to do that, unfortunately.
I've had to go through that thing like a dozen times, and I am so sick and tired of doing that. I wish they would give me an option to, right from the start, just ask, do you have an existing account? And I could say yes and put in my information and go to it. That's the only thing that reminds me about how atrocious the new player experience is in Marvel Strike Force.
Yeah.
That's one of the big issues, I think, is the new player experience needs to be a better experience where it's a little bit better explanation of things and how they work and where to go, but also access to more of the fun stuff right off the bat, you know?
Yeah.
I really think they should give a 100-day login calendar that unlocks all of the legacy characters.
Okay.
At least 1 star. You know, it doesn't need to give you the resources to build them, but it should just give you the instant access so that you can go, oh, cool. Instead of going through the villains campaign with Elektra, I can, go through with somebody else. I don't know who's in the legacy orbs these days, but some way better villains than Elektra.
Yeah.
You know?
And you're not wrong. Like having, excuse me. If you do the 100-day calendar and just that dopamine hit every single day of like, oh, this other character that I know. Oh, this other character that I know. By the time you get to 100 days, 3 months in, you're probably hooked. Like that's probably a new customer.
Yeah, that's exactly the whole point. 100 days of playing the game, striving to unlock those characters simply by logging in every day.
Yeah.
Well, and along the way, you are rewarded with those characters to play. And, the final one could be something that's pretty cool. Maybe not even a legacy character. Maybe something that's kind of meta, That'd
be all right. Maybe just like a random unlock or something.
You got to get them playing. You got to get a bigger player base because it does feel like the player base is dwindling. You ask if this is the best game on the market. Right now, it feels like the player base is dwindling. And we can't keep blaming it on COVID anymore. We used to say, oh, the game was just hit record levels because of COVID, and now COVID's over. COVID's been over. Like, we can't keep blaming that anymore. Now it's just people aren't finding the fun in the game anymore. And they came to this game as opposed to all the other games out there during COVID because it was a fun game to play, because you had challenging content that was rewarding and felt good. And I mean rewarding not in the resources it gave you, but rewarding in that you were able to accomplish it and you felt like you did something. You worked at something.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, I got your gift, Archangel. I saw that.
Me too. I wasn't sure if there's a way to put it on screen quickly, so I was like, that's fun. We'll move it on. I know Archangel was saying that's one of their big things that he wants to work on. I couldn't remember if he said they were working on it or something he wants to do is just fixing the early game. I'm shocked that and maybe there is, and I'm just not seeing it. I haven't had cable in forever, but I'm shocked they're not advertising these games. Like, every time there's a Marvel movie out or an MCU movie, just like a 10-second thing in a theater, just remind people like, oh yeah, this exists. Because I'm sure there's a ton of people who did play it, enjoyed it, life got busy, and then they see it and go like, oh yeah, I wonder what's going on with that game.
Yeah, I see a lot of the promotional streamers out there, but they do a terrible job of promoting the game. Especially too, because promotional streamers are going through that same early gameplay that's so grindy and boring with lackluster characters. And that's not very exciting stuff.
Yeah.
If you're going to get promotional streamers to play the game, they need to promote the game.
Yeah, I've stopped in a couple of them because I'm like, oh, who's this person? And you're like, oh, you're not actually a part of our community. You brought your own community in to watch you play this,
right?
And you don't really know what you're doing, and you're playing like level 2, and like,
and they're just
cool.
They're waiting to get through certain thresholds so that they can collect their $250 or whatever for whatever amount of people playing the game or something like that. They don't really care.
Yeah.
Very rarely when I do promotional streams for other games, I very rarely do them because I know I'm not interested in the game.
Yeah.
I didn't do Raid Shadow Legends because I played Raid Shadow Legends and I'm like, it looks cool, but it's nothing I'm really interested in playing.
That's 100%. Like I was looking at the same thing and I'm like, sorry.
Yeah.
I was doing the same thing where I was looking at it. I'm like, okay, like this is something easy I can jump into. And it's like, but I don't want to play the game. And how am I going to advertise something that I don't, like not only that I don't believe in, but like if I'm yawning while I'm sitting there playing it,
right?
Then like,
yeah.
I don't know, like, hey guys, play this game. Red Bull.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. So I did Mech Arena for a while. I love Mech Arena. I just don't have the time to continually play it. But I did a stream for that, and then I continued playing that for about 2 months. But I just didn't have enough time in my day. I really enjoy Mech Arena. I think it is a fabulous game. And then I did War Thunder, which again, also a great game, but it's so vast. Like it requires as much screen time almost as Marvel Strike Force just to get good at it and be competitive at it. And so I didn't have that kind of time. But again, I do think that's actually a fabulous game especially if you're into like war history and stuff.
War Thunder is the one where you can be like tanks, planes, helicopters, like all
tanks,
that.
Planes, or boats. Yep. Yeah. And it's
My
pretty
nephew was
good.
playing that one day in front of me, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." He's like, "You want to play?" I'm like, "Not even a little bit, but you have fun."
Yeah, yeah. It's like, do you want to play World of Warcraft? No, I don't have that kind of time. You know,
yeah.
I think it's a fantastic game, but no, I don't need to waste that much time. So like, I got Starfield as my other baby. And I don't get to play nearly enough Starfield. I wish I had more time to play that, but I'm only doing that for like 2 halves of streams. I have 2 days where I start on Marvel Strike Force and switch to Starfield and play it. I'm loving that game, but it takes so much time. And that's another thing about Marvel Strike Force, the amount of screen time. I wonder if there's a way that we could prove to the developers that not necessarily being on the game so often could equate to more money. And I don't think anybody's devised a way to do that. I don't think Scopely's one that is going to blaze a trail with new ideas, but I'm hoping somebody does come out with a mobile game strategy, especially a hero collector strategy that doesn't require you to log in 8 times a day every 2 hours to make money. But and I don't even understand why that metric helps them, this login metric that everybody shoots for. I'm curious how that equates to more money, because I just see those same pop-ups and get really frustrated clicking away from them.
Well, and that's just it. Like, it's not even like there's ads for other things. Thank God. But like, if you were logging in and every time you logged in, there was a car commercial, I could kind of understand why they're like, yeah, come back in 2 hours, watch the car commercial again, and we'll, then you can do another Blitz rotation. Yay. But like, they're not getting that ad revenue. So I don't know what the point of it is, other than just keeping you engaged with the game. How did you like the 1 hour versus the 2 hour? Because I have to say, for reasons I don't fully understand, I fucking loved it.
Oh, it was fantastic. It just gave you more agency over when to do it. I had a better chance of getting my 8 rotations in because I wasn't trying to squeeze them into 16 hours. And you can't do it in 16 hours, right? Because it takes you about 8 minutes to go through 50 teams. Depending on how often your kids interrupt you. I'm sure there's some people, like I do try and like race through as fast as I can on my thumbs. I don't like doing blitz rotations on my PC because it takes longer to move the mouse over and click the buttons. Like I'm trying to maximize how fast I go through that. And when it's 2 hours in between, plus the 5 to 8 minutes to do the rotation, and then, I forgot to set the alarm, so I'm 17 minutes outside of my 2 hour window, and now I'm that far back. It turns into like 19 hours in a day to get all 8 rotations. And that's if you want to get sweaty and get through it. Luckily they've only been doing 4 and 5 rotations to get your free-to-play milestones, but it's such meaningless screen time. I just absolutely hate it. Instead, why not have a game mode that resets every 4 hours? You get to go in there and battle through like endless waves of sentinels or something. and see how far you can get, and you get a small reward for doing it. And we would log in every, we'd play that twice a day, and you'd be on it for probably half hour to an hour trying to battle through these waves of endless sentinels with different stuff going in, maybe random characters thrown in against you or something like that. And I would find that really fun and challenging, and it would scale endlessly because I would just go until I couldn't go any further. And that would be way more fun than Blitz. And you could rack up points by saying how many kills you get over the course of that, instead of how many Blitz credits you earn randomly pushing buttons like a monkey.
Yeah, I know Ra mentioned earlier that you love your waves of zombies, so this would be your version of that, is just waves of sentinels.
Right. Yeah, I play Black Ops 2 Zombies. I play that Kino map over and over and over. It's a way for me to like relax and kind of zone out. Do you have like an idle clicker kind of thing that you just like to mindlessly play and zone out to just kind of shut down and relax? That's my game
go-to used to be Dr. Mario.
Okay,
I haven't played that in forever, but that was my like deep in thought game, right? I just have to I just need to sit and think, and this just does a good job of tuning everything else out because I'm focused on what I'm doing, but I can still like the back of my brain can be working on whatever the problem is. I haven't touched that game in a very long time, but that used to be my like, there's something going wrong in my life. What is it? And I have to sit down and figure it out. So that was a good one. You mentioned that's your relaxation game. You do like Starfield, but you don't find the time for it. Do you play anything that you don't stream? Like, is there anything that you're just like, no, this is just for run. For 7. This is just my time. Like,
I do play some Balloon Popper a little bit. Like I said, I do the Kino on zombies. I also do Plants vs Zombies, the OG Plants vs Zombies vase breaker. Me and my wife do that. She's crazy. She gets to like level 60 or something on that thing, and I'll stumble at level 12. Just you break the vases, zombies come out at random, and you try and stop them before they get to the house. I also like doing the endless zombie waves on Plants vs Zombies too, where you're in the backyard just trying to see how long you can go. So that's fun as well.
I've played Plants vs Zombies quite a bit actually on the Xbox. I don't know which version of it was, but it was a good time at the time.
Yeah, they've got Modern Warfare, which is the first-person shooter one, and that's fun and all. I like first-person shooters. I actually just started playing Halo 4. I was playing the Master Chief Collection with my youngest, and we started playing Halo 4. We just jumped into the multiplayer.
Yep.
And like the first day, I put both of them on a team, and then I challenged myself to like only use pistols. Last night, they were whooping the crap out of me. There was nothing I could do. They became like this unstoppable force. They would go find the tank. One person would defend it so that I couldn't just like get underneath and throw grenades. The other person was just this crack shot with the cannon, just completely destroying me. And I was having so much fun.
That's amazing.
Because one of the first games that I really got into and really enjoyed being competitive was Halo and Halo 2. Yeah. Back in the days when we would daisy chain a bunch of TVs together through a house and a bunch of sweaty dudes just stinking up the place, drinking energy drinks and macaroni and cheese, playing Halo late into the night with these crazy, 12-person, 14-person multiplayer games. It was so much fun. And I was actually really, really good at that game. And then I started playing it live competitively, and I got blown out of the water again. And then, of course, everybody went to Call of Duty, and I just wasn't good at Call of Duty for whatever reason. I was just better at Halo.
Yeah.
So I'm enjoying playing against my 8 and 9 year old, my 7 and 9 year old at Halo, and I was winning for a while there, but pretty soon I think we're gonna have to split up into 3 different teams now because they're getting really good.
Nice. Just quickly, have a good night, Archangel, if you're still around. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Later, Archangel.
I was one of the better, so similar, it's ridiculous. Like the LAN parties we used to have, started off as computer playing like Counter-Strike, Diablo 2, StarCraft, picked up the Xbox when it came out, played a ton of Halo, and then as soon as Halo 2 came out, that was like the first online game you could play on the Xbox. Mm-hmm. And just got destroyed. Like, right. Always the best person, like the big fish in the small pond kind of a thing. But that was one of the most fun experiences playing it online. Because like you'd have matches where people were like, no, we're not going to kill each other. We're going to just like see if we can break the map and get to this high point. You're like,
Right.
Yeah, okay. Everybody grabs like a gravity hammer and just like runs up to this point. Like you hit a person, they go flying, and they're like, "Oh man, how did you make it up to that giant tower?" Like, "Oh, that's cool." And it was just this fun, like, never see those guys again. But for that like 20 minutes, I like, what was that? Like 2002? Like
Right.
21 years later, and I'm like, got a smile on my face remembering this stupid match where you took gravity hammers and tried to like get to parts of the map you can't possibly get to.
I think my favorite was I was at my cousin's birthday party or bachelor party. This is bachelor party. And there were 16 of us there, a full map. And we did 15 versus me. And
okay, it wasn't that good.
and no, see, the thing is that they could only get one kill and then I would respawn, right? So it didn't really matter. As long as I killed 2 people before they got me, I stayed in the lead. But it was one of the most intense adrenaline rushes I ever had. I just got in that flow state and I was absolutely crushing it. People were blown away by how good I was. I just remember that being like the pinnacle of my Halo career. I was so excited about that. Nowadays, my cousin, he continued playing Halo long after I put it down. He's really good. So are his kids. He plays with them. He's amazing now. Like I couldn't hold a candle to him. Of course, he's progressed to like Halo 4 and stuff, which, you know, this week was like the first time I played Halo 4.
I've played all the Halos up till Infinite. I didn't get into the multiplayer in that one at all, and even the single player, like it's just open world adjacent. You know what I mean? Like it's not like Starfield where you can literally go anywhere. It's just that like, yeah, it's like Far Cry, right? Like you can just go to the next outpost and then the next outpost and then the next outpost, and you're like, it's okay, like it's fine, but it just doesn't have that same. And probably a good chunk of it is just like as you get older, you don't have like your friends over every single day like you used to, so you don't have that time to put into it. But the olden days with GoldenEye, Halo, like 96 to 2004, I was a monster at video games, and now it's like maybe I play something on my phone. Just a shadow of the person I used to be.
And a lot of those games that we had fun playing, we had fun doing it with other people. And so that's what really helps with Marvel Strike Force is that you get embedded into your alliance, you get embedded into the community, and the game really takes off. And then we're not just playing the game, we're coming together to complain about Scopely's latest fiasco, fumble, or stupid installation to the game or something. And so that becomes a pastime in and of itself. You know, we start going on each other's streams and just hanging out talking about video games.
Yeah.
And it becomes a lot more fun. And so when people come to Marvel Strike Force, I'm super excited that they started doing the spotlight to generate views towards content creators. Yeah. And I'm hoping, and I'm kind of talking with a few of the envoys to remind them, hey, when it's your turn in the spotlight and they queue up your video, which is going to give it, you know, probably a 20% bump in the numbers, depending on who you are, probably 100% bump in the numbers if I ever get a chance. But, you know, it'll give you this huge bump in the numbers with all these new eyeballs going to see you who probably have never even heard your name before. Be sure to talk about the community, remind them about other content creators, remind them what's going on Twitch, you know, show them, hey, there's this huge aspect of the game that is the online community that are communicating and hanging out and having fun playing this game together beyond just the 23 other people in your alliance. Yeah. And hopefully that'll get a lot more people to really, you know, sink the hook in, because just playing Marvel Strike Force by itself, I don't think this game continues to grow. I don't think this game has the draw to it. I don't think it has the challenges to it to really bring players in. There isn't anything new and exciting that hasn't been done before. Almost everything Scopely has done has been a rip of some other game. And that's okay to a degree, so long as they're doing the best version of it. Like, our version of Arena sucks, man. Ours is the worst arena version of any hero collector out there. They need to get rid of that. The collusion at the top, the slingshotting, all that garbage, it needs to go. They need to completely revamp Arena, make it way more competitive and fun and fair, because our version of Arena sucks, and it was ripped from somebody else. You know, they should have done a better job when they copy something.
Yeah, I actually just heard about that collusion thing today. Dorky and Mr. Hartgrave did a video, and they were talking about it. I was like, that's a thing? Like, I can't remember what they called it, what the actual name was, but I'm like, interesting. Okay.
So it's just arena collusion, and what it is that you're in the same arena from the day you start Marvel Strike Force until the day you quit. You don't ever change arena shards. So you're always, if you're a top 20 competitor, you're going to be seeing the same 20, 30, 40 people there bouncing through the top. And after a while, like, I know all the people in the top of my arena shard. I talk to them on an almost daily basis. They come into my stream. I talk to them on Discord. And if I wanted to, thankfully, my arena shard has decided that we don't care. We're not going to collude. But a lot of other arena shards, especially those early day ones, they all say, hey, let's get together with the top 20 people. And what we're going to do is just take turns rotating through the #1 position, or we're going to sell the #1 position. And whoever pays the most gets to be there. And anybody who pokes their head into the top 20, we attack them. And the rest of us, we just stay put. And we don't attack each other. We stay in the same spot. Which that's lame. That's lame, right? That's not
unfortunate
any
to hear.
fun at all. You know? That means that if you attack person number 17, you're immediately going to get bounced out of there. And you can't attack fast enough to climb through those ranks when you got 20 people gunning for you.
Yeah, that's brutal. ZeroKool is ready to join us. Are you... First off, is it even technically possible to have both of you on at the same time with Discord?
It is technically possible to have me on at the same time, but I'm going to jump out of here and give Cool the spotlight. That way you don't have to switch cameras, and I can get back to packing because I've got to disconnect this microphone and see if I can't make it work on my mobile setup, because I really want to do some streaming when I head over to the West Coast.
Do you have 2 more minutes for me?
I do. I have 2 more minutes.
You can see the screen, correct?
Yeah.
If I give you the reins, I'm blanking. Do you want to do one of my Cosmic Crucibles for me?
Okay, let me, hold on.
You can choose the room, whatever you want to do, whatever team you want to use.
Oh, there we are. Okay. Let me pop this out so I can see what's going on.
It's a little bit lower and it's pretty generic, so it shouldn't be too hard for you, but I figured it'd be fun to do.
Okay. For some reason it keeps twitching to your blue stacks back and forth, but that's okay. I'll work with it. Let's do the Bifrost one. Let's do the Bifrost. What do you got? What do you got in room 5 or 6? Do you have a Gamma in there? Oh, you got Gamma in 1. Let's do Gamma in 1. Let's do Gamma in 1, and we'll use. You probably have the new Warriors, right?
I do.
Okay, we'll do new Warriors. It's pretty standard. New Warriors I always use into Gamma. It's only going to be 100k punch up, 200k punch up. That's not too bad. We can make this work.
Yep.
And I don't know what the placement is on that Gamma team, but we'll find out when we get in there. It's not really going to matter.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Jumping in.
In 6, you got to watch out and make sure you still use the Deadpool special, but in room 1, I think it's going to queue up her special first, no matter what. Okay, so special anywhere you want.
No, anywhere you want. Where are we going here?
It doesn't matter. It hits all targets, so it doesn't matter who you target. Just hit special. And then you're going to target Abomination, I think, with this next one and hit the ultimate. And we'll spread off of Abomination. That's going to do some more offense down. That has to do turn meter with Cloak. So spread off Abomination with this special. Hopefully we get lucky. We can get a Disrupt on Green Hulk, which let's target She-Hulk right now and then hit the ultimate. That'll put another vulnerable on her, making sure she goes away. Oh, wow, we got great damage there. Target Brawn now, actually. I think She-Hulk's going to die from this, but target Brawn.
Okay.
And this will do, if it doesn't kill him, it'll do, and then ultimate, it'll do a Striker ISO attack into it if it doesn't kill him outright. Ooh, he's gone. Oh, wow. All right. Look at that. Oh, that's easy. Oh, this one's in the bag, man.
I was hoping it would be a much harder Cosmic Crucible round so I could actually push some people, but like everything I'm looking like, this is really, really basic, really easy to go through.
Well, that's the rules we're playing with, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to ultimate here, which is going to give you the safeguard, and then you're going to use the ultimate of Deathpool on Red Hulk. Oh, use a... Let's see. I guess it doesn't matter. Normally there's like a Green Hulk still standing, so you'd basic into the Green Hulk to not give him the 5th charge, but I think we're kind of screwed no matter what. So just go ahead and use the special on him because it's going to trigger him no matter what. And then you'll go with the ultimate with Deathpool and just delete him. You're going to get hit with a rock here, but that's okay. You can tank it.
There it is.
There, yeah.
No sweat.
I'm kind of. What's your death seed team? How big are they in comparison to this Bifrost in 2?
Death Seeds, I think at 11 or 12, somewhere around there. So it's a nice punch down.
Oh yeah, that'll be easy. That'll be easy with your death seed. You won't have to worry about that.
Yeah, just shy of 12.
How are you doing in Crucible? Are you finding the Crucible easy to go up through the rankings, or are you struggling against your opponents?
I just hit Platinum 1. No, Gold 1? No. Platinum 1, wasn't it?
Plat 1? Okay. Plat 1's
Platinum
fun.
1.
Plat 1's competitive, but you can still find some different defenses in there from time to time. When you get into Diamond and Masters, that it's all the same stuff. Everybody's using the exact same stuff, rarely getting some subs out on a 5th character here and there. And then, of course, in Masters, you're getting, there's 350 Super Scrolls in game now, so...
Yeah. Weirdly, it's been easier in Platinum than it was in Gold. Like, I was struggling in Gold, I made it to Platinum, and it's been like, I've been 3 clearing every time. And I was like, okay, I'll take it. So.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All right, well, thank you very much for that run. Thank you for coming and hanging out. That was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. If anybody is out here who hasn't already, go and give Run a subscribe on YouTube or a follow out here. He does content, what, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
Monday through Friday is Marvel Strike Force for the most part. I do switch over to Starfield on some of those days, but we always do a little bit of Marvel Strike Force in the beginning.
Awesome. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Have a great time at this convention that you're going to, and let us hear all about it when you get back.
Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Cool. Have a good one. All right, everybody, give me 1 second as we switch over from Run to ZeroKool. I assume... I apologize, Zero. This is all relatively new, so we'll get her figured out. Call. All right. Hello, sir. I don't have audio for you for some reason. Go ahead and...
Hello.
Ah, there you are. Hello.
There you go.
So we'll do that there.
What the hell was that?
My stream is still...
I got it. It's me. I think. I don't know. Boom.
Oh, Run full to 5 for Iron Man. Nicely done. Right. How did I do this last time? There. Click on you. Bring it over. Hey, and the chroma key's stuck. Nice. It's a little bit low. Let's see if we can raise you up a little bit, like you deserve. Guest.
Out of curiosity, do you hear a humming?
I don't, but I also have a fan in my ear, so maybe I'm not the right person to ask.
Yeah.
No, doesn't want to make that bigger. All right, we'll just put you over here. Are you able to lower your camera a little bit?
I can sit up-ish.
Yeah, that works. There you are.
I could sit up a little bit.
Cool. All right, sir. How are you doing?
I'm peachy right now. I'm pretty good.
We haven't had to change a hat in a while. I've been wearing this bowler or this Canadian flag for quite some time. I thought I'd be wearing the candle hat or something for a long time. I'm kind of okay with it. It's really hot, so it's like, oh, okay. But now I've just got this like bendy thing going on where I've got like the bucket cap with the big earphones over top of it.
Well, you should have found like an Amazon hat or a construction worker thing or something. Now we could really be bendy.
I thought you were gonna go like Village People with your giant hat and me being a construction worker.
I mean, there's some people out there would definitely love it. They definitely would love it.
Oh.
So it's the AnniBirthary.
AnniBirthary. It is the AnniBirthary bash. This is my 1-year anniversary as a YouTuber, as well as my 41st birthday tomorrow. So we're just kind of knocking both out at once, having a good time. Glad people are showing up. I'm not gonna lie, almost, well, I was almost sick before this happened because I was so nervous because I've got like you showing up, I got Run showing up. Bendy's unfortunately going to be pretty late, so we'll see if we make it long enough for him to be able to join us. But also Archangel joined us for a little while there, and it was just like, if I get these guys to show up and there's like one person in the chat, that's going to be super embarrassing. It'll still be a good time. I'll still enjoy talking to you, but like, oh, that's going to feel bad. So I am very happy that people are coming and saying hi. I'm happy to have you with me. So this is going very well. I've got a big smile on my face. It's turning into a nice little birthday party. So,
well, it's about that time where, you know, there's I don't know, because they started nicknaming me Immobile Gamer. So the other mobile gamer, it's around that time where he just goes, you know what? I'm tired of gaming. I might just, you know, go ahead and raid somebody. So somewhere around there, if he hits you with a nice raid, a good chunk of the community will stay on, because there's only so many people that stay on around this time on a Tuesday, unless there's a bunch of Cosmic Crucible that's got to be done.
I got absolutely spoiled. My very first stream, Wapo raided me with like 60 people, and most of them stuck around for a while. And not only was that amazing, but like it bumped my numbers up, and like that giant spike in people talking, raised me through to the point where I got through affiliate, even though I had a couple of streams where I'm talking to like one person, because it went from like, oh, you got an average of like 60 people talking, you got an average of like 38 people talking, you got an average of 7 people talking, you're affiliate. I'm like, all right, cool. We made it. So that was really cool to see. And it's really nice how like nobody, I was saying this to Run a minute ago, like nobody in this community just ends a stream. Like even if you got 2 people, they'll raid the next person over and just kind of give that love and pass it on. And it's a really nice community. I'm glad to be a part of it.
It's just paying it forward a little bit. And our community's not like huge where we know if we just dump off for like 2 seconds, another 3,000 people is going to jump on a few others there. No, we know the community's small. We want to help out the smaller streamers, and we can get them up to closer to our level or even better. That's great. At least it gets more exposure to the game. We're all going to play different games, but it's nice to just have that community where we know everybody's going to enjoy it. So it's a good feeling when you just go, all right, cool, I'm going to help this little guy out. Hopefully he sticks around. Because it can't, like you said, it can't be disconcerting when there's only like one person there, but you just got to kind of stick through it. Because I did have only one person there, and it was Sledge. It was Sledge for a good while, and he's just like, I'm sticking it through, and we're sticking it through, and bam, we stuck it through. And he's been there. Besides my wife, he's been there for the whole, like basically, I think he showed up maybe like the second week. And that was it. Boom. He's been there forever. So it's, you just got to be.
For me, that's, you'll see in the chat is
patient.
Support Dingoes is been there pretty much every stream I've done, just helping out. So like worst case scenario, like between him and Commander Faust, like I've almost always had at least 2 people to talk to, and it's been great to see. He did play the change hat, so I'm gonna have to switch it out. So give me 1 quick second.
Oh, well, you know what? I will abide by that.
Oh, you're joining me on switching hats. Loki's in the house.
I got a few. I could play along with you. I can go with it.
This is a community against Rich and Rello.
Just chilling right here.
I have to say, while you were talking there for a second, Gigabytes gave me a follow, and thank you so much for doing that. But also, that put me over my follower goal that I was hoping for the end of the month. So we got there. I hit my goal that I wanted to on YouTube, and now I've hit it on Twitch. So thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate that. Let's go. 2 hats for the price of 1. Awesome. So, yeah.
I was literally trying to rush home as quickly as possible.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming on when you can. It would have been nice to get you both at the same time, but at the same time, it's also nice to just have a little bit of one-on-one. Just get a really good talk in with Seven, get a good talk in with you. We did just do our hot seat with ZeroKool, and you can find that on YouTube if you want to get even more of us together. And that went really well. Like, that time just flew by for me, where you were like, oh, we've been doing this for 3 hours. I'm like, how on earth is this 3 hours? I saw the one, I've seen a couple years of them now, but I saw the one you did with Wapo, and you were saying the same thing. We're like, how has it been an hour? How has it been 2 hours? And I was like, that would be amazing if we can do that and just have a very natural conversation and have it flow. And we hit that 3 hour mark pretty easily. And it was like, all right, I accept.
Yeah, it was just running so smoothly, and we were just talking, going back and forth, and then boom, you looked up, and I'm like, wow, we blinked.
Yeah.
And we're here. Okay. All right, cool. This is great. Like, damn, I didn't even realize that we went that. Okay, cool. This is awesome. Let's just keep going. Screw it. I don't care. This is awesome. I'm having a good time. Screw it. Whatever. Let's just keep on going.
Yeah, for sure.
And it was fun.
A minute ago, you were in the comment section and you'd mentioned Perfect Dark. You a big N64 player back in the day?
Oh my God. Yeah. So when GoldenEye came out, it was an okay game, but you kind of already knew the outcome if you saw the movie.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to happen, but I okay, whatever. But I get to play, little backstory and little side stories with it that they made to interject in between the movie, and it was cool. But Perfect Dark just kind of just put it on some steroids there, and it was like, wow, this is even better. This was way better than GoldenEye.
Yeah.
And I would sit there for hours playing that game.
I can remember one of the things we used to do in GoldenEye is obviously 4-player matches, and you're looking at each other's screens and being like, oh, I know where that guy is, and you go and hunt them down. And when they brought out Perfect Dark, one of the first things they probably had it in other games, but not on the N64, not anything that I had access to, was bots. And you could actually crank those bots up to the point where they were literally cheating. Like, they could turn faster than you can, they can aim faster than you can. And I remember, were they called Perfect or Dark? They had a fancy name for whatever it was, like the highest difficulty level. And I remember going like, all right, we're gonna team up 4-on-1 against this perfect bot, and we couldn't touch it. Like, if we had the laptop guns set up in rooms and stuff like that, so it's actually 8-on-1, and they'd come in and they would just wipe us. It'd be like, we're not nearly as good as we thought we were, boys. But it was great. It was so much fun. You didn't think oh, this thing's cheating. It was just no, it actually is a challenge finally, because GoldenEye had gotten so stale with it being you know who's going to win at the start of the match. But it was...
Yeah. Well, you could play multiplayer games now, but you're sitting at home. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they're thinking in their head. But you got 4 players right there, all 4 controllers right there next to each other.
Yep.
And you just might be a pain that day and just go ahead and bump him on the shoulder while he's moving, too bad now, you're dead.
Oh yeah, the death of couch co-op is just brutal. They don't even have it in most games anymore, and if they do, maybe you get 2 players, but I haven't seen a 4-player game in a very long time, not of that style at least. My daughters and I are playing what's it called? Oh my god, it's not even a new game. Broforce. We're playing Broforce, which, if you've never played it, it looks like a 16-bit Super Nintendo game, side scroller, but you're all playing as ridiculous rip-offs of 80s action characters. So you're running side scrolling, murdering things like Contra style, but you can also destroy the environment while you're doing it. So you can shoot the ground out from your friend as they're running along. It is so much fun. We're just laughing the entire time, and it's where are all these games? You finally have systems that can have 4 people playing on them. And there's nothing like this that you can play. It's ridiculous.
That's because most people want to either do a multiplayer online, open world, stuff where everybody has the option to do what they want. Instead of just, here, you're confined to this little section, and now go murder each other. No.
Yeah. No, I haven't played a Call of Duty or anything like that in quite some time for that reason. It's just... I want to play with my buddies. I want to have my friends over and play a game with them, and now I just have my friends over and show them the game that I'm playing. It's not the same thing at all. Storylines have gotten much better. I'll give them that, but multiplayer is dead.
Yeah, I think it was some very, very you felt really good when you're going, oh, they're coming over. We're about to have this battle. We know we're gonna order some food. We're about to throw down. Okay, and then boom, 5 hours goes by, and you go, damn, I gotta go home. I got school tomorrow.
Yeah. I grew up in a small town, and my best friend lived this sounds weird, but like across the cornfield from me. So he was like essentially a block away, but it was a field. It wasn't a, you know, a road. And he would like every day, it was just a given. He was coming over and we would, I don't know, either he'd watch me play something, which I never understood, or we'd play GoldenEye or WCW, NWO, Mario Kart, like just all the classics from that generation. And it makes me sad that those days are gone. And sure, I could pick up like an old emulator or something like that, but I just don't think it would be the same at all. But those games back in the day.
We do that every now and then. But I mean, it's only 3 of us. But if my daughter's boyfriend comes over, we'll do it where we play either Super Nintendo games or N64 games, and we'll find something that all 4 of us can play. So usually it's Mario Kart.
Yeah.
For both of them, and either of them haven't been able to beat Rainbow Road on Super Nintendo, because that's the older one was the harder one.
Yep.
That thing, you're gonna die. You make one wrong. You just make one wrong turn, you're gone.
Yeah.
And I told her, I was like, if you can go around all 3 laps in Rainbow World and Super Nintendo, I'll buy you that. I'll buy you a brand new car.
Jesus.
She looked at me and was like, I got you. And she just...
I can do it. Can you buy me a car?
Can't do it.
Yeah.
We have to talk about
the hesitancy kicks in real fast on that one.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. I picked up one of the Super Nintendo, like the classics, whatever they were called, like the little ones a couple of years ago when they came out. And I showed it to my kids, and they were maybe, like my twins were maybe like 6 at the time. And they couldn't figure it out. Like I showed them Mario Kart, like this is gonna be amazing. And they would just do donuts. Like they had no idea how to do anything. And then I showed it to them on the Switch, like maybe a year later, not even. And they, no problem, drove through the map, like nothing. I'm just like, what the heck? Like, took me a while to figure out there was aim assist on the Switch versions. Like, oh, you're just holding gas. That's not the same. That feels cheaty.
Yeah.
My one kid.
I think I gave her a cassette tape and a pencil, and I pulled out the tape part a little bit.
Yeah.
And I told her, figure it out. And she just looked at me for a good 10 minutes going, what the... Like, am I supposed to write on it? Maybe it'll do it. And she finally got it.
Yeah.
But she was just looking at me for a good minute, and me and my wife were dying. And I was like, this is how hard... If our cassette players were messed up, this is what our lives were. It wasn't, oh my God, we can just press stop and then play again or reset. No, we had to fix the tape because the tape player was chewing the hell out of it.
Yeah. Well, and your tape had 9 songs on it, not infinite library of everything that's ever been out.
No. Yeah. No, you were desperate to fix it because I wanted to make sure those 9 songs that I had to record on there myself, damn it.
With a little bit of the radio either before or afterwards because you didn't quite get it right.
Please don't speak during the first 5 seconds of the song, bro. Just let the song go. Nope, they had to interject.
Yeah, they have to talk right until the music or the actual singing starts. Like, But I would love to get a rotary phone and just give it to my kids and be like, make a phone call and I'll give you like $100, whatever. Like, if you can figure out how to make a phone call in 5 minutes, here's some money. The problem with that is I don't have, a telephone line, so I don't like. I would just literally be like, you figure it out. It's not even plugged into anything. Go. Easiest money I never paid.
Oh man, they would just sit there and be like, help?
Yeah.
Help?
I showed my kids a 45 RPM adapter and asked them what it was. I wonder how that went.
Oh.
Brutal. Yeah, you're.
I just miss the good old. I miss those good, decent games where you had to be in person to do it.
Absolutely.
Because it forces you to, one, talk to people that are right there, and then 2, you're not really on social media. You're not worried about the outside world. You're worried about just this.
Well, and like it used to be. Sorry, I don't mean to be like old man yells at cloud, but like it used to be so much harder to actually beat a game. Like there was a time where I'd be like, oh man, like I actually beat like these 7 games or whatever it was, because it was an accomplishment. And nowadays it feels like if you pick up a video game, all you need to do is put time into it. You will 100% beat it if you just put the time in. It's like, all right, like I guess that's better, because if I'm spending $90 on a game, I do want to be able to complete it, but also like there's no challenge per se. It's just a matter of how long is it going to take you.
My I can't remember the Reddit. There's a Reddit out there that when a new game comes out, it's about how fast you beat it.
Yeah.
So when a new game comes out, they'll tell you how fast they beat it within a certain amount of thing. And I'm going, okay, you spent $60 to beat it in like what, 10 hours? That's it, 10 straight hours. You did everything with it. Boom, 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 boom. So you paid $60 for 10 hours. That's it. Now you got to either wait to the next game or push for the next one. Where's the difficulty in it? I don't see the difficulty in it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
You should be stuck on a level for a good minute, for a couple of days, going, wow. How am I supposed to beat that? What am I supposed to bring in besides money? What am I supposed to bring in to knock this level out? Because that's how a lot of the older games were. Before, like, Game Genie and saving the games and stuff, you either left the game on or you had to start completely over, and you were like, yeah, that sucked. I'm just going to start over. Screw it. I'm done.
Yeah.
Just going to start over. But
it's one of those things, though, where, like, I want to get the new Spider-Man game when it comes out, and I would love to get a way to stream it so I can play it on stream. But at the same time, there's that thing of, like, okay, but if I'm playing it on stream, like, will I enjoy it as much? Will I feel pressured to try and beat it faster? Will I feel like, do I want to get this game to enjoy it? Or do I want to get this game to, like, make it a job? You know what I mean? Like, where's that fine line between pure enjoyment and just, like, you know, promoting, or however you want to word it? Because I get what you're saying about, like, trying to beat the game as fast as you possibly can and just be like, yeah, I did it quickly. It's like, yeah, but did you like it? Did you have fun at any point?
Mortal Kombat. That was the most recent one that I said, and they put out all, you know,
like the one that just came out
already. Yeah, the one that just came out.
Yeah,
I mean, you got most of it out there. It's already up on YouTube in full, and you're like, back then, trying to beat Mortal Kombat took forever. It took forever to do it. You're just like, I'm never beating Motaro. I'm never beating Kintaro. I'm never beating Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn just keeps running me over like a freight train.
Yep.
I just gotta go back and learn how to do these moves better, because obviously I'm not doing them fast enough.
Yeah.
My thumb needs to get better. Like, full work.
But and you finally do beat him, and it feels more like a fluke than anything you actually did on purpose.
Well, then again, your buddy's right behind you cheering you on and be like, dude, you cheated. Dude, I just beat it. How the hell did I cheat? Like, what do you mean? I beat it. This is what we were doing for the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
Like, but now people can do it in a day or something. But then they complain that they'll complain that the game didn't come out fast enough.
Yeah.
But there's not enough content for it. And it was like, well, we gave you a buttload of content, but you flowed right through it because your happy ass stood home from work.
Yeah. Well, and like the flip side of that is, I remember, I think it was StarCraft 2, when that game came out, people complained there was too much content. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You paid $70 and, like, you're upset that you're getting too much value? Like, go home. What the hell? People will complain about just about anything these days.
Yeah.
Just Sub-Zero.
Yes. Well,
with one quarter.
Okay, so you didn't play Mortal Kombat 1 to do, like, the storyline. You wanted to play Mortal Kombat 1 at the arcade to kick each other's ass.
Yeah.
Who cares about the storyline? We were
You put your quarter up. I got next.
Yep. Boom. That's it. That's what you were waiting in line to go ahead and be in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
That's what that was the big thing with it. But then it got from 2, 3. But by the time 3 came out, it was more, the arcade style was dying down, and you could play it at home.
Yeah.
Now you could do it on
It came out day and date on both.
Like storyline. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it slowly phased out.
We had, I don't know, this little laundromat in town that had Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat 2. And there was a great divide between who played what. Like, I don't remember anybody being like, I like both. Everybody was like, I'm in this camp or I'm in this camp. And I was okay at Mortal Kombat 2. Like, I was never very good at it, but I was fine. I went to an arcade in Toronto one time, and there was the lineup for people to play Mortal Kombat 2 was ridiculous. And I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to get in line, but I want to see how the guys do. And I went up and watched them. It was mind-boggling. I was like, yeah, no, there's a good thing I'm not in line for this one. I have no idea what's going on right now.
We had Mortal Kombat, Tekken, and Killer Instinct.
Okay.
And it was just like there wasn't camps. It was just like, all right, if you got your ass beat in here, you move to there or you move to that one. That's where the lines were going. And you're just like, wow, I hope I brought a buttload of quarters today because this line's long. And then every now and then the line wouldn't be too long. You'd have 2 or 3 people. But on Fridays, you might as well pack a lunch, have a big book bag of stuff. Make sure you don't drink nothing. Chew gum. That's basically it. Have a bunch of gum to keep your mouth moist because you're going to be standing in that line for a minute.
Yeah.
And you better make sure you know everything down pat because you're not eating. You're not going to find something to eat. You got to stay in line and get ready because you want to be like, yep, I was the guy that beat the last 3 guys. Bring it. Let's go. Because if I lose, I get to eat my sandwich. If I win, I'm going to keep going.
Almost hoping you lose just so you can have a sandwich.
Yep. Just like I lose. Like, man, you know what? I'm hungry. I need that cheese sandwich my mom made. Got to do it.
Yeah.
It's always that one. Yes. There
Again,
was...
I grew up in a small town in Canada. We didn't have an Asian kid. Sorry.
Well, this was at the mall. There was always an Asian kid.
That's fair.
And we always knew when he was going to leave because mom was closing up shop. So you kind of got to, well, it's almost that time, but they don't close the back for at least another hour. So we're good. We're good.
It was a little bit later
go.
on, but did you ever play X-Men Children of the Atom?
No.
It was a fighting game. It was kind of like pre-Marvel versus Capcom. Like they did X-Men Children of the Atom and then Marvel Superheroes, then Marvel versus Capcom, and it had ridiculous characters. Like you'd be Omega Red with his tendrils that could hit like almost anywhere on the screen, or Sentinel, which just like stood in one place and just like would shoot out his arms and his feet and stuff at you. It was probably really dumb. If I'm being perfectly honest with myself, it probably wasn't a great game. But like for a Marvel fan back then, it was like, this is amazing. Like everybody's playing Mortal Kombat and all the other more complicated games. I'm just like, I don't even care. I'm Omega Red. I'm doing everything I want to in life.
I jumped back into, because they had an arcade version of Marvel vs. Capcom, but it was more on, console, so might as well start doing it there. And then most of the arcades around where I grew up, and then even around me, they were basically just gone. And then it just turned into, what's it called? Dave and Buster's, Chuck E. Cheese and all that. And it was I'm okay.
Yeah.
And
there's a price point where it just doesn't become worth it anymore.
Well, that, and I don't need a baby running into me trying to go play a game, but there is one place in Chicago that has, well, there's two. I don't count the third one because it's just like sloppiness. I don't know what.
Sure.
Very, very dirty for being on the north side where it's supposed to be a little bit more elegant. No. But there was one place where great food, awesome people inside. You could talk to people that are actually playing the game there, and that they know about the game because they're knowledgeable about it. And you're like, wow. And then all these thoughts about it. And then you start talking about, yeah, man, we used to play for tournaments there. Shoot, people would bring up poster boards, put them up on the wall, and be like, you're facing up against him. I'm like, oh, this is great. When you take out time out of your day to write shit on a poster board, to bring it to the mall, to staple it up on the wall.
Now there's stakes involved.
Yep, there's stakes because guess what? You paid $1 to get in, and you're getting something at the end.
Nice.
It was amazing. Now you could just do it from the comfort of your home. And it's like, it's just not the same. It's not. It's really not.
I gotta say, it
was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. We haven't had a decent arcade in a very long time. Like you said, they're all in kind of like restaurants and stuff, but like not a full-blown arcade. I never played Dragon's Lair. I saw it. I'm aware of what you're talking about, but it's one that I never actually touched. No internet back then, so a month later, everyone beating the game with their notes. That reminds me of Legend of Zelda. Like the first Legend of Zelda that came out, it was just like kids expressing things in the courtyard. Like I found it. It's tree number 6. That's how you get past it. But like no internet, no Nintendo power. Like those were hard days. Like you had to learn how to beat that game. Sounds like it's the same with Dragon's Lair, but
especially if you messed up when your parents took you out and you're going, yeah, I knew I messed up, so I'm not getting Game Informer this month, so I have no idea how I'm beating this game right now. I know they're gonna give me some tip or tricks. I done messed up, so I know Dad's gonna say no. Yeah. So screw it. But I mean, that did kind of feel a little bit better because then I had to beat it myself.
Yeah, for sure. Are you cool to vamp for like 30 seconds if I just run to the washroom?
Sure.
Cool, man. I'll be right back. Sorry about this.
I could pay attention there. You grew up in a generation without arcades nor pen and paper. Well, I mean, granted, sure, I'm an 80s kid. I was born in the 80s. And at first, I didn't even know about any of these. So I lived on the southeast side of Chicago where it was very, very poor. We had sidewalk sales that it looked like it was an awesome time because it was just an awesome time being interjected with people. But this was like a big, you know, like Goodwill around like 5 blocks of stores where it was engaging and stuff. So it took a while for that part to actually get a little bit of money. But by the time it did get some money, then it got ran over by gangs in the 90s. And I had a few fun with the arcade that was there once it finally got some money. And then it just sort of went away because people were robbing shit. So maybe it was a good thing you missed it because shit, you would have been like, damn, I think I enjoyed it for like 2 or 3 years. And then they closed up shop because the mall kept getting robbed. So they bounced. And I'm like, oh, okay. Guess this was too good to be true. Thanks a lot, Southeast Side gangs. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Why would you guys do this? Like, we were having fun. The kids were at least inside where nothing bad was happening. You knew where they were. Exactly where they were. But, whatever. Chicago, you can't really set the bar high for Chicago because then eventually they'll just go right down the tubes. They'll flush themselves. Kind of why I moved away from them a little bit. I grew up there. I knew it was bad, but the little one, I was like, no. I worked my ass off. I'm going to make sure you're away from it. And maybe she's a little freaking spoiled now. That's kind of my fault too. But I mean, the arcade sensation of actually being there with people was an amazing feeling because you actually had to be there in person, right there, live. There's no, oh my God, you're cheating. Controller's right in front of you. You're right next to somebody else. You better know exactly what buttons you're pushing because it's going to say fight and you're up to it. That's it. And it was a beautiful feeling when you kicked their ass because they messed up a move when they were like, no, you were supposed Sub-Zero. You were supposed to go, bah, and nothing happened. And hey, maybe you didn't press it right. My fault. Scorpion just kicked your ass. Too bad for you. Too bad for you.
All right, thank you for that. Apologies.
Oh, no problem.
When Bendy said that he won't be able to get on until like 10 o'clock, and I was like, I'm starting like 6. Like, I don't know if I got 4 hours in me. We'll see. It's already 9. Like, we've been going for a while now, and I'm like, I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are too. So this has been fun. We might actually make it to Bendy getting to join us. I know you said you've only got about 45 minutes in you, so if you have to bounce, let me know. But give me a bit of a heads up. Got something for you before you take off.
I will. I think we got about... When did I jump on? At like 7:30. They're still working out-ish. Probably got me for 20.
Okay. Sounds good.
They'll probably go shower in like 2 minutes and be like, hey, you.
Well, let's just do it now then.
They look at me. What's up?
I was going to get my guests to go through my Cosmic Crucible for me. If you're willing to. Now, unfortunately, I've got an incredibly easy, incredibly generic opponent. So I was hoping for a bit more of a challenge for you. But I mean, if you want to pick the room you want to do, if you want to pick whatever team you've got available to you, you are welcome to it. Walk me through it. Show the skills. But it's
very generic.
Right? Like, it was like, oh, come on, give me something nice and hard. Like, Run did the Gamma room, and it was the biggest room at, I think, 1150 or so. But, like, most of these are going to get run over, unfortunately. I was hoping it'd be a bit tougher for you, but...
Yeah, wow. I mean, I think I heard your Destiny's like, what, 1 million?
12...
Oh, shit.
12-ish?
Oh, my God.
So, like, it's a decent punch down.
Oh, my God.
Which is like, it's like I still kind of want to do it and just like put you on the spot if you don't mind, but it's like, You can auto this, like.
Yeah, I mean, well, you kind of can't because you got to do that special first.
Yeah.
And
You
then
take out
probably
Sylvie, and then you're
auto
pretty
it,
much
but
just good to go.
once it's done. If they were bigger, it would probably pose it. But then again, it's just like wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was saying, like, I think you and I both leveled up at the same day. Like, you went up to Masters and I went up to Platinum, I think. And I'm having an easier time in Platinum than I did in Gold 3. I don't know what's going on there, but I've been winning every round pretty simply in Platinum. In Gold, I was actually having a fight. So, not complaining, just weird.
Well, I moved up and I got, I was going up against Eros World last night, and LD player said, "Oh, you moved up to Masters? Well, screw you. Here's a nice good. Oh, the game's gonna stop on you. Boom." I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, so you lost your fight?
You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, yeah. Because he had to 2-tap Bifrost.
Okay.
Because I literally was not expecting it, but he brought in Desi APOC, and I was gonna tell him no, but then I remembered, like, wait, we're going up against each other. So, and we were going live, so we were right there.
So people could watch both of you going against each other?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we were right on stream with each other, and he's like, "All right, I got this." And he went through it, and he was like, "Why the hell did she go?" And I was like, "Because you brought Apocalypse." And he's like, "What?" I was like, "Because you brought Apocalypse. The Apocalypse screws up the turn meter."
Yeah.
And then boom, he lost it. He backed out. Then he came back in, and then he won. And he was like, "I wasn't expecting that." And I was like, "Well, okay." So then we were going, and then I was going up again. I can't remember which one it stalled on, and then it just went boom. LD player just stopped, and I'm like, "What is it doing?" Oh, during Infinity Watch, it told everybody saw it. There was like, "Why is Hella going twice?" And I'm like, "Why am I doing her special twice?" And I'm just looking at it, and we're all there. Even chat was like, "What the hell is it? What is she doing?" So I clicked on her special again, and then Zim went, and I'm going, "The fuck was that?" And then it crashed. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I was like, you know what? Don't care. This is what happens when I jump back into Masters. I don't really give a shit. So you won, bro. It's great. We're good.
It's an unfortunate way to win, though.
And he's like, yeah. I was like, no, but he was like, no, man, I could drop a match for it. We could try to go by points or whatever. And I was like, yeah, but you would have to like literally stall out a match at the exact point I did, and I have no idea when I stopped. So
yeah,
do you? And he's like, no. No, I was like, don't worry about it, bro. Just don't worry about it. Just take the win. I'm good with it. It has nothing to do with you. It's just LD player. Screw you.
Yeah, I have been playing blue stacks, and it was working fine for so long, and then I upgraded to the newest one, I think, and in the last 2 days, like you can't really see it right now. I guess you can see like the bottom of my screen a little bit. Like, I'm not in full screen mode now, because if I go full screen, it will just freeze randomly. And weirdly enough, like on my OBS, it still plays. So I can kind of play it on delay on OBS, but my main screen that I'm looking at just freezes randomly, and it's like, so I have to play it in this like Windows mode, and then I've got like kind of like branched out. So I'm seeing ads that you guys aren't seeing, and it's just like, this sucks. So I might have to look into that, what is it, LD player?
There's LD player, there's Nox. I think Scopely contacted these emulator companies and is in cahoots with them. So fuck it. We're just going to mess up you guys too. But, you know, we're not going to charge you guys for holding, playing our game. That's the only way they're going to do it. You can play our game, but we're just going to send little things out there, and we just want you to crash just to piss off players just a little bit more.
But why? Why not just make it actually run on a PC? Like, not this third-party nonsense. Just bring out your own system.
No, you know what? That sounds like. Oh wait. Intelligence. That sounds.
Sorry, I'm using logic again. My bad.
Yeah, you're using it and it's not working. It's just they don't compute with that. That's not a language they understand.
My bad.
It's not there.
What if we charge people every time it crashes? That's a better system.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Jesus. I'd never played a game again. Screw it.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, the teams are huge. They would, for all intents and purposes, destroy these teams. You could probably.
I do need to get a Masters of
God.
Evil win somewhere.
Yeah.
Just for the
Masters of
event.
Evil will
This
take it
event is
out.
dumb. I'm not a fan.
How big is your Masters of Evil?
900-ish?
Let's see, 900.
837.
37. Oh, your king is pretty nice compared to everybody else.
Yeah, I've built up Kang more so than the rest of the team.
Yeah.
I only built up purple here just because of the event going on right now. I just got him up to 16. I'm like, all right, fine.
Yeah, I mean he's there for it. I mean, that would be I mean, keep going with Kang. I'll let you know that.
Yeah.
Keep going with Kang as quickly as possible because
I was building up Kang, and then Secret Defenders came out, and I'm like, all right, pause. I need to go work on this team, and I'll come back.
Yeah, Kang would definitely just be like, yeah, this is gonna happen.
Yeah.
This is gonna be great.
If Kang survives to the Kang Bang, I think we're good.
Yeah, I mean, all you gotta do is just stop Peggy and then stun Cap, and you should be fine. Usually,
Yeah.
just a punch up. I mean, we really don't use this team on them anyway, but you use them for somebody else. But they're not. Usually
You're in control. What do you want to do, and where do you want to do it?
I mean, to be fair, might as well just use them on 4 to just stop. What's it called? To stop them that way. Because usually you try to use them on unlimited.
Yeah. Which they're not running in defense, so.
Yeah, that's why.
All right, this is what you want to do?
Yeah, sure. And we just
All right, you're in the driver's seat.
Ooh. I was already there, man. It took me forever to go.
Nope.
Might as well stop. What's her name? Carter. With the ult. I wish she don't do nothing. Did it stick?
Yeah, she's got the lock.
Yeah, she got it. I would target Agent Venom. We want to stay away from Cap. And special him. Bink, bink, bink. Now you could do the special and just slow him down. Boop. Speeding is. Oh wow. Damn.
Cap's gone.
Oh, Jesus.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I want this to be harder.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah, this is there. Yeah, you might as well put it between. Yes, slow Winter Soldier or stun Winter Soldier, whichever. You're going to stun him either way, so it doesn't matter. Probably just do the ult. Boom.
Oh, I wanted this to be better than it is. I mean, I can't complain. I'm getting the win, but like,
yeah, you could
just sim it at this
slow
point.
down. Yeah, you could just sim it at this point. Kang's gonna eventually go, and
I don't know if he's gonna get there. They're just falling instantly.
yeah, they're just falling. They're just.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, boom. Here you go.
Hey, we did it.
Boom.
Cheers.
That was just like, wow.
So incredibly anticlimactic.
Cap to fall. Yeah, I wasn't expecting Cap to fall right there, but then he was like, "Bye, I'm going away." Boom.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh crap, there you go."
I did a stream like a week ago, and I was like, all right, let's see what we're up against. And like everything was well over 1 million. I'm like, huh. Okay, we're gonna lose for 20 minutes on screen. Cool. I'm glad I have an audience for this one. But anyways, we'll save a team or two for Bendy and he gets here. But I thought that would be fun, and then my opponent just didn't show up, so be it.
Well, I mean, it's just Cosmic Crucible. I like the lower leagues of Cosmic Crucible because there's a lot of unique defenses out there, but that's because they don't have a lot of characters built up. And sometimes every now and then you kind of got to remind people, because, run does defense up, and you'll hear it in a few of the CC's voices, like, no, you should be using this and this, and they're like, well, I don't have this entire team. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, you got to think outside the box, guys. He doesn't have this person to fill out the team, which means we have to give him another option. So, and then they'll go, oh, that's right. What league are you in? And I'm like, okay, cool. So it's cool seeing those unique teams, because sometimes we don't see them a lot, because at the higher levels, you're going, wow, everybody's using everything that they could have maxed. If
Everything's a mirror match.
Yeah, well, not a mirror match, but you are like Run was saying earlier, at the point where we're at right now, everybody's figured out how to beat certain teams based on the room rules. Like, the room rules should change probably every patch.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Because every patch is like a month and like a week or 2 weeks long. That's enough time for everybody to be like, ooh, this is fresh. Ooh, I'm about to figure out how to beat these teams for sure. Ooh, all right, cool. I got 1 week where I think I know how to beat everybody. Oh, crap, they changed the rules again. Now I got to rethink it. And then it's fresh again. And it's like, ooh, now I want to figure out how to beat this side, or whatever room rules they put in there. And you're like, ooh, now I got a new thing. Before it becomes right now where it's like, okay, now I'm just going up against humongous teams doing the same thing, but now my teams can't do it.
Yeah.
They just can't.
Well, I know we were talking earlier, we being me and Run, about like a system where maybe there's like 10 rooms, but they rotate, so you don't always play the exact same 10, or there's almost like a fog of war feature, so you don't know what bonuses you're going against. You can see the team, but not exactly what's going to happen there. And I know that people have talked about that in a negative way of like, oh, well, we'll just figure that out and it's not worth it. It's like, yeah, but if it takes longer to get figured out, then at least there's that, like, even if a season is, say, 3 months long, but it takes us 8 weeks to figure it out, well, then we're only playing stale matches for a month, as opposed to right now we're getting it figured out in 3 weeks and we're playing stale matches for 2.5 months. I'll take that. That's at least an improvement.
I would. I think we've gotten so used to them giving us a problem and then selling us a solution.
Yeah.
We're waiting for it. But then once we get it, we start complaining about it. And it's like, what's the point of complaining? This is the point of the game. It's supposed to be challenging. You're supposed to get challenged and then beat it. But once you beat it, there should be something readily available to go next. And in our day and age, with TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Reels, everybody wants fresh content right away. They cannot wait for it. Patience just goes out the door. 3 months is it's an eternity.
Yeah.
So waiting for that new stuff to kick in, it probably was good back in 2019. It was a good thought back then. Mainly because you had 10 or 12 teams of characters. You didn't have them maxed. You didn't have their whole things, how to work with them and shove them around a lot. You just knew you had these characters. Hopefully I could beat something. Now we have over 200 characters, but not all of them are relevant or useful.
Yeah.
Or even built.
Or
so
basically even playable. Like, outside of just your basic blitz rotation team, like, there's a lot of teams where I'm not putting anything into. They are all at level 1 and they're going to stay there for a very long time.
They're just sitting there gaining dust, virtual dust.
Yeah.
I will not touch them unless there has to be some damn reason to do it. And they could bring some of that into the game and just entice they can entice more people to come in and be like, ooh, this is fun. And every patch it's gonna change.
Yeah.
Oh, how long's every patch? Oh, about 5 weeks. How long does it take to figure it out? Maybe about 4. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
So you have 1 week of being like, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing here. Then it all changes again.
Then it all changes. And I don't know how they're gonna work it. They're getting there. They are, and it's cool how they're doing it, but it's just, I know they're reacting to the player's voice. Great, cool. We got we poked the bear a little bit. We poked the bear a little bit, and we finally got him to listen. And it's good. It's a good thing. But people just got to be like, all right, for this one, you're gonna have to wait just a little bit. They already had stuff in place. They just have to work past that. And once they get past that, boom, I think we're gonna be in a little bit better. But I don't know, this current pumpkin whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
Are the pumpkins a currency? I thought they were going to be a currency like the mystic energy or whatever, and I can't find anywhere to like open an orb with them or do anything with them. Like, are they just for unlocking points?
You know, I thought I thought this girl one time was going to go on a second date with me, and that didn't happen. So just got stood up again. I'm sitting there I'm sitting there looking around for these things for a good 10 minutes, and I'm going, okay, let me read the blog again. And I'm reading it again. I'm going, nope, it's just there. You just collect them just to be there. They're just...
There was a hot second there where I'm just like, what did I actually say? Did I just blank out? And like, what question did I just ask? Does pumpkin mean something in America? It doesn't mean here? What the fuck?
I was desperately looking around for, like, there's got to be an orb. Obviously, the new store didn't change. We're still stuck on the mystical thing.
Yep.
So maybe there's an orb. Maybe they put it somewhere else. And I'm going everywhere, and I'm like, these really?
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
The orb. Yeah, like there gotta be an orb, but nope. They're just there just to collect them, so you get a little bit more points inside there. It's basically just there to look pretty. That's all.
I was doing the math on this event. I was busy all weekend, so I didn't do like my normal breakdown. So I was just going through the math on it just for myself, and I was looking at it, I'm like, this event sucks. Like, you have to do quite a bit to get basically anything, and like usually there's like 3, maybe 4 whale stones. You're just like, we're never gonna get this. This isn't meant for us. And this one, it feels like there's like 8, and I'm just like, all right, I guess I'll get the monthly event and call it a day because I'm not making most of these.
Yeah, you're literally probably gonna make. You can make the monthly item.
Yeah.
Just do a few. Just do the ISO 8 campaign because they want to flush out the rest of your saved up credits for the ISO 8s. If you didn't spend it already, you're gonna spend some more.
Yeah,
just
having 2 back to back like that was pretty rough.
Yeah, this is really rough. I mean, it's not like the ISO 8 campaign gives you a lot of crap anyway, but it's more just to get the ISO 8s and stuff, not really gold.
Yeah.
But to push past the monthly item is like, okay, so now I got to spend more of it on ISO 8 campaign for hopefully I get more. Hopefully the nodes give me something because they're not giving us training mats. And then what? The next one after the monthly item is a couple of Elite 5s that I possibly could get out of the new incursion campaign. Yeah, I'm okay. I do like the shards. Like the shards, that's great. Cool, thank you. But I really gotta grind a bit for it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not
fun, well. And it doesn't feel rewarding, and it's just one of those like, okay.
No.
Like, where is it?
The fact,
here we go. So you can get some Photon and Ghost Rider shards, which is good. Like, it's not a ton of them, obviously, but I mean, I'll take it. But I don't know. For how much effort you have to put into it and how many cores you're going to need to spend to do it, it doesn't feel great. Now, obviously, if you've got like gear tier 18 on all your Masters of Evil, that's going to help a bit. But even then, it's not like, oh, now you win. Like, even if you take all of these limits that you can possibly add up, what are you at? Like 15,000 out of 60,000 that you need? Like, that's huge.
Okay. So back in the day, you remember right, they really didn't have monthly items, but there was no whale stones. It was just you pay whatever you want for like 20 bucks, 40 bucks, and you could do the whole event and you're done. But it was a really, those were grindy days back then with blitzing and raiding and doing war, but it felt like you accomplished something.
Yeah.
and then they put monthly items in here, and you look at it and you go, okay, there may be 2 more milestones on the bottom of it, and you're like, all right, cool. Those are you're not doing that unless you spend a buttload of money. Cool. Now they got 8 milestones below the monthly item. You watch your mind if I'm spending that much to go ahead and get all that.
Yeah, no,
This is just ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know who's having these brainstorms with it to come up with this stuff, but if they're drinking at work, close it.
pass some around, please.
So, yeah, like they're I don't know what they're thinking. I really don't. I don't know what they're thinking. I wish my job would let me do some stuff like this where we could just, get as much money as we could out of customers and, just screw them over, I guess. But that would just be, immoral. Who cares? It's not in our mission statement. We're not doing it. I don't know, man. It's just
I can kind of gauge where this is going, but I'm going to ask anyways. I can't remember if we talked about this the other day or not, and I apologize. Boylon had that video fairly recently where he was saying, like, this is the best mobile hero collector game on the market. Thoughts?
Okay. I appreciate Boylon. Okay.
Hi. Thank you for joining, Mostaf.
And I want to make sure I heard correctly. He said this is the best game?
No, best hero collection game. Right? Like, I'm sure there's other other mobile games that are better than this one.
Okay.
This is the best, like, collect the heroes, get all the heroes, build them up.
I've played a couple.
Okay.
I will say this for Boylon. He's very good at his spreadsheets. But then but then you look at some of his past video titles where he's going, fuck this game.
Yeah. Most of his titles are either like, fuck this game, or this is bullshit, or something. And they're like, this is the best game ever. I'm like,
yep, boom. And it's like,
what are you basing that on?
Did they
I'm curious to your
contact
notes.
you? I think they contacted you, didn't they? They contacted you. I don't know. You've been a little bit more happily with some of your videos, bro. Just come out and say they contacted you. Maybe you slid into their DMs and they just said, hey, you know what? Come here for a second. We want to talk to you. We'll give you some Scopely ice cream cones or something like that. And boom, now we're all good. We shook hands. We're great. Cool. Do something nice with it. But it's I don't know if it's the best hero collector game. Obviously, it's better than Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that game after like the 2-week mark. I never actually tried it myself because it was just like, once you get the 5 main characters that you can name, who cares about everything else?
You're not invested because you don't know who the hell these people are.
Right? Same problem I had with like Raid Shadow Legends. It's just like, all right, generic orc number 2, cool.
Yes.
Although I will
don't
say,
know what I'm gonna do with them.
I've been playing Dragon Air, not very much, but a little bit. I don't know. There might be something there. I'm not convinced on it yet. I'm not jumping ship or nothing, but it's got some actual gameplay to it, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, well, I try. I'm at work for 8 hours, so I tried watching a couple of Mobile's past streams of him playing it, and I don't know. It felt like it was like elevator music where I could just not be. I wasn't entertained, but I heard it.
Yeah.
Like if I'm listening to Run or Sticky, I tend to mess up something and I have to go back and double check it. Because something they do just blows me out the water and I'm going, oh my god, these guys are fucking nuts. And then so like I think maybe I'd have to actually pay it, give it, some full attention to it and then do it. So it's like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's more of the playing it than watching it. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Thanks, Schaefer. Appreciate that. We are doing very well, going on hour 3.5. Having a good time. Run has already come and joined us and been on his way. And in a little bit, we're going to be joined by Bendy, I'm hoping. So, Bendable Straws, I guess I should say. So thanks for stopping by. Appreciate that. I am enjoying Dragon Air. I'm admittedly not watching very much about it. I will say one of my favorite people to watch these days is Wapo. And he does do some Dragon Air stuff. So I don't know what it is. He's just... I check in on some streamers. So I picked up like a little dongle for work to be able to broadcast from regular headphone speakers into my Bluetooth speakers. So I can actually sit in my office in my cubicle with like one ear in and actually like watch some streams live during the middle of the day. And there are some streamers, and I'm not naming any names, who will have solid minutes of dead air. They're not talking, they're not doing anything, they're like typing or looking at something. You're just like, okay, I get it. If you're streaming for like 5 hours, you're gonna get busy every now and then. If you weren't here 10 minutes ago, I would have had to go to the bathroom and just leave the screen on dead. But that was like 30 seconds. And I was in the washroom. Like I wasn't on screen doing nothing. And it's just like, I like the people like yourself, like Run, like Wapo, who have like an energy to them. And like, yeah, you still have to stop and read things every now and then, but like, it's clear that your main focus, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would guess with you, your main focus is entertainment, even more so than like educating or teaching people how to play the game better. It's more just, you want to show people a good time while they're on your stream. Would you agree with that?
That literally is my number one focus. If you're coming in,
Perfect.
I want to make sure that at least I can make you laugh or smile.
Yeah. And that's 100% the vibe I get while watching you. And it's those are the kind of people I want to watch. As much as I want to learn how to do the game better, if I'm bored, I'm not paying attention to what you're saying anyways. So you've lost me.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it where, yes, there's certain streamers out there where they'll just let it go. And you're just like, say something. Doesn't matter if you just, it doesn't even have to be about the game. Just say something.
Yeah.
And then boom. And then they'll be like, I don't know why, the numbers keep dropping, because you have dead air. Like, you got to think about this as like, basically think about it as a TV show. There's rarely nothing, no TV show out there, unless they're showing a landscape where, boom, there's something not happening. If there's nobody talking, there's some type of action happening. So you got to do that to where you're keeping the audience focused on what you're doing. And then they're going, oh, well, that kind of makes sense now. I was wondering why it keeps dropping. Because you're not doing nothing. Shake it up a little bit. Just do something crazy. But it's gotta be for you, and it's gotta feel like it's from you. If it's not, the audience will tell you really quick if you're full of shit.
Yeah.
You're full of shit.
For sure.
They'll let you know. They'll definitely let you know. And somebody will call you out on it, and then you just got to go ahead and be like, you know what? Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
So, and it's better when it's just natural too. If you're natural at something and you find it, run with it.
Yeah.
I'm finding shit, but
like
whatever.
if I've got obviously if I've got somebody like you to communicate with, then obviously I'm going to find conversation fairly simple. And if my chat is being active, then it's easy to have somebody to, keep the conversation going with, even if I'm mostly doing the talking and just kind of like responding to whatever they're saying. But like when you're on a dead channel, like if I'm recording to 2 people, it's even just like forcing myself, like, no, say anything, because you have no idea if there's actually 2 people there or if there's 10 and that number hasn't refreshed yet. And it's like almost literally say anything, like not, don't be spewing nonsense like I am right now, but just like be vocal, have something, make a connection to anything, make fun of the game you're playing, make fun of yourself, talk about anything just to keep it going, because people will just drop in. Like the little number is deceiving. I kind of want to get rid of it. I've got it on my screen right now where it'll be like, oh, there's 2 people. That number can jump to 10 and then back to 2 before you even realize that it's changed. So if you're like, oh, there's 2 people, I'm not going to bother talking. People come in, see you, don't care, move on, and then you're like, oh, I've seen streams where I've talking to like 1 person the entire stream, and then I'll get the stream report and be like, 60 people were in your stream. You're like, where the fuck were they? I didn't see any of them. Like, say hello. What the hell? Taco is good for that. Yeah, Taco's a great streamer. I really enjoy some of his stuff. I haven't checked out. I need to see his Happy Friday.
Happy hour.
Happy hour. Thank you. I was like, that doesn't sound right. I hear that's a great time. I haven't actually caught one live yet. The one time I checked in, he wasn't doing it, so I'm like, all right. Loud, crappy music and audible muffling.
I think the one piece of advice Run gave was, if you're gonna spend your time looking at the number of people in your chat, you might as well just give up. Just stay away from it. Don't even look at it.
Yeah.
Just focus on your stream, focus on what you want to do with it, and run with that. And when people can sense when it's just you being natural, they'll flow right to it, especially if you got a good piece of entertainment running, and then boom, you'll never have to look at the number again, because it'll just start flowing in, and then poof, you'll be fine, because the chat will keep you going, and then you just won't even notice that anybody is not there.
Yeah.
Because you're going in with chat. And that's usually what I focus on. I don't even look at any numbers for it anymore. The only thing I'm looking for is the poll or the channel point thing, so that way I can go ahead and make sure they're up and running and they're done. That's it. I ain't got time to look at numbers. I'm too busy trying to figure out how Marvel Strike Force is gonna screw me over this time.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those features I need to get rid of, because I find myself constantly just like glancing up at it. It's like, no, you're not focused where you need to be. You're looking in the wrong place, and it doesn't matter. You need to be entertaining no matter how many people are there. Because one person, if you give them a good hour of your life and they enjoy it, they'll come back. But if you're like, oh, there's one person I'm not going to bother, you just lost a viewer for good. Moss Def says he pops in and out of streams all the time. I do the same. I am an absolute hit and run artist during the day. I will just be there for like 5 minutes. No, you're not worth my time. Move on to the next one. And I'll check back in, but I'm all over the place. Always chatty and chat.
When I'm at work, it's more, I gotta make I might be in there for a little bit, but then I gotta like close down shop, because I'm like, somebody's coming in, somebody wants to talk, and I'm like, nah, they don't need to listen to this. So boom, let me just make sure that's down. And then I'll pump back in, but I'll be like, oh, nope, I gotta do something, and I'll just go see somebody else that I see around. So I'll jump from Run to Ambassador Al to freaking Sticky to whoever else is on during the afternoons, and then be like, all right, cool. But it's...
Do you have a go-to?
I'm all over. Whoever's up right there.
Everybody's live at the same time
for a little bit. Yeah,
everybody's live at the exact same time. They've all got 10 people. Who are you going to? Who's your go-to? Putting you on the spot.
Ooh, who am I going to?
Mongoolie Show.
Nobody. Oh wait. See. If you were on during the day, I would say yes, the Mongoolie Show.
There you go.
Seen you on during the day.
Correct answer. Well done.
Seen you on during the day.
No, I don't.
I've seen you on.
I work during the day. I also do 8-hour days, and I have a 1-hour commute, so I'm out for 10 hours every day. So like, it's just not really an option.
Mine's is 40 minutes, so I know exactly how you feel. But since they're doing construction, it's a freaking hour. So I'm like, I'm trying to rush home. I'm like, come on, man, I can do this. Nope, not doing this. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for this light to turn green. Keep on going.
See, it's actually like 45 minutes door to door. It's easier to say 1 hour. But it's entirely highway. So I have like 2 traffic lights the entire time in that 45-minute drive, and the rest is just highways. And it's like, okay, at least if I'm moving, it's not so bad. If I was in stop and go traffic for 45 minutes, I might quit or move on or something. But
I mean, for me, I think it's I try to jump in and see whoever's on, just to see how they're doing, see how they're pushing it, and then I'll try to give them something with it. When they're more established, there's no reason to. Yeah. But like when Comrade was jumping on, he just came on with no video, and people weren't really jumping on, but they were jumping on because he has a very unique taste in music. Very unique taste in music, and it's refreshing because it's like, ooh, I think I'm gonna hear that somewhere else. This is some hard ass metal. Hell yeah, let me jump into this for a good minute. Now, especially when you're driving home. Yeah. You're like, yeah, need to get through this traffic right now.
Now, out of curiosity, you and other people play actual music while you're streaming. How do you do that without getting a copyright ban? Or do you get copyright bans, you just don't care?
Well, okay, so there's specific ways to do that, where it won't feed over to Twitch. For YouTube, totally different story, because it will feed over and you're screwed. And then they'll go, this is banned in certain countries. Okay, cool, whatever. If you don't care about the live will be there, but it just won't be shown anywhere. Big deal. Video wise, if I'm gonna record something while I'm on Twitch and I'll post it later, I will try to use non-copyright music.
Okay.
And then I'll switch it up.
So if I'm just doing like this, sorry, not this, because I might actually record this and save it for later, but like a regular stream where I'm just doing nonsense, I'm relatively safe listening to actual music?
If there's a section in OBS that has the audio tracks that get fed over to Twitch. If you take out that audio track that's specifically for the music, it won't get fed over to Twitch, even though you're playing it live. So when it gets sent over after you're done streaming for the VOD will have no music.
Interesting.
But
I need to know how to do that after this, because I am so sick of my own elevator music. I can't imagine anybody else wants to hear this nonsense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, I don't feel like paying for Spotify, and I don't like having another browser up with it. And I can choose the music, which most of the time I'll just have non-copyright music. So I'll have like a 2-hour version of non-copyright music, and then boom, I'll just let it play in the background, and then boom, I find some good up dance ones or some really hyper ones, and bam, we're gone. We're bumping. Yeah. So hit me up tomorrow or something. We could work it out.
Okay.
I could show you how to do it. And then we could run it from there. But it's not hard at all, really. It's really not. It's just, but channel points wise, that's the issue. That's really the issue, because
I hate to do this to you, but apparently there was an ad thing playing and everybody wanted to know the answer to what I just asked. I know you've got to go in like 2 minutes. Can you give us a quick recap for those who want to know? I know Schaefer was asking. I know Gigabytes is asking. Okay, I truly apologize. It won't hurt me to hear it again too, because I really do want to know the answer to this.
Okay, so there's specific audio tracks in OBS. Not specific. However you set up the source for audio inside OBS, that's the one you uncheck inside OBS that feeds over to Twitch. So for me, I have everything running through source 1, but I have the music running through source 2. So I have that box unchecked, so it goes straight to Twitch. If you go to my VODs now, there'll be no music on there. It'll just be me talking, unless it's non-copyright. You'll hear the non-copyright stuff because you obviously can hear it on a lot of people's other streams. We use the same thing over and over and over again because it's non-copyright music. They do put out new stuff, but not a lot. But the bad part is that a lot of the channel points that I use are copyrighted shit.
Yeah.
They're copyrighted videos. I just don't care.
Fair enough.
For that stuff, go ahead. Just let them block out the 5 seconds that they say something or whatever.
Yeah.
Big deal. But the other stuff, I can show you how to do it.
I would be greatly appreciated.
But it depends on how you set it up. And then once you got it set it up, you could test it out on like a test stream and see how that runs, and then you're good, man.
I've got everything running through Elgato Line, I think it's called, so I can change everything individually, but I think OBS sees it all as the exact same. So I might need to change how that works. Wapo joined the chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We were just talking about you like 10 minutes ago, so I don't know if your ears were burning or like, I got to figure out what that is. All good things, I promise. From me, at least, not Z. But this game sucks. I don't know. CM Baka, is that a rip-on community manager, or what's the CM for?
he just hates this game.
I was gonna say, this is like the 3rd time he's mentioned that in this stream specifically.
Everywhere, every time. He shows up everywhere. The first thing he says, this game sucks.
Welcome to the chat.
That's his shtick. That's his shtick. That's literally his shtick. So
that's Baka.
It is.
It's how I say hi.
Yeah, Pretty much. If the way he talks is a language, that's literally how he says hi.
I've never. Okay, obviously I'm Canadian. Clearly, I outed myself a second ago. A boot? Like the way you guys always pronounce it, it sounds super booty, and it's like that sounded weird. That's like did I say a boot? It's about, right? How do you say about for me?
About.
A boot? About? I don't fucking know. Yeah,
I
Canadian.
would say a boot
Guilty.
just to piss people off.
I used to have a coworker when I worked at Tim Hortons, because again, that's how Canadian we are, and he would specifically say a boot. Like he'd go out of his way to say it just to like bug people.
Yeah.
But all right, you're getting ready to sign off?
Yeah, they're looking at me.
No, that's totally fair. I appreciate you coming and hanging out. It's been a good time.
Oh, no problem. You guys stick around, man. Stick around with the Mongoolie show.
We'll check in with Bendy and see if he's getting close to being able to come join us, or if he's not gonna be able to make it. Unfortunately, he said he had to work a little bit later. So thank you so much for coming on and joining me, Z. If any of you haven't already, make sure you give ZKG a follow. It's ZeroKoolGamer. Go over to his YouTube, subscribe over there. Check out the hot seat. It's a fun way to get to know other content creators. I just did it last week. He's had Wapo on there. You had Cleaning Agent on there, right? That's the guy you were doing the food swap with. It's a great channel.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. Make sure you go and give him some love. Thank you so much for spending your time with us, and have a good night, sir.
You too, man.
All right.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's switch here for a second. It's the bagged milks that makes you pronounce it different. Well, you know, I require you to mail me poutine. It will not be good by the time it gets to you. I guarantee it. Commander Foss is back like herpes. Gross. Hey, Bendy, you just fucking missed him. Or did you do that on purpose? Did you just wait for him to leave so you wouldn't have to talk to him? That's totally an option. So unfollow and refollow. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that works. Just make sure you give him some love. That's fine. Feel free to unfollow me and follow me as many times as you want. I don't care. I just like to have that little joy of the thing at the top of the screen. How's the not streaming life? Well, so far it's going pretty well. I'll be honest, when you first said that you were coming on at 10 o'clock, I was like, I'm starting at 6. I have no idea if we're going to be on at 10 o'clock when you're available. So the fact that we made it this far, I accept. I appreciate it. Case of Coffee Crisp will travel very well in the mail. I knew you didn't have Coffee Crisp, but as I was saying, ZKG just had Cleaning Agent on, and they were going back and forth with different foods that they don't have in the States versus different food they didn't have in Canada. Like they sent each other different things. There's a bunch of stuff I had no idea you guys didn't have. I had no idea you didn't have Mr. Big. Like I assumed that was pretty worldwide. Better Straws has the not seen life. Keep cost per mess you with your metrics. You know, you say this messes with our metrics, but like the rest of the world uses what we do. You guys are the odd ones out on that, so you know. Happy anniversary birthday, my guy. I'm driving right now. Oh, so you're not quite ready to join us yet. Are you going to be ready by like 10-ish, or what's the what timeline are you running on at the moment? Sorry, I gotta take this hat off. It's giving me a massive headache. Here, we'll throw on a regular birthday hat instead. No, Mr. Big. Used to have a Mr. Big when I was a kid. Who hurt you? That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I've been, so like I've got cousins who live down in the States, and every now and then they'll come up and take like cases of food back down south with them. And just recently, we used to get like little Debbie's, like the Swiss rolls. One of my kids' absolute favorite snacks. And they don't give them to Canada anymore. Like they just don't provide them anymore. So I got her to bring a whole bunch of those for her, just surprise my daughter, which she thought was amazing. But it's really weird, some of the things that we don't share, right? Like I remember going back down south in like 2002-ish, and like your chip aisle was, no offense, lame compared to some of the stuff we had. Like we have so many more flavors at that time. I think it's different now. But then, yeah, that's fine. But then your pop aisle, soda, depending on where you are, blew us away. You had so many flavors we didn't have access to, and it was like, what is all this? We've gotten some of them now, like vanilla Coke and cherry Coke and stuff, but at the time, it was like, I don't know what any of this stuff is. What do we think? Is this a safe link to click on? I don't know.
I never would have got caught for moving cheap loot like this.
Whoa, whoa, this Canadian candy is primo stuff. You can't even get this in the States. Try it. First taste is free.
It's all free. We just took it from you.
My God, he's choking! Someone call an ambulance! What's 911 in Canadian? Holy mother of God, that is good!
It's better than good. It's... What's a word that means better than good?
Oh, what's all this racket about? A man can't hear his own pornography.
Try this.
Fuck is this?
Canadian candy.
I thought Pam Anderson was Canadian candy. Maron, this stuff's better than anything we got back home. Fat Americans are paid through the nose for this stuff.
Hold it. Hold it. I'm getting an idea. It's coming. It's percolating. It's percolating. It's dripping. Dripping. Got it! We'll smuggle this stuff into the States and make a fortune. We'll take prohibition to a whole new level. I never would have got caught for moving cheap loot like this.
I have no idea what that was, but that was amazing. Full screen. Pop. Yeah, I know. Is it soda? Like, we were talking with ZKG about this last week. Like, he said it's like different depending on what part of the States you're from. Soda somewhere, pop others, soda pop in certain places, which is just way too many syllables. Used to do a snack exchange with a coworker in Canada using the inter-office mail. I mean, hey, do what you gotta do. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, like the little Debbie treats for my daughter, but like, it's more fast food that I'm curious about. Like, you got things like In-N-Out Burger, Whataburger, Jack in the Box, like all those franchises that we just don't have access to. I have no idea if they're any good. Like, are they worth it? I have no idea, but that's the stuff that makes me curious. And of course, you can't mail that. But as far as like candy bars go, I'm not aware of anything that we're really missing out on that I'm really desperate for. What are some fan favorites? What are you guys loving? It's a show where an Italian mobster gets sent to Regina for witness protection. Do you watch Son of a Critch, the Canadian Newfie Wonder Years? No, I don't have any like cable or anything like that. I just watch like Netflix and things on those. In-N-Out is ass. Fair enough. Save me some money. So overrated. White Castle's another one we don't have. Like, just a bunch of these burger chains. And again, I'm sure they're garbage. Apparently, we're getting Chick-fil-A, which is a hot button issue depending on who you ask. I don't care if it's chicken and it's delicious. I'll probably eat it. Popeyes is fantastic. I've been on a huge kick of theirs recently. Their chicken burger is fucking amazing. But all right. Did Bendy ever answer me? He's driving right now. Okay, so he's still out doing deliveries and whatnot, so he's going to be a little bit, unfortunately. So give me 30 seconds as I just check some of the DMs that I've been ignoring for the last 4 hours. You're getting one about every... Woo. How often are we getting ads on here? Somebody was saying they're getting pretty ridiculous. Chick-fil-A is pretty S tier. Good to know. Chick is just okay if you are into school cafeteria food. Ooh, that's a scathing review. So that's quite the little gauntlet between S tier and okay for cafeteria food. Might need to try it at some point, figure it out for myself. You've only had one ad break so far. Okay, that's not so bad. I don't mind like the occasional one, but somebody was saying they were getting them every like 2 minutes, which is insane. Not sure, locks you up, you have to re-enter. Oh, that's not what I want to do to you. I don't want to kick people out. No, it's B tier. Less high spicy chicken and some steer. Fast food tier list. Oh, a Canadian versus American one? I don't know. That could be fun. That could actually be pretty fun. Go through a tier list of food. All right. Hey! Thank you, Bendy. I was waiting for that for so long. I was like, I added these videos and nobody's clicked on any of them yet. Thank you very much. Salut. I realize you didn't tell me to take a drink, but fuck it. I've been looking at this thing for like 3 hours and I wanted it, so. Tier list! Oh, the thing at Chick-fil-A is the sauce. Otherwise, it's bland chicken on a bun. Fair. I'm gonna move this over here so I can actually look at you guys and hopefully see the screen a bit better. There we go. As long as we're not doing a game at the moment, this is way easier for me. See you back. I don't have any points. Well, that's fair. Just stick around. You'll get some. Then again, I'm more of an adventure eater, so bland is bland to me. I like hot things. I realize that's not exactly what you said. You said you're an adventurous eater. I like hot things, but they have to have taste still. Like when you get to the point where you're eating something and it's literally just hurting your mouth, no bueno. But if you're eating something and it's delicious and you have some heat going on, that's fantastic. Like just enough that you're like your nose, your eyes start running. Bought you many hat switches. Well, I appreciate it. I kind of gave you the last one free because I was getting a bit of a headache. Keep it clean. Oh, sorry, Bendy. You're driving, you're working. Are you not on your own? I assume you don't have a coworker or a small child with you. You went brain dead when you did the Cosmic Crucible? Or something. Alright, if we had to do... Let's just do a top 5. Food, fast food chains. I don't know how many of these, like I assume you've got, other than, like, with the exception of Tim Hortons, I'm not aware of anything that you don't have in the States that we do have up here. Haven't done CC in 2 months. Well, you hate this game, so that kind of makes sense. That checks out. Like, right here, right now, Popeyes would be pretty close to the top for me. Assuming we're only talking about fast food, because obviously, like, Indian food jumps significantly if we're allowing just literally anything in there. I used to be on a big Burger King kick, and I kind of burnt myself out on them. They're kind of nasty now. Although Wendy's has gotten better than it used to be. Their fries are actually edible again, which is nice. Maybe like Popeyes, Harvey's. Do you have Harvey's? You might not have Harvey's. That might be one you guys are missing out on. Harvey's is some good stuff. If you like hot things with taste, we have it all. From sweet and spicy Korean style. Oh, that sounds amazing. To Mexican food from all over Mexico, not just lousy Tex-Mex. I might have only ever had Tex-Mex. I'm not sure if I've ever had legitimate Mexican food. I've been to Mexico on a cruise. So we were there for like 2 hours. That doesn't count. No, I didn't have anything really there. I do like Mexican what I've had, but I will admit I sincerely doubt it's Mexican. To Thai that is sour and spicy. To Indian, to just crazy good and spicy. I love Indian food. Indian food is amazing. I like to get it nice and hot. I can do it like North American hot. I can't do it Indian hot. There is a difference, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, try some Indian hot food. It is ridiculous. One spicy food that no one ever mentions is Ethiopian food. So good and spicy. I've never had Ethiopian food. Much like most of Ethiopia. Excuse me. All right. So waiting to hear back. Move this over here again. Bendy, when you get a second, let me know roughly how long you're planning on being. And otherwise, we'll just jump into the game. I'll stay active in the chat, obviously, but... Oh my god, I hate this. Yeah, this is what I've been seeing this whole time, is these stupid ads off to the side, but I don't know why my BlueStacks is messing up all of a sudden. So let's do display capture, we'll unlock it, and we'll just get rid of that, and then transform it to fit. Transform... Stretch the screen. There we go. We'll get rid of the taskbar at the bottom too. Over here. Beauty. Alright, now it looks like I'm full screen despite the fact that I'm cheating it. Should be ready about 10:30, 10:45. Okay, so we got about half an hour, 45 minutes to go. We're Eastern too here, which is nice. 2 types of Indian food, Southern and Northern, and what most people know, Indian food is actually Pakistani food. Interesting. So when I go to Indian restaurants, I tend to get... sorry, let's go back here. If I'm just chatting with you guys, it's just the easier way to do it. When I get Indian food, vindaloo is what I tend to get. I know my wife will usually get like a butter chicken or something like that. But like a vindaloo chicken, when it's nice and saucy with some naan bread, is so good. I'll admit, I have no idea if that's north, south, east, Pakistani, whatever. They just go to a restaurant, get the food, it's fantastic. Wish I could be streaming at the moment. About to get my big boy APOG. Woo! Nice! Congratulations. Let us know how that goes. I am further away from it than I thought I was, unfortunately. I was thinking that I was working on my last character and then realized I still have a couple characters to go, and that really frustrated me because I really thought that I was there. Thankfully, I wasn't streaming on time at the time, so I wasn't like live when that disappointment hit, but with garlic naan, I absolutely have. It is definitely the way to go. I didn't want to mention it at first because I wasn't sure if that was like calling pizza Italian, where it's like, not really. Like you're definitely not quite eating Indian food at that point. But no, garlic naan is amazing. What are the little, like it's like an appetizer almost that you can get, and it's filled. You can get them in either vegetarian or with like beef. They're like triangles. What are those things? Indian pizza joints. Ooh. Samosas! Those are fantastic. Yes. Those are delicious. Get a little bit of the dipping sauce to them. Oh, you guys are making me hungry and it's way too late. I live in a small town. We don't have Indian restaurants. I need to go to a big town and it's too far away. But that all sounds phenomenal. Japanese curry joint I got has garlic naan as an add-on. Oh. Other than sushi, I'm not sure if I've had Japanese. I like sushi quite a bit, and I sushi, yes, sashimi not so much. Like chunks of raw fish, I don't know so much about, but a good sushi is amazing. What are some other actual Japanese foods though? Like what else would classify? I'll let you know if I've actually had any of that. We do have a Chinese restaurant in town. And I'm positive that it is a drug ring because I've never seen a car in the parking lot and it's been open for 20 something years. So I don't know what's going on there. Donburi, I have not had Donburi. Not even sure what that is. To Google. To Google? All right. Donburi. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks way too good. X over rice? Like literally anything? My favorite Japanese food is grilled eel, aka unagi. I know that that's the proper term. My brain just goes to Friends, like unagi. With Ross, he knew the ancient karate form of unagi. Such a stupid show. Curry pan is my favorite snack. Have you ever had pani puri? Little cups of flavored water. Sounds weird, but amazing. I have not. What kind of flavoring would they have? I have to admit, like, I realize this isn't what you're talking about, but it seems close enough. I love water and I love juice and I hate everything in between. Like all those Crystal Light things, I just can't handle it. I can't. Like, no, give me water or give me juice, but the in-betweens, can't do it. Katsui is fried pork chops. Oh man, I love a good curry pan. Sorry, that's gigabytes. I'm not sure if I've had a good curry pan. Curry pan is my favorite snack. I was watching a TikTok the other day of this guy, forgot I had a hat on, who was making Korean fried chicken. And like showed you the recipe, and it was one of those things where like, this looks easy enough to do, and I still know that I'll never do it, but like, I've been wanting some fried chicken ever since. Oh. Damn. Siambaka, Furies. I found a bakery near me that sells them for 2.8 each. I got 4 to the drive to work. Panipuri is water. Water is flavored with spices, so it's savory. Okay. I would be willing to give that a try. I've literally never heard of spiced water. That sounds interesting. There are over 7 types of Korean fried chicken. See, this is what you get for growing up in a small town in the middle of nowhere, is like, you find out about one thing, you think that's all there is. I had no idea there were so many. I mean, it makes sense that they'd be flavored, yeah, flavored in different ways, but... Heard about Epic Mealtime. I recognize that name, but I am blanking on what that is. Epic Mealtime. Is that the one where they do, like, ridiculous things? Like, they'll take, like, a pizza and put everything they can find onto it? Like, it was big on YouTube, but, like, a decade ago? Like, it's... I mean, maybe it still is. I have no idea. But that's... I think that's when I last heard about it. And they just make, like, ridiculous things? Or do they go places and find ridiculous restaurants? How are you texting so much and driving? Or is it you've got 1,000 stops and like every time you make a stop, you just send a text out and then drive to the next stop? Yes, okay, fair enough. To the making stops and texting or to the epic food meal, epic food time? For those that don't know, Bendable works for, is it UPS? So he's constantly out doing deliveries and making runs. If you want to know about any food from almost any country, I'm your man. Classically trained chef and travel the world working for what is now the Discovery Channel. Schaefer, that one makes me smile every time. I don't even know what it's supposed to be for, but I was watching that one live with his ridiculous costume, and it was just like, that's amazing. I need to use that somewhere. Million stops. Yeah. Oh, you work for Amazon. Okay, fair enough. Gigabyte, that sounds amazing. Classically trained chef, traveling the world, working for what is now the Discovery Channel. So, again, I don't watch TV, but if I watch Discovery Channel, would I be able to see you? Are you an on-air talent? That'd be kind of amazing. I've eaten things that might have you screaming like a girl out the door. I have oh, you're gonna know what it's called. I don't know what it's called, but apparently there's a dish, I think it's Japanese, where you literally take like a raw egg, bury it in the ground, let it rot for like 3 months or something absolutely ridiculous, and it's considered a delicacy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that... Have you tried that? Because I gotta say, like, even the idea of that is stomach turning to me. I'm asking you. I've literally got Google open in the next window. Oh shit, Schaefer's heard of that too. I filmed B-roll, so if you see a shot of sand or rolling shot of Joshua trees, etc., that was probably my crew. Okay. This was years ago. Fair enough. Rotten egg dish. Century eggs is a traditional Asian dish featuring eggs that have been preserved for a long period of time in a curing mixture. Although they appear dark. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I swear it was supposed to be a rotten egg buried. Like it was... Rotten egg... It looks like it is the century egg. And maybe it's not rotten, it's just... Maybe I just assumed it was rotten because of how long you preserved this thing. Here, we... Well, that didn't work. Like, look at that thing. That's not food where I come from. It's just salty as fuck. Century egg is covered in ash and left to ferment for a few weeks, but it's not rotten. Fair enough. I would have assumed a fermented egg for a few weeks would be rotten, but I am not a classically prepared chef, so I will take your word for it. Every YouTuber on food bugs eats it completely wrong. Yeah, that's a century egg. Okay, so how are you supposed to eat it? What is the correct way to eat a century egg? Hey, congratulations, Schaefer. All his special passives and frackin' ads again. I'm sorry. Look up Baloo. All right. You guys still on ads? No more ads. Okay. Wow, I am super bright on this angle. There we go. First off, if you're a Prime member, you could subscribe with your Prime membership. It costs you absolutely nothing. You'd never see another ad again. Secondly, I have no idea how well this is going to work, but I haven't used it for anything else. So congratulations, Schaefer. Yay! Well done on your big boy apocalypse. That was actually kind of cool. Worked better than I thought it would. All right, Baloo. It's a fertilized bird egg, usually a duck, which is incubated for a period of 14 to 21 days, depending on the local culture, and then steamed. Wait, so the... Oh, good God. That's... something. That's a pass, dog. That is a pass. Oh, thank you. Happy to get it for the AnniBirthary. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to share that with us. That's amazing. I'm a little too far away from it. I wish I was closer to the big boy apocalypse, not that Baloo thing. Ballot? Balut? Normal Western reaction. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that one. I'm okay being simpleton on that. That nope. Most people I have tried it are terrified, but once they drink, yes, you drink the juice, it's like the best chicken broth you've ever tasted, and eat the yolk with salt and spiced vinegar. Bird veal. Jesus. Oh, okay. Normal Western reaction. Yep, that's something all right. I don't think I need lunch now. Balut. What a boot the balut. Oh my God. Now, okay, again, I don't know the name for this, but my friend who's far more adventurous than I am also was talking about, it's like baby octopus, and you eat it while it's still alive, so you can like feel it wriggling as it's going down. I don't know, I feel like killing it first is one thing, but literally knowing that it's going to die by the acid in your stomach is like, I don't know, guys, that's intense on a whole other level. I think it had some decent stuff in it. It's quite full. First thing I eat to fuck with friends. Like you said, you've eaten weird things. Yeah, no doubt. Didn't think I was close till I checked today and noticed that I had enough blue ions after getting some from the last event. That's amazing. Well done. Like various bugs in Thailand, live octopuses in Korea. I mean, I am jealous of the fact that you travel all the world. I'm becoming less and less jealous of some of the stuff you've eaten. Was it like you had to eat it, or this is something you completely willingly did? Yeah, okay. By the way, it's not still alive. It wriggles from the sodium of the salt and vinegar and soy sauce, like when you prep frog legs and they twitch. Oh, so it's like a like an involuntary reaction. Like it's a chemical reaction. Okay. That actually makes me feel a lot better. You guys can't see that, but stuff was literally still falling from the sky. It must have landed on my monitor or something. Excuse me. That makes me feel a lot better, because honestly, I as much as I'm a meat eater and I'm fine with that, the idea of something dying that torturously sounded pretty upsetting, but... Mei is still alive? Ami Ebi is still alive. Palm grubs. All right, back to YouTube. Not YouTube, Google. Yeah, these are still alive, and they'd be alive for a very long time because I'm not eating these fucking slugs. What are you doing to me? I don't know, man. I just don't look at that and see food. All right, it's a shrimp, is it, Ebi? Okay, see, that looks like food. That I would eat. Maybe less so the one with eyes, but you know. Like, that looks pretty damn tasty. Alright, despite Gigabyte's best efforts, we're back to me being hungry again. They shock a sweet shrimp in iced water and rip its head off and serve you the body. It's like the Candy Gushers, but nothing like it. One sec. Oh, he's gonna find something for me. Eating live octopus. Yeah, whether that's a chemical reaction or not, I don't want something like that looks like an alien face hugger grabbing onto me. Like it's pulling on her face. Most fresh oysters you eat are still alive when swallowed. Yeah, that's why I don't eat them. Like, when I get a steak, I still want it to be, like, bleeding, and I make the joke that I want it to still moo, but I don't actually want it to be, you know, alive seconds before I digest it. It's amazing how quickly we went from like delicious fast food choices to the weirdest stuff on the planet that you can put in your face. Oh, there's still so many characters to work on. Boo. Look up Kasumatsu. Even I was a bit scared to try that. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. Alright, considering some of the things you're putting yourself through and you're saying this one's scary, I'm curious. Kasumatsu. Martsu. Did I spell that wrong? Because this doesn't look... Or is it one of those things where it looks okay, and then when I actually figure out what it is, it's going to be disgusting? Kasumarzu. Like, it's just cheese? Kasumarzu. No T? Like, that looks pretty rotten, but... Oh, good God, there's living things in the cheese? Kasumarchu is a Sardinian cheese that contains live maggots. The maggots can jump up to 5 inches out of cheese while you're eating it. So it's a good idea to shield it with your hand to stop them jumping into your eyes. What the f- I know I was making fun of other streamers for having dead air. I have no fucking words. I don't want to have to shield my eyes from my food. Need lab goggles to eat it. That's a pass. We're food traumatizing this guy. Yeah, you're not far off. All right, we got a link here. He served us well last time. One second. So that's them literally, they rip the head off in front of you? And the head is still twitching. Are they putting the head on the dish? Is that what you're supposed to eat? There's a little bit too much reality in seeing them, like, taking their last gasping breaths. They can watch themselves be eaten. Good God. See, the weird thing is, now that you get to this point, they actually do look tasty again. Like, they've gone full circle. Had to try once in my life just to say I did. Delicious as fuck. Back to delicious food. Look up. Yes, let's go back to delicious food. I like more supposed to be eating shrimp, bro. Is that my ass? Yeah, the lucky thing is if you ripped my head off and then tried to eat me, I think I'd be dead before you got anywhere close to eating me. Like, this guy's still going. I know it's like muscle memory more so than actually like being alive, but yeah. No, there's a little too much reality there. All right. Me and Siambaka can have a fear factor type competition. Who can eat what? Asian food minus the soy sauce. Shock them with the thing so they're still alive. I mean, they're missing half their body. Their nerves just haven't caught up. Okay. Their body's dead before their brains figured it out. Where was the delicious thing I was supposed to look up? Tacos Bira de Chivo. There's no way I pronounced that properly, but let's give it a go. All right, now we're talking again. Is this one of those things where I'm going to say it looks delicious, then actually look at what it is and it's something nasty? Because that looks fantastic. I'm not an onion person, and that's one of the few hang-ups that I actually have with a lot of food, unfortunately. Lots of cultures put a lot of onions in things. But if you can get something like this without onions, I am 100% down. What is it? Goat meat marinated in a sauce with ancho chives and spices, then slowly braised until soft. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. That's definitely the way to go on this one. I was going to say whoever mentioned that had a good idea, but it was Gigabytes, and he's been throwing out all the nasty stuff too. So, you know, he giveth and he taketh away. Didn't even realize I was low on these. A food you might like, since it has no weird ingredients and is absolutely delicious, is budae jjigae or army stew. We'll just go with army stew. After the Korean War, the military gave away a lot of its supplies to an impoverished populace, so they Koreanified the ingredients and made a simple stew. That sounds good. I would definitely go for some Korean stew. And they dip the tortilla in the fat and fry the tortilla in it. Yeah, I'm assuming that's from the goat fat. I'm fine with that. As I said, we really don't have any good restaurants locally. Like, I keep saying we live in a small town, but to give you guys perspective, I think our town has 1,700 people in it. So, like, we recently got a Subway, and that was a big deal. We got the Chinese restaurant that nobody eats at, but has been open for 25 plus years. We've got a pizza place that's almost inedible, and we have a Tim Hortons, and I think that's it. I think that's it right now. They're building a lot of new developments. Like, we're close enough to a town to be considered like a bedroom community. So hopefully with new housing comes new people. With new people comes more restaurants and more options. But I think we're still quite a ways out from getting anything amazing. Gross. Subway. I agree. I am not a fan of Subway. It is nice sometimes because the kids will eat it and it's super fast. But that's about the extent of it. I'd love it if it was like a pita pit. I don't know if you guys have those or not. It's just a little bit fresher and you actually taste the vegetables and stuff like that when you're eating it, which is nice, but... Hat down. New hat. If you want decadent, try the fries fried in duck fat. Then it's dropped in a garlic aioli, and if you want to take it up a notch, shaved truffles on that. Oh man. I'm not sure if I've had shaved truffles, but that sounds fantastic otherwise. Is there a name for fries in duck fat? Like, does it have an official title, or is it just something they put in the description? Oh, come on. Ugh. Oh, we've made it to 10:30. Venable said he could join us 10:30, 10:45-ish, so here's hoping. I'm currently taking care of my cousin's kids while she and her husband are on deployment. Got them to finally eat good and healthy, unlike the garbage they ate in New Jersey. Are both of their parents on deployment? I mean, I guess that happens. You meet somebody in the military, it would make sense that you're both still in the military, but that's rough to have them both out at the same time. I have living in Canada, but my one aunt lives in Atlanta, and her husband is retired now, but he was a colonel in the Air Force. We're not super close, so I'm just trying to like make sure that I get all this right. I know their oldest son is still, forgive me if I get the term wrong, enlisted? Like, I don't think he's deployed currently, but I think he is still with the military. And their youngest son was... I want to say he was military adjacent. Like, I think he worked with them overseas, but I don't think he was technically in the army. But I could be wrong on that one. So I do have some family who is connected to the American military, the American... however the proper wording of that is, but... And it's scary. Like, I mean, he's gone over to the Middle East multiple times, my oldest cousin, and there have been times where they send out like the prayer request and they're just like, he's in some bad places right now. Thankfully, he's in Atlanta at the moment, so knock on wood, he's safe for now. Surprisingly, they started to really like spicy food. My kids, all in their mid to late 20s, never had the spicy palate at their age. My kids are, so my twins are like 11. Not like 11, they are 11. They can't handle spicy food at all. And when I say spicy food, I mean literally black pepper. Like, we had turkey burgers the other day, and they were complaining they were too spicy. And I honestly think the only spice was from the barbecue from whatever we made last time. Like, it's kind of sad. And it's just like, you guys need to get used to something, because I want to eat something more interesting than this. So I want to save... I know my Cosmic Crucible is very bland, but I'd still like to save it for Bendy. Give him a chance to do what the other two have done. But there's not a whole lot else to do in the game at the moment. So... screw it. Do you know what Tajin is? If not, I highly recommend getting some. It's a game changer. Tajin? We put it on everything from corn on the cob to fruits, popcorn, etc. Well, that sounds like another Google. I need to figure out a better system. So go news. Tajin seasoning. Unique blend of mild chili peppers, lime. Ooh, this already sounds amazing. Oh, Tajin is the brand? Okay. You go over here. Unique blend of 100% natural chili peppers, lime, sea salt that makes everything bueno, even more bueno. Where? Where can I get this? This looks fantastic. Mild chili peppers, lime, sea salt. Okay. Not very spicy, which is actually kind of nice. Buy it now on Amazon. Oh, can you get it on Amazon.ca? Tajin. $30. Ooh. 19, 12. Okay, we're starting to get more reasonable. Looks like there's multiple. Do you have a favorite? Tahine? Oh. Sorry. Use that on your tequila. Oh, that sounds nice. Tahine and fruit especially is awesome. The kids eat anything without it. Can't eat anything without it. Yeah, there was a picture on the last one with it on veggies, and it looked phenomenal. So what all do we have? Mild hot sauce, fruity habanero seasoning, classic seasoning, reduced sodium. $3 at the max. Do you want to send me some? Is that an option? Squirt tequila ice and tahine. God damn, $3? Out of curiosity, can I even get on Amazon.com? Fuck off. $3.99 versus 13. $28 for two? Huh? Do you like beer? Yes, I do enjoy beer, but it has to be like at a bonfire or on a hot day or while barbecuing or something. Like to sit here and talk to you and have a beer, maybe I'd get one in me and I'd be good after that. But if it's like an occasion or something going on, I can down a few beers and it's a good time. And I'm also an absolutely cheap drunk. Like I know there's a lot of like there's a lot of people who really like their craft beers and their fancy stuff and all that nonsense. I almost regret saying it, but like I'm totally happy with a Corona. Doesn't need to be anything fancy for me. Classic plain ones want to start with. It's a Mexican favorite on a hot day. I kind of want to get one of these, but I mean, $9 is actually not that bad. Fruit and snack seasoning. Is this the classic one? Yeah, Classico. We'll add that to the cart for later. All right. And we're looking up a beer. It's a beer cocktail and nothing fancy about it. And then you laugh, which makes me nervous. M-I-C-H-E-L-A-D-A? Mexican drink made with beer, lime juice, assorted sauces, spices, and chili peppers, served in a chilled salt rim glass. There are numerous variations on this beverage throughout Mexico. That sounds really good. So it's I hate to do this, but it's kind of, well, no, it's not, I guess. Go back a second. Oh, go back a couple seconds. Mexican drink made with beer, lime juice, assorted sauces, spices. It's funny because it looks like it should be like a Mexican Caesar, but none of those ingredients are right. But like I see that and I think like, oh, it's kind of like a Caesar, and it's like, no, not really. Ads. Sorry, guys. Ads over. Sorry, I missed all that you said. What I was saying was it look. Sorry, turn this light down for a second. Is that? Yeah, okay. Give myself a little bit more color. It looks like it should be a Caesar. Like it looks like a Mexican version of a Caesar, even to the point where they've got like stuff sticking out the top of it. But you read the ingredient list and it's nothing the same. Vietnamese food. I have had Vietnamese food, but I couldn't for the life of me tell you what it was. I know that I've had it. I know that I've been to a Vietnamese restaurant, but I just ate whatever the table ordered. Sorry, so you're saying this is 5 ounces and the other one was 2.5? Okay. These two 12 ounces. Oh, shit. Okay. So I'm not even comparing apples to apples at that point. Go away. Yeah, okay. Good catch. That does make more sense. I was gonna say, like, that is a huge price disparity. That's weird. I recognize Pho. Probably not pronouncing it properly, but so be it. Couldn't tell you what it is, though. Like, I've had Vietnamese food, but it was, like, years ago, right? So, like, it's one of those things that I can say, yes, I confidently check it off my bucket list. Yeah, this looks familiar. I've probably had this. My mom went through like a Vietnamese phase where we were going to this restaurant semi-often. But I mean, again, like I was living with my mom at the time, so it was like 98, 99. Like it's going back quite a ways. Does look good though. Mexican staple. It's honestly like I'm seriously considering picking some of that up. It looks really good. That's a fair point. I can go. Not my local grocery store will not have it. I can guarantee you that. But if I go to London or something, I can check there. Sorry, if I go to the next biggest city, I can check there. I'm like halfway between Detroit and Toronto, if that makes sense or means anything. So London is my closest city, and it's not quite 500,000, but it's big enough that it's got most things, and the grocery store there would probably have some stuff. London, Ontario, that's correct. Yeah, not London, England is nowhere near Detroit or Toronto. I mean, maybe if you go the opposite way, it'd be about halfway. Probably not, though. You've been there. Nice. Traveling with Discovery? This thing is going to be a pain in the ass to clean up, but it was kind of fun to do. All right. Also to Thunder Bay, used to date the daughter of the leader of the Ojibwe residents. Okay. I mean, you know this if you've been there, but like Thunder Bay is nowhere close. That is a significant drive from here. I've been as far as Sault Ste. Marie. I've never been all the way up to Thunder Bay. It's a frozen hell in the winter, though. Yeah, it's probably not much better in the summer if I was to guess, but... Nope, not a blitz time yet. I like the 1 hour blitzes, but worst case scenario, I wish it at least told you how much time was left. So you didn't have to just like randomly check back. I have no idea when I did it. Yeah, I've been all over Canada. Very nice people. But Newfoundland Newfies are a bit weird. I have not been to the East Coast. I've got a friend who moved out that way. He moved out to Nova Scotia about 2 years ago. And we keep making plans to get out there. Newfoundland? No, Newfoundland. We keep making plans to get together, whether he comes back to Ontario or I head out to see him, and they always fall apart. So I haven't seen him in years. And it's starting to get to the point where it's just a little bit weird, like, you know what I mean? Like, we just don't talk like we used to, so it'd almost be like, do we, like, if we actually did get together, what would we say? But I would love to get out there just for the sake of getting out there. I don't know why we started 2 raids at the same time. That's... Oh, it's probably the new raid auto starter, and it kicked off the wrong one. Oh, never mind. This one's old. Oh, man, I'm failing my alliance. Ooh. Sorry, guys. What are we up to? Mystic? Okay, I can do some Mystic. I actually haven't been to very many Canadian places. I always dream about doing like the Canadian road trip and just like driving from one side of the country to the other, and I realize how incredibly boring most of that trip would be. But nonetheless, I would love to do that. I've only ever been as far east as Quebec City, as far north as Sault Ste. Marie, as far west as Winnipeg, I think. And actually just like a month ago, we visited Port Pelee, which is here in Ontario, and it's actually the most southern part of Canada. So we technically went straight to the tip. Not a whole lot to do there, kind of dull, but it was kind of cool to check that off the bucket list, just being like, hey, we did it. Nope, got an extra alpha on before it stopped. Fair enough. Used to work a lot on are you trying to spell Toronto the way that people from Toronto say Toronto, which is of course Tirana? That's adorable. Oh, got kicked out. Driving across Regina is boring. It's just like the flyover states here in the US. I'm aware. I know that it's going to be boring. I really do. I want to do it anyways. It's just a bucket list thing. I get that it's going to be dull. And I don't care. I want to do it sometime. And the kids are getting to the point where, like, because for a while there, it would have been nice to go when it was just my wife and I. And that would have been easy to do. And now it's at the point where our kids are almost old enough that we could take them and it would be fine. But there's... What the hell? But that's just what I do when I'm distracted. I didn't even pick the right team. I know that it'll be dry and boring, but it's just something I want to do. And, like, one of the things my sister has told me when she did it is it's almost... Like, it's because it's so ridiculously flat. It's almost like it plays tricks on you where... You'll see headlights in the distance, and like in Ontario, that would mean that you're about to pass somebody in the next 45 seconds or so. But out there, it's like, oh, you see headlights in the distance, and it'll be like an hour before you get them. And it's just, it really messes with your head. And I'm like, that sounds kind of cool. I kind of want to try that. Oh, they still say Toronto. Like there's a movie on Netflix right now called The Man from Toronto. And everybody I know made fun of it because that's how they pronounce it. Like, Toronto. We're going to go to Toronto. And it's like, nobody here says that. It's Toronto. We're going to go to Toronto. Never did see the movie, but that's the only thing I remember about it. May not be able to hop on, Mongoli. Can we reschedule? I'd love to chat with you. Got some family stuff going on. Hey, man, I totally get it. Just got home safe. Glad you made it home. Appreciate you reaching out. If you've got other commitments you need to deal with, family comes first 100%. Would love to chat with you. Would love to hang out. We've never actually connected really much. I've just kind of seen you on other people's streams. So if you've got other stuff going on in your life, I totally get it. We'll figure out another time, whether it's on my stream or yours. That's totally fine. Queen Hot Wheels, thank you for following. Appreciate that. You gonna hop with Baby Straws the second? Bendy, are you a new dad? Did I miss that? Or am I totally misreading what Baka is saying? Oh, Giglets, it may be way before your time, but I bumped into Caitlin from Degrassi Junior High in Toronto and met Joey Jeremiah later on in Victoria. I am very well aware that Degrassi Junior High exists. I never watched it. And I know that there's like Degrassi, and then there's Junior High, and then there's New Class. I think New Class is the one that had Drake on it. And it had Jay and Silent Bob for an episode or two, and I watched those episodes because I'm a huge Kevin Smith fan, and that is the extent of my Degrassi knowledge. We used to have to watch it every now and then for class. Like, I think there was an episode or a season, an arc where one of the girls got pregnant in high school, and I feel like we had to watch that either in late public school or early high school, but it was never something that I put on willingly. I love having lanes. If you're in an alliance that doesn't have lanes figured out, switch alliances or talk them into it or something. It's such a small little thing, but it's so nice to just know what you're supposed to be doing and where. All right, guys, unfortunately, it sounds like Bendable is not going to be able to join us tonight, which means it is just us, and we have been going for... Holy crap, we've been going for 4.5 hours? That's pretty impressive. Kevin Smith is a big fan of Degrassi Junior High. This I know. And made an effort for Caitlin and Joey to return to the updated series. So again, I've got the DVD of when Jay and Silent Bob do Degrassi or something like that, and I have seen it. I know it's got Alanis Morissette in it, and it had the new class characters. I feel like he talked about in the behind the scenes having some of the old school characters on there, but I don't know if they were returning or if they were like already on the show. Like maybe some of the old cast were like the teachers in the new school or something like that, kind of like Saved by the Bell did with Screech. But again, like I never watched it. All right. He-Man ruined it for you? See, I'm the opposite. Well, not the opposite. I was and still am a big Kevin Smith fan. But I was never a big He-Man fan. So that didn't really have a number on me one way or the other. Like I grew up in the 80s. I obviously knew who He-Man was, but for some reason in my parents' head, characters that used swords and stuff like that to fight were bad, and characters that used guns were good. So I was allowed to watch Transformers and G.I. Joe, but I wasn't allowed to watch like Thundercats or Ninja Turtles or He-Man. Apologies for that. I think the logic there is that if I watched somebody with a sword, I could go outside and find a stick and attack somebody. But if I watched somebody with a gun, I could go outside, find a stick, and shoot them from 20 feet away and nothing would happen. I don't know. Parents are weird. So, that being said, I just don't have the love for He-Man that a lot of people do. I know that the series was panned for being too woke and killing He-Man off in the first episode just to bring him back in the last episode, but keep in mind we have only seen half of the season. Like season 1 was cut up into 2 and then it got prolonged because of COVID or something, so we don't know the full story arc yet, but I'm not going to begrudge you if that wasn't what you were hoping for from a He-Man show. Queen of Hot Wheels, GWC sent you to follow. Fantastic. I'm not even sure GWC follows me. He mentioned that he came on the chat one time, but he didn't actually say or anything or do anything. So thank you for already being a bigger fan than he is. Watched a lot of Canadian TV shows when I was there. Sometimes fanboys shouldn't produce shows. That's fair. Call out because I called out GW? Yeah, well. He can say hello when he stops by the streams, damn it. It depends if they can keep modern politics out of it. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I don't care enough to make the fight on that one. That's sad. Yeah, in leadership with him. Nice. Yeah, he said he was going to post the ad for this in the leadership channel. So thank you very much for checking that out and coming on over. It's been a good show. I've had a lot of fun. We had Run 7 on for a while. We had ZeroKool on for a while. Archangel was in the chat for a little bit, just kind of responding to people, which was fun. We are probably getting close to the end of the night, just because I'm really not sure what to do other than just... I mean, I can gladly just keep hanging out if people just want to hang out for a little bit longer, but... Bendable unfortunately had some other stuff going on, so he's not going to be able to join us after all, which I totally understand, but is unfortunate. So, I have nothing to do in the game. Actually, that's not true. If Bendy's not coming, I can finish off my Cosmic Crucible, although it's going to be incredibly boring because it's very low stereotypical teams, so... I don't know if this guy just kept his good stuff for defense or how we got here. Blitz check MSFer? Alright. I think we just did that and it wasn't ready yet, but I need to set up an alert for that. Yeah. Sadly, I've still got some time to wait and it won't tell me how long. So whenever I did it while talking to Zero, and he hasn't been gone that long, so. You don't want to hear the whining from the audience or from the TV show? Because I don't remember... Well, I mean, depending on what you mean by that, I don't remember the TV show itself whining, per se. But I definitely remember, like, YouTube exploded when that show came out. Both. Yeah, no, that's a fair answer. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, shit. Huh. When 7 was on, he used my new warriors, which is usually what I used to go up against Spider Weaver. Well, shit, what do I use against her now? He might have screwed me over a little bit there. Which is totally fine, I put him on the spot, so that's fair, but is there another strong... I mean, I guess I could use my own Spider Weaver. Is there another strong counter to that team? When 7 was on, when ZeroKool were on, I had them play my Cosmic Crucible for me. So they each chose a team and went up against it and used their own attacks. And they did really well. They both got me wins pretty handily, but I didn't even consider the fact that I don't have my new warriors now. I did get my Masters of Evil win in. Make sure you get your Masters of Evil win in for this stupid event. Alright, Sylvie's gone. Can we just make a clone already? We can. Fantastic. This match should be pretty much in the bag, but... Wow. All right. Spoke way too soon, apparently. Got a little cocky with that beast special. I should have saved that for a little bit. If Val goes down, we're back in a good place. That was not ideal. Okay, Val's gone. We're back to being okay. Is tonight the night Ahsoka comes out? I got caught up on it all at once, so I haven't been watching it as it comes out. But is the new Ahsoka out right now? Because this is the last episode, right? This is it for this season? Is anybody even watching it, for that matter? Like, has anybody been keeping up? You stopped watching Star Wars at Mando Season 2? Fair enough. Did you at least get to the last episode, like with the Luke reveal, or just completely fell off Star Wars entirely at that point? Most people like Season 2. I'm curious what made you drop off there? Good God. Disney Star Wars is not even mid. Fair enough. Have been, but forget what night it's on. It depends on what the Star Wars project is, because I've been enjoying Ahsoka. I liked Mandalorian, but like most of the new trilogy was pretty hot garbage. I didn't like Boba Fett at all. Obi-Wan was really disappointing. Good God. So, like, I understand what you're saying 100%. I don't know that I fully agree. Like, I think there have been some, damn it, some glimmering hope in there. But yeah, I mean, I can't fault you for it. Now, did you watch any of Rebels or Clone Wars? Because I gotta say, I didn't. So I was kind of walking into Ahsoka relatively blind, and I'm still enjoying it. But that's not entirely fair. I watched maybe like 10 episodes of Rebels with my youngest, and she seems to be enjoying it quite a bit. But not enough to be like firmly in love with the characters or in deep with the characters. Watched Clone Wars back in the day. I tried a couple of times, to be perfectly honest. I tried with the movie, and it was absolutely doing nothing for me. And then I tried with the TV show, and it just felt all over the place. And then I talked to my brother-in-law, who's way more into Star Wars than I am, and he like fully admitted, like, no, it's all over the place because they aired it out of order. So like apparently there's an order online that you can find, and it'll tell you exactly how you're supposed to watch it. And I even tried that, and I was still just like, at that point I just gave up. I'm like, this just isn't for me. This is too much work for what I'm getting out of it. But that being said, like, I've heard amazing things about the show, and I've seen like clips of episodes that look really, really good, but I just don't know that I have the time. Like, maybe I should find like a YouTube clip it episode or something where it's like all the most important parts that you really need from it, but some instances doesn't equal hope. That's fair. As I said, I'm not trying to talk you into watching it. If you didn't enjoy it, you didn't enjoy it, but for me, there's enough there that I still keep going back and give it a try. Andor was really slow, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, I don't know. They might be like 50-50 with the TV shows. It's almost like it's one of those things where I'm so indoctrinated to it. Like, I just kind of keep going back because it's there. Like, I already have Disney Plus. Might as well watch it. Jesus. I mean, I knew I was hoping I was going to win that one, but that went better than expected. All right, what am I going to use on the other team? Because then it'll dictate what I have left for just cleaning up that. Like, I'm so used to relying on new warriors for this matchup. Like, can Gambit's ping keep up with her stacks? I haven't even tried it. Are the new defenders good in Cosmic Crucible, or are they only good in Arena? This is the problem. Like, if I watched other streamers, this might actually help. Hey, how's it going? SD. So your defenders are good everywhere? Fair enough. Is it Grinch Wunsch? Grinch? I apologize. I'm awful at reading names. Full SD can beat Gamma on a punch-up. Okay. It's not Gamma that I need them to beat, but it's worth a try. We'll do it for science. I don't think I want her in the front, though. Who do we put in the front? Spiderweaver in the front? Because I don't think we want her close to hard light, right? So we'll throw Robbie there. Photon in front of her. I mean, you said full SD, but I can't imagine we're bringing Doctor Strange, so... I mean, that's a bit of a punch down. Gives us our own Spiderweaver. Basically, as long as we can survive his ultimate, we should be okay. For science! Oh, it can punch up a game in war. Yeah. No, I know it can do... Well... You do use Strange? I didn't think anybody used Strange. This is a no-go? Ruh-roh. Huh. I know this is going to sound incredibly stupid, and maybe I'm just tired. I was so focused on the Spiderweaver, I didn't even notice they had a Quicksilver. Shit. I don't even think, yeah, it's not. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're gonna have issues here. Get rid of Icarus as fast as you can. Problem is, we're not even hitting. Stun and trauma. Yeah. Okay, well, at least that didn't do anything to us, so there's some bonus there. Dingo, you're calling it a night? Oh, shit. We freeze? Oh, hey! Harry, I'm calling you out, and you actually do show up. Thank you, Gigi. Very early morning, Dingo. Oh, I appreciate you sticking around for as long as you have. Dingo's been here since the very beginnings. He's been hanging out for a solid 4.5 hours, so I appreciate you very much. Scopely just said, hey. Yeah, no, my BlueStacks has been acting stupid for a couple of days now. I upgraded it so I could play Dragon Air, and it's been dumb ever since. It's just been freezing constantly, so... And it won't let me go full screen either, so... Oh well. I might need to try the other one they were talking about, LD or something. You don't upgrade BlueStacks? That was my problem? Fair enough. Yeah, because it was working well for like a solid year that I've been using it. No issues whatsoever. Upgrade it, instant fail. So frustrating. All right, I'm going to assume that that cost me a win. Did I lose the team? Yeah, cost me a win. Shit. I do still have access to the team at least, so that's something. Dragon Hair has its own PC client. So I was looking into that. It doesn't look like it's actually released on PC yet, or at least not through Steam. So I'd have to find out what the actual PC client is, because if it can run better than I've been playing it, that would be amazing. And if I can take this back to the other BlueStacks that actually worked, that would be great too. So I might need to look into that. All right, so that wasn't looking like it was going to work. What should I bring in? What are we thinking can actually beat this team? Yeah, I would use New Warriors as well. Unfortunately, I let Run 7 play one of my matches, and he used New Warriors against Gamma. I told him he had free reign, he could pick anything he wanted, but that does leave me without New Warriors for this attack, which I think would run over them, perfectly honest. You would touch this later? What's going to improve over time? Or do you just not want to watch me play it? Yeah, because like New Warriors is my go-to for Spider Weaver for sure. And I wasn't even thinking when he did it. I was just happy that he was on the stream. But now that we're here, I'm kind of like, oh, right. And worst case scenario, if I lose, I lose. Like, so be it. Like, that was kind of the point of letting somebody else run. I let ZeroKool do it as well, and I was going to let Bendy, but he's not able to make it, unfortunately. But, which is too bad. Bendy really is quite good at this game. Maybe he'd have a nice out for me. Or at very least, we could make fun of Run together. Oh, shit, you're still here, Run. Hey. Ears are burning? Here I am throwing you under the bus. I didn't think you'd ever see this. What else do I have to attack? Like, I only have the 2 teams to attack, if that's what you mean. But as far as what's actually on my list, I still have my Unlimited, but I don't think they're going to get it done. Spider Weaver, Secret Defenders, Weapon X, but they're not high enough, I don't think. I mean, I can probably take a couple of them out and get the points from that, even though I can't get the full clear, but I don't know if we're gonna... Oh well, it was for the fun of the AnniBirthary, so if we don't get the full win, we don't get the full win. You're in and out, fair enough. What else does he have on defense? At the moment, all he has is 2 members of the Bifrost team. Everything else has been taken out. What happened with the Dead Seed into Bifrost? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I thought that would be a really easy punchdown. I took out Sylvie right away, no issues whatsoever. I think I probably used Beast's special too soon. So I got the copy of Val thinking the match was over already, and instead she clapped back and took out a couple of my people, and then I didn't have the ability to revive anybody, and that hurt. But I was surprised that his Loki and his kid Loki managed to stay alive and actually took out my Archangel. Started off cocky, got really sad, got cocky again, and then lost, so. Got a Beast alt the Vol? Yeah. No, I specialed the Vol, so I got a copy of her instead, so that was my mistake. Sequencing matters using SD. Used a mixed team. Alright, well. So they do have a Quicksilver, but he's not that high, which is nice. Do you think that it's Spider Weaver with the rest of SD? 2 Vols don't make a right. Noted. Where were you in 20 minutes ago? Oh, nice. That's good to know. I will look out for that. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's too fast. So we've got the whole Unlimited team, Spider Weaver, Brawn, the Secret Defender team, although Doctor Strange is not built up very high. Omega Red, the Web Warriors, Young Avengers, Doctor Doom, Secret Avengers, Hela, Invaders. Oh my god, I'm covering half my screen. That's what you mean by you're not able to see what I'm doing. Okay, give me 1 second. There. Alright, let's start at the top again now that you can actually see the numbers. My bad. Screen is cut off. Sorry about that, guys. Weaver mid. Sorry, I took that to mean Weaver in the middle, not mid as in like meh. Is that accurate? Like mid is in bad or mid is in middle? Middle placement. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. I just wanted to clarify. And then Secret Defenders around her or 2099? My 2099 is not as high as he should be. Initial talk seemed to be that he was kind of passable, and then he kind of recently people are, at least the people I'm listening to or have been paying attention to, have been talking way more about him, but too low? Fair enough. I think we just used Icarus. Yeah. No bueno on Icarus, unfortunately. Sorry. Robbie, Photon, Black Cat, Hardlight. That's fairly similar to what we just did, but I probably messed up what I was supposed to attack in which order. Hardlight, Photon, Weaver, Robbie, Black Cat to right. You know you can drag and drop. Yeah, I forgot you can actually do that now. So we're happy with this? I know Run's saying put Emma in here. What would you replace? All right, so run this ultimate Hardlight into Icarus. This will hit auto and roll them. SD is overkill, just add. All right. sounds like people are fairly happy with this. So we'll give this a go. As I said, if I lose this battle, I really don't care. This is more for the fun of the stream, so. Look at me. All right, so ultimate on Icarus. You got double trauma stun. Just Weaver trauma stun first. Is she... All right, Schaefer. We'll see you soon. Weaver special. Oh god, Baka, take the wheel. Still going for Weaver, just get her out of the picture. It's all about killing Icarus. Hit auto. All right, Icarus is gone. All right. Press auto. All right, fine, fine. Hands off the wheel. Hands off the wheel. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I've never tried Secret Defenders in Cosmic Crucible before. I know they're ridiculous in Arena, and I've been enjoying them there, but kind of nice to know they've got multiple homes. Call the coroner. Hey, all right. Unfortunately, the game froze during the last match, but I wasn't going to win that one anyways, so appreciate you guys very much. They almost scratched me. All right. And there's no need to be subtle here. Let's just throw big stuff at them. Thank you, G. It's overkill for a clone, but again, this shouldn't be an issue. Of course, I said that last time and then they killed me, so maybe just a little bit less cocky. I can't believe he survived that. Jesus. Just die. There we go. All right, full clear. Again, auto, yeah. There's a weird part where I'm like, but I'm on stream. I should be actually playing the game. No. Marvel Strike Force is like golf. The whole point is to play as little of it as possible. All right. 49,384 is not as good as I would like, but it's not bad. It'd be nice if they'd already started so we could kind of see what we're up against, but oh well. I guess we'll find out tomorrow if we won or lost it. Exactly. Next. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of next left. Like, oh, maybe we should do a blitz check, because that'll be so much fun for you guys to watch as my count goes to 0 streaming. Woot! It's time to do 204 clicks in a row. Might need some alcohol for this one. $51,000. Oh. Run's rooting, or Seven's rooting against me. All right. 204 clicks. Let's go. You guys at least going to be blitzing with me? Sharing me in my misery? I know they're not going to get rid of blitz. And I know they're not going to give us a sim all button. But can we at least get rid of this find opponent nonsense? Like, can you at least just make it like, so you can just mash the battle button 51 times in a row? Kind of like when you're opening all of your dailies and you just like, collect, like something. It was showing as you backed out? Seriously? Oh, fuck, it did. That's weird that it went from 0. But... okay, so he got like... is there such a thing as a perfect score? The highest I've personally gotten that I'm aware of is 50,200. Like, is there... what is the... is there a known best you can possibly do? We were saying it earlier, I don't know what it was, but for some reason, even having Blitz on a 1 hour cooldown significantly improved my mood about it. I realize it's still an absolutely dead game mode and it's really dry. But somehow the fact that I could do it, do all of my dailies, do my war, and then do it again, like I could kind of get 2 in 1 sitting, almost, was kind of nice. Or I could sit and watch a TV show and get 2 in. It's still boring and dry, but at least it was like, it felt like you were progressing. And if they don't change the rewards, where like all of a sudden, oh, now you need to get 8 rotations in, it actually felt like you could progress further down the milestone ladder, which was kind of nice too. So I don't know, I was surprised how much I enjoyed the 1 hour cooldown. Like, it wasn't just faster, but it actually improved my mood towards it. Still didn't enjoy it. It wasn't like I liked blitzing, but at least it was, I don't know. I had less aggro towards it. Turn 1 kill is the best you can do. Sure, but what is the score for that? Like, do we know what the actual score would be if you managed to one-hit everybody? Like, if you could do 6 Kangbangs, essentially, and just wipe everybody out, what would your score be? Or is there an answer to that question? All right, I'm getting tired, apparently. I'm doing that thing I was talking about earlier where you're just kind of like staring at the screen, not talking. I've got another energy drink here, but it's like, oh, now it's like 11:30. Like, don't know that I want an energy drink at 11:30. That sounds like a terrible idea. Kind of go for another nightcap. this is such incredible dead air. Like it's awful for me playing it. I can't imagine. Is Baka still here? Does he have a fun video he can send real quick? One kill with him again. Run 7. Are you a part of a cluster? 1:30 p.m. for me. 1:30. 1:30 p.m. as in like in the after. Like where are you right now? That it's 1 in the afternoon. Way faster on mobile. Yeah, no. We were talking about that earlier. You wouldn't think, like, it's still just a mouse move. Like, you're only moving, like, this much in total, but it just... It's not the same muscle memory. I've seen people have, like, you can set up a pattern on your phone where you can, like, trace something, and your phone will actually memorize the traced pattern, and it can do that pattern. And I've debated if there's a way of figuring that out where you could just hit the same 4 buttons, have it memorize that, and just have it do that for like 2 minutes and just kind of go through your thing for you. But because it's irregular how long it takes per battle, I don't think that would work. But my God, if that did, that would be a game changer. Because again, the point of Marvel Strike Force is to play as little Marvel Strike Force. Afternoon in Australia. Okay. Happy AnniBirthary. Thank you very much, Ron. Great having you on. I really had fun. So thank you so much for stopping by. Australia in the house. Run 7, before you exit, are you part of a cluster? When you ask about that, are you talking about a cluster for like arena? Because I believe he was saying earlier, he sounded pretty negative on the whole thing, so I would be surprised if he said yes. Maybe he is, but he was talking about it earlier, and he, I don't know, the impression that I got was that he was pretty down on the whole idea of it. Being pretty gatekeepy. You were checking? Fair enough. Whereabouts in Australia were you? My wife, is from Canada, but she did a foreign exchange student thing over there. So back in probably 2000, she would have been there for 6 months. I'd have to look on a map. I know where she was, but I can't. I'm blanking on the name. Australia. I know it was somewhere on the West Coast. I thought it was somewhere on the West Coast. Yeah, there we go, Perth. So she was in Perth for 6 months. Again, like quite a while ago, but she raves about it. Has nothing but good things to say about her time spent there. Had a great experience with the, not foster family, what would you call it? Like the exchange family. And has desperately tried to get us to go back, but I am an awful flyer. I am not good with it. So the idea of being on a plane for 17 hours, I don't know. My doctor has given me some drugs that you can use for a flight that have helped significantly, but they only last for about 3 to 4 hours. So like, unless I take a lot of them, I don't know how I would do, but she would love to go back. And in theory, I would love to visit as well, but it's a lot more south than I thought it was. For some reason, I thought it was more north than that. I'll make this cluster, and our allies is to work together as a community. Queensland, Gold Coast. GW wants to, GW. G wants to visit. East Coast. Yeah, 17 hours of plane's a bit much. If we ever went to Australia, I would want to visit Japan as well. And I'm not saying that they're terribly close, but I mean, if you're like, by the time you get to Australia, the bulk of the trip is done. You might as well also do Japan while you're there, at least in my mind, because I don't want to fly that much twice. Well, 4 times, I guess. And you're in, sorry, Queensland, did you say? Okay. Other side of the island. I mean, people talk, I don't know if they talk about it in Australia, but like the joke in North America is that everything in Australia is trying to kill you. And we see, like, I'm sure the worst things, like the giant spiders and stuff like that, but I mean, some of the scenery is absolutely breathtaking. Like, that's amazing. That's so clean. I absolutely need to get out and travel more. I've only ever been in North America. I went on a cruise that touched a couple of islands, and I've been to Cuba a couple of times, but I've never been to the other side. We are supposed to be going to Ireland next year for my brother-in-law's wedding, if we can figure out a way to afford to make that work. But as of right here, right now, I don't know if that's going to happen. It might just be kind of sending my wife, but sometimes I play nerve-wracking. Damn, the brother even had ads. Sorry, guys. Yeah. The ads help. I mean, if you've got an Amazon Prime membership, you're more than welcome to subscribe. It costs you literally nothing. You'll never have to watch another ad on my channel. But only the wildlife. Well, yeah, the wildlife is the scary part, for sure. I've never been allowed out of the US. I mean, my brain instantly goes to felon when you say something like that. I don't know if that's what you mean or if that's what you meant to say. No. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. So why haven't you been allowed out of the US? And okay, Queen, how scary are kangaroos? Because I hear conflicting things, because they look like they're bodybuilders with giant legs that can kick you to next Tuesday. But then I've seen people where they like play golf around them and just basically ignore them. So like, what are we talking here? Are they like, depends on how big they are. I guess that's fair. Like, it's a temperament thing dependent on the animal itself. But like, when you're playing golf, let's say, and a pack of kangaroos come, do you just kind of stay still? Do you go up and pet them? Do you run in the opposite direction? Like, kangaroos will beat the shit out of you, especially in a gang. Cool. If they have muscle walkway, they've all got, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I've never seen one in real life, but the ones I see seriously look like bodybuilders. Like, they are ridiculous. They're very not what they look like in the cartoons. Piss one off, feel the rage of the rest. Yeah, no, I'll leave them unless they come to you. Are they, so we've got animals around here where like they're domesticated essentially. It's kind of the same thing. Like, they get used to humans in certain areas, and so they'll kind of just like friendly come up to you and look for food. Never encountered a fight with a kangaroo. I mean, especially in a gang, kangaroo is just bad shit. Stop it. Yeah, gee, you said you've never been out of the States. I kind of assumed you've never run into a kangaroo, let alone been in a fight with one. It's more drip beats. What the hell is a drip beat? Drop bears. Well, that was an interesting autocorrect. Drop bears, like koalas? The hell's a drop bear? Oop. Come on, Google. Ooh. Okay, these koalas do not look like the koalas I would have anticipated. Like... You're fucking with us at this point, right? Like, this isn't real. Like, you picture koala, they're like cute little things, like they're silly looking. Like, that's obviously an artist rendition, but like... Yeah, no, these are all looking suspect. What the fuck is a drop bear? If they drop into the trees, run like fuck. Yep, that's them. It's the motherfucker parachuting into the crowd. No, they're not all nice. Do not fuck with koala bears. I mean, they're still called bears, so I wasn't exactly wanting to run up and pet one, but like they certainly look cute from a distance. Like this is some Stitch nonsense. Beware of the drop bear. All right. My problem is all of this looks fake. Like I haven't seen one of these yet that looks legitimate. Like what? Like is this? Yeah, this one's got guns. What the fuck are we talking about here? I feel like we're getting our legs pulled here. They're very cute, but they'll tear you a new asshole. Yeah, that's pretty much a good way to put it. Stitch. I like that he's got a Jack Daniels on with everything else. This one's got some face gear so they can eat that cheese from earlier. This was, holy shit, she's got body armor. Again, I guess it's a bear, but like, stupid North American misconception. I thought they'd be like teddy bears, not like killy bears. Some are cute, some aren't. Yeah, yeah. That checks out. Okay, so is Australia actually like super, super nice? And you guys have just like made this persona of everything trying to kill you, kind of like how Iceland uses the name Iceland to try and keep tourists away so that it can be like it's amazing there, but like with the name Iceland, you just kind of assume it's miserable. And like Australia's just like, look, everything's awful, so you don't come here and leave us alone. But then it's actually amazing because the photos of Australia look phenomenal. But like all this propaganda nonsense of bears trying to drop out of the sky and kill you. Your spiders that are bigger than trash cans and whatnot. What's the deal? You don't want us to come visit? Depends on the individual. Never fuck with a koala on a Harley Davidson? Yeah, good advice, good advice. It's an amazing, beautiful place to visit, but yes, there is some stuff here that is dangerous. Some of the videos that you can find, like, are basically, like, I've seen videos where they have spiders and you basically have to like check every part of your car just to make sure that like you're not gonna have a spider drop on you. Like you have to check the door handle to make sure there's not one crawled up under there. You have to check the visor, that you're not gonna pull the visor down to get the sun out of your eye, just have a giant spider drop in your lap. Like, but then I guess it just depends on where you're used to, because like probably some places are like, oh, Canada's awful because you've got like grizzly bears and snowstorms and stuff like that. But here we're just used to it, so it's not a big deal. You like spiders. All right, well, you were living in the right place of the world. Congratulations. Like, these are some creepy motherfuckers. I'm not so bad with spiders when I know that they're there. It's when something just starts moving and you weren't aware that it was there that it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's the same all over the world. Yeah. Let me find a photo and send it to you. You're just going to take a photo from whatever's near you, aren't you? Look to the left, there's a scorpion. Look to the right, there's 10 spiders. All right, I have an actually really stupid question. Bear with me here. It's 1:30. Is that Tuesday or Wednesday? Like, are you in the future or the past? And I recognize that that's not the right way to word it, but you know what I mean. This has been a very interesting stream where I've been learning all about different cultures and food and wildlife. And apparently even how to play Marvel Strike Force. Although I feel like that's taken a back seat to all the more interesting stuff that we've been talking about. Who would have thought that on a Marvel Strike Force based podcast, it would be the least interesting thing we do? Probably anybody who's paid attention to a Marvel Strike Force based podcast before. Wednesday. Okay, so you're in the future. Depends on the time zone you're in. Like, for me, it is 7 minutes to midnight on Tuesday going into Wednesday. So you're... Yeah, G's in the same time zone I'm in. New Hampshire? Okay. Yeah, time zones are one of those things that I just kind of trust other people on. They don't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, I understand that they work, and I understand why they work, but I also get into this weird place where I'm like, okay, well, if it's 1 hour ahead, 1 hour ahead, 1 hour ahead, 1 hour ahead, like, how far, like, at what point does it stop and go the other way? Because you can't just keep doing that, or else you just keep really far ahead. Like, how does that work? I'm not actually looking for an answer on that, by the way. That was a rhetorical question that I could Google at any time. Who's in our alliance from Australia? Godsmack? Okay. Oh. Nice. Jesus. Okay. All right, we are at midnight. We've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes. This has been, let's go full screen and bring you over. All right, we're on hour 5. This has been incredible. It's been so much fun hanging out with you people. Thank you so much. Wait a second, I can't sign off. There's 3 minutes left till my birthday. Fuck that. No, we're sticking around. I was gonna say goodnight to you all, and then I realized, you know, Mongolia, we can collaborate to counterattack, infographics for Alliance and others. Yeah, sounds good. All right. Collect more information. Collaborate to counterattack, infographics. Do you have any, like, for Cosmic Crucible specifically, or for anything? Send it to me on Discord? Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll be 41 in 2 minutes. Seems like that's worth a drink. I don't know how quickly the channel points accumulate or where you are at. I'm a little surprised. I would have thought the shots would have been something that people would have been doing more of. Is this your hand we're looking at here? This is... I have to switch screens. Here we go. Oop. So this is what she just sent me. This gnarly looking thing. You took that picture? Take a shot for you too. Ugh. I took a photo. It has a face and all. Yeah, when the spider's big enough you can see its face, that's a little disconcerting for me. What kind of spider is this? And I'm assuming not considering you're holding it, but I have to ask anyways, poisonous? I'm probably just have to use the vacuum, but I'm gonna have to clean all this up tomorrow. All these little shards of... Here, there's a bigger one. Ah. Not poisonous. Which makes sense, because I assume you wouldn't be picking it up if it was. It's crazy how hairy it is. Like, I know that they are generally hairy, but this one's got, like, Bart Simpson hair just sticking up all over the place. Queen Hot Wheels. Oh, balls that grow legs. Well, that's a mental image I'm going to take with me. Thank you for that. All right. We've done it. We've made it to midnight. Thank you very much. Raise a glass if you're willing to join me. Happy birthday. Thank you very much, Queen Hot Wheels. I appreciate everybody joining me on this journey. It was a lot of fun. It was a good night. I was honestly very nervous starting this off because I had a couple of guests live as well as community manager Archangel in the chat for a little while, and I was just like, what if nobody shows up? Like, what if it's just me talking and community manager Archangel in the chat and I've just wasted his time? What if, like, if Run comes on or if Zero comes on and we can just chat? Like, worst case scenario, I'll probably have a good time talking to them. But I'd never talked to Run 7 before. We've chatted in Discord, but we've never actually spoken to each other. I knew that things would go well with 7, or sorry, I keep calling it 7. 0, because we did the hot seat with him a week ago and the time flew by, so I knew that would go well. But I really wasn't sure how tonight was going to go. And the last 5 hours have absolutely flown by. So to everybody who's joined me, thank you so much. Have a good night. Cheers. Oh, all right. That was the stream. Thank you so much if you made it this far. If you made it this far, I'm assuming you left your computer on all night and you're not actually seeing this. That's awesome. Totally understandable. But if you are seeing this, please, you made it this far. Give the video a like. Say happy birthday. Say anything. Leave your favorite emoji. I don't give a shit. Just do something for engagement. I'd really appreciate it. If you want to come check me out on Twitch, I stream randomly, unfortunately, but usually a couple times throughout the week. You can check me out at twitch.tv/TheMongoolie I'd love to see you there. Tell me if you watched this video, if you enjoyed this video, if you'd like to see more of this, because I'm definitely planning on having a second anniversary bash next year. And we'll see you then. Have a good night.